I call you faithful. My God is faithful.
You do many things in your name.
I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful.
You do many things in your name.
I call you faithful. You God is faithful. Faithful Jesus. Our God is faithful.
You do many things in your name.
I call you faithful. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus. Our God is faithful.
You do many things in your name.
Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God.
I call you faithful.
Oh, you're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus.
I call you faithful.
You're the man that thinks in your name.
I call you faithful.
Faithful God. Elohim is the name. Elohim. Adonai is the name. Elohim is your name. Adonai is your name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Jesus.
I call you faithful.
You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh,
I call you faithful.
you're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus.
I call you faithful.
You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful.
You do many things in your name.
I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful.
You do many things in your name.
I call you.
Very beautiful evening to you, and thank you for joining us on the Active News and Lawrence Osifo. His Royal Majesty, by the Albany, has assured security agencies of his continued support of the palace and the ancestors in strengthening security and correctional administration in Benin City. The Oba gave the assurance during a courtesy visit by the Commander, 4th Brigade of the Nigerian Army and the Assistant Comptroller General of the Nigeria Correctional Service, Zone G, as Jola Deojo brings details.
The palace of the Oba of Benin was packed with palace chiefs who witnessed the visit and homage paid by the security officials. In his remarks, the 44th Commander of the 4th Brigade Nigerian Army, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, said although he assumed office 3 months ago and has remained committed to his duties, he considered it important to formally pay homage and receive the blessings of the Oba.
As officers of the Nigerian Army, when we go to places and we meet people that support us to achieve our mandate of protecting the nation, it's only customary that we acknowledge such support. And that is also one of the reasons why I try to come and pay this homage to this great troop.
Also speaking, the Assistant Comptroller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service, Zone G, covering Edo and Delta State, Josephine Ogbefo, described the Benin throne as more than a symbol of authority, but a testament to courage and enduring leadership. She also sought the royal blessings of the palace for the success of the command.
As your daughter, I have come to seek for your prayers, guidance, and fatherly blessings. May your royal majesty reign, be long and prosperous. And may your legacy continue to inspire generations to come.
Responding, His Royal Majesty Eware II, Oba of Benin, appreciated the dedication of the security chiefs. He assured them of the continued support of the throne in efforts to maintain peace and security in Benin and its environs.
I assure you that because you have the support of people already, you have support of this palace, you have support of my ancestors.
From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
The governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has engaged with key stakeholders in the electricity market over the poor power distribution and other issues affecting socio-economic activities in Edo State. The strategic meeting was aimed at addressing identified challenges and finding a lasting solution to concerns that led to Monday's protest by residents against the Benin Electricity Distribution Company, the BEDC, as Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu brings us more details.
The meeting of key stakeholders in the Nigerian electricity market convened at the instance of Governor Monday Okpebholo followed Monday's protest against BEDC over incessant power outages and related concerns. Spokesperson for the civil society organizations, Comrade Emmanuel Obidi, listed the issues that triggered the protest to include epileptic power supply, alleged illegal charges for the installation of prepaid meters, estimated billing, and alleged plans to increase tariffs under the guise of Band A classification, among others.
Your Excellency, there is a Nicodemus style by BDC to increase tariff of Edo people as it is today in the guise of Band A, such that household users, which are the ordinary customers who do not use power for business purposes or commercial purposes, are migrated to Band A unsolicitedly.
The acting managing director and chief executive officer of BEDC, Engineer Jonathan Lawani, who noted the absence of the transmission company of Nigeria at the meeting, explained that BEDC requires about 760 megawatts of electricity to effectively cover parts of the state, but is currently receiving approximately 260 megawatts.
The chain is a long one, but we accept all this completely because we are the last phase that you see. BEDC have no right to introduce tariff, neither Band A. We work under strict regulation.
After listening to parties, Governor Okpebholo directed the State Commissioner for Power, Barrister Paul Usembo, and the Director General of the Edo State Electrification Agency, Saturday, Egbadan, to convene a broader stakeholders meeting to further address the issues raised.
So they have to explain to us, and we have to look for a way forward. Then I also want to appeal to Azura. Their light is not here in Edo State. Taken to Ondo. We need to appeal to them so that they can extend their distribution to Benin.
A major highlight of the engagement was the presentation of a position paper by the civil society organizations. From Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
And guests on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria, have commended the infrastructural development of the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Ukpevulu, to extend and advise the governor also to extend road construction to various communities in Edo South and other areas of the state. The report filed by Esther Ogoro is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
The guests, Dr. Maxwell Osage and Bishop Lucky Omonabiese, said the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpevulu, has invested in the construction of flyover at Ramat Park and Sapele Road by Adesuwa Road Junction, while community roads are impassable, especially during the rainy season.
If it's giving the flyover 60%, the other 40%, give it to the community roads, so that we can, in case of tomorrow, we want to bring things down to urban area, we have road to bring it down. Then number two, it should not select road. Is a governor of Edo State.
The people that are taking that road, they are hungry. They don't have place to pass. You cannot even take through Sapele Road. You pass here and pass here, they just block. Ogege, at a point I was driving, go on, between Ogege and BIU. It's a problem with all the trailers and everything. No adjoining.
They appealed to Governor Monday Ukpevulu to revamp the agricultural sector in order to reduce hunger in the state. 60 Minutes Nigeria is a current affairs program aired on Thursday weekly from 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
Troops of the Nigerian Army have neutralized the suspected notorious kidnapper and rescued 4 kidnapped victims and arrested another suspect during separate security operations in Edo State. The operation was carried out by troops of 4 Brigade under the 2 Division Nigerian Army in collaboration with the Edo State Security Corps. A statement issued by the Assistant Director of Army Public Relations 4 Brigade Nigerian Army, Kennedy Ayanwu, says that the rescue operation took place during the 9th patrol under Operation Igbodano 1 in Warake Forest in Auchi, in Isako West Local Government Area of Edo State. Troops responding to gunshots in the forest engaged suspected kidnappers, neutralizing one of them while others fled into the bush. 4 victims identified were rescued on horse and reunited with their families. Items recovered from the neutralized suspects include 650,000 naira cash, mobile phones, footwears, and a power bank. In a separate operation in Ujeme community, in East and West Local Government Area of Edo State, troops raided a suspected kidnapper's hideout where a 39-year-old suspect, Omogbeha Solomon, was arrested. A shrine containing charms and photographs of several individuals were destroyed during the raid, while the suspect have been handed over to the Nigerian Police Force, the Ekboma Division, for further investigation. Commander of the 4 Brigade, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, commended the troops and reaffirmed the Army's commitment to protecting lives and properties in Edo State. And with that, to call it a wrap of the ITV News for tonight, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. From all of us here, do have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Jesus. Our God is faithful.
You do many things in your name.
Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God,
I call you faithful.
oh, you're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus.
I call you faithful.
You're the man that thinks in your name.
I call you faithful.
Faithful God. Elohim is the name. Elohim. Adonai is the name. Elohim is your name. Adonai is your name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Jesus.
I call you faithful.
You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh,
I call you faithful.
you're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus.
I call you faithful.
You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God, faithful God, faithful God, you're the man that thinks in your name. Ha! Jesus, faithful God, faithful God, faithful God, you're the man that thinks in your name. call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
And you'll see Nigeria doing amazing things all over the world, from entertainment to business, to technology. Nigerians are among the most successful and the most creative people in the world. Now, some persons just attribute all of this to social media noise. Nigerians are just noisy people. They love to blow their trumpet a lot. So do you think this is just noise, or we have what it takes to back it up? And this, I'd like to say welcome to another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Today we're discussing a very important topic: opportunities versus noise. Is Nigeria ready for global attention? My name is Harry Aigboje, and it's a pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, I've got two gentlemen in the house with me, and these people are social impact commentators, and they are quite grounded in this field. To my far left is someone who is a public affairs analyst, and he goes by the name of Kingsley Ikeke. Welcome on board, sir.
Good to be back.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. And of course, seated next to him is Favor Sadzi. He is a social impact commentator. Welcome on board, Favor.
Always a pleasure.
It's a pleasure having you. All right, so opportunities versus noise. Is Nigeria ready for global attention? Now, Nigerians are the loudest people in the world, and that's a fact. Loudest in terms of we are not just successful, we are not just doing well, we blow our trumpet a lot. And I don't think there's any other people in the world that are as loud as we are. But the question is it just noise, or we have what it takes to back it up? So the first question I'd like to ask is Nigeria's growing global visibility driven by genuine progress or just social media noise? I'd like you to take the first shot. Favor.
Yeah, if you look at it from a vantage point of view, you realize that we do really have all it takes to sustain that engagement that we have at the social media level.
Okay.
But what we've seen over time is it's a case of this steep graph coming down steeply. Okay. So we grow so very high, and we reach climax so fast, and the drop is steep. And that is evident in the fact that if you look at most of the online celebrities, influencers over time, there's a continuous recycling. You don't have one person that has been there for a very long time still relevant today. After a year, you see this person fizzle out. After another 1 year, you see another set of persons. After another 1 year, you see another set of persons. It has not been sustainable, and that's because of the cultural trend that we have here. It's always a case of
who's relevant at the moment.
At that point, who has it, and before you know it, it's another person. And that goes a long way to tell about the kind of content that makes these persons popular.
The kind of content that makes them popular. What kind of content do you think makes them popular?
If you look at the trend,
what kind of content do we produce in this part of the world?
Basically, our kind of content is always around entertainment.
Okay. And are you saying entertainment contents are not, sustainable?
They've not been. Looking at what we have, they've not been. It's always about trend. What happens when the trend dies? It means that person's character also dies. And if that person cannot hop on the next trend, that person also is long forgotten.
Becomes irrelevant.
Yes, and because you also realize that age is a factor, and the biodata of people who occupy this social media space at the moment are the Gen Zs.
Okay.
So these people are moved by trend, and trend is not always going to be sustainable.
All right, Mr. Kingsley, what's your take on that? Is Nigeria's global visibility driven by, genuine progress or just social media noise?
For me, I think it's both ways.
Okay.
Your visibility could be towards a positive trend or a negative trend.
Okay.
So I think that now it depends on the percentage or the the level on which your negative trends are and your positive trends are. What are you known for?
Okay.
What is Nigeria known for? And how does it affect global, recognition or your perception about the country? So I think obviously we've done well to an extent, but there are still a lot of flaws here and there. Positively, let me look at the positive part of it first of all. In the entertainment industry, like you mentioned, we've done well.
Okay.
When it comes to music, we are the leading nation in Africa. Afrobeat is still the very number one till date. When it comes to Nollywood, in Africa, we are still the leading brand.
Okay.
Till date, it has been sustained to an extent because it has its own cultural content. Like that content has remained.
Or would you say we have the right structure to keep it going?
Yeah, I'll get there.
Okay.
I'm looking at the positive.
Okay. Okay.
Because structurally we have not gotten there.
Okay.
We are still very far behind.
Okay.
When you look at it, look at the sport arena. We have a Joshua, who is a world champion, even though he's not a world champion currently. We have an Osimhen, we have Ademola. Those are prominent players in the field of sports, and they are making their. So you can imagine how much those guys earn per game or per week.
Okay.
And I want to believe that Nigeria is one of the youngest population in the world, and with a lot of talents. The major challenge, like you said, infrastructure is one. Structurally, we are bad. We are defective. The nation itself does not help you to promote your innate ability. What you see with Osimhen and Ademola is common with many Nigerians who are unknown and never had the chance to be exposed. So the talents are there. It's the harnessing of the talent that is the problem, and the environment to allow the talent to blossom. That's the issue. Globally, we have done well. Look at the digital line, the tech line.
Tech line, okay.
We are still the leading in Africa. We are among the very best in Africa.
So I guess it's safe to say that Nigeria is at the forefront, culturally speaking.
But if you look at most of those things that we are leading on, you will see little or no government contribution. It's pure raw talent from individuals. That's why I said structurally we have not gotten it right.
So it's the private sectors that are driving this?
Private sector, personal endowment, your raw talent, God-given talent, your passion, your crave, your exposure has been our major. It has shown that ordinarily we are gifted, we are talented, we are driven. Like you said, we're not noisy. When we make noise, it's just that we're trying to let you know what we carry.
Okay.
Though the environment try to limit our capacity, we know what we carry. And you can always attest to that when we shift the environment. Go to the US. I was reading an article recently where Trump was commending a Nigerian lady, one Wonkolo, who is part of the aerospace team. At 26, she had her PhD in the US, not in Nigeria.
Okay.
She's one of the best aero scientists available as we speak today. And there's so many of them like that. And most times we don't even know them because they're not in the social media, so we don't know that we have such challenge. Resident in foreign countries driving the economy of those countries. So we have them. So, but when you look back home, you now look at what are we selling from the home front? Okay. The perception of people outside, that's not very good.
Okay,
it's
so
not done a very good job.
The
image is not good. There's trust issue. There's the Yahoo issue. There's the kidnapping issue, there's the banditry, so many things that are not allowing these potentials to flourish to the maximum. So there's so many factors limiting us. But ordinarily, we are endowed. We are among the most blessed, I keep using that word, most blessed nation in the world, both human resources and mineral resources, we are about the most blessed. Wow. There's no other nation that rivals us. If we had our potentials right, we should not be, within the first three most productive country in the world, we should fall among the first three.
In the world?
I'm telling you the truth.
Interesting.
We should.
Okay, we should. All right, now he just talked about rivalry. And Nigeria's image on the global stage, is one that comes with mixed feelings, right? As Nigerians, we are proud people. We are proud of what we've accomplished so far. And like he said, we are just vocal about what we are or who we are, right? So it's not necessarily that we are noisy, but we just love to, brag about what we've achieved. And I think that's one of the issues that some other African countries have with Nigerians. If you take a look at some of our neighboring countries, like Ghana, even some countries in far away South Africa, do you understand? Countries like Namibia, they have issues with Nigerians. They have issues with the fact that Nigerians are doing very well, and they are not just doing well, but they are very vocal about their achievements. How do you think this impacts on us on the global stage? How do you think other people from other countries see Nigerians in the light of what you've analyzed so far?
I think perception for Nigerians or Nigeria has been self-inflicted. I'll explain what I mean. I read some recently in the news where one Favor Philly was having issues, and somehow she dropped the Nigerian team and was now running for Turkey. Okay. Yeah, Turkey. Yeah. And I was okay. Let me delve further to see what the problem was, and I realized that she issued a statement that was tagged under the Nigerian Sports Federation statement that said at the point she was becoming uncontrollable, and therefore they removed her from the list that was supposed to feature in the competition twice on 2 different occasions. By uncontrollable, do they by any means mean insubordinate? Maybe that was what they meant, but when I read further, it further buttressed the fact that she was becoming insubordinate. Okay. But to what extent did you sacrifice a country's reputation for ego? Because all I see here is ego. Because she hasn't been subordinate to Nigerians. It's just a few number of persons that have that perception about her. She has always been ready to play for the country. Okay. So at what point did the uncontrollability or whatever it is called now come into play? You understand? So now this is not a perception that has been created by a few Nigerians for Nigerians. This is a perception that has been created by a body that represents the nation with authority. So outsiders looking at that act by the Sports Federation. Okay. No, not Favor now. Okay. The Federation. The Federation itself. All right. By yanking her name out on several occasions, and even when she appealed, she wasn't giving response. She was embarrassed in publicly. That embarrassment would have been to her, but it was a national disgrace. It was an embarrassment to the nation. But that perception is there and will always be there, because what people will see for Nigerians or see Nigerians as people who are not serious. So I guess her loyalty has been switched to Turkey now. Without even asking questions. It did switch, and they accepted her with open arms. They didn't even discriminate. We would have discriminated. Even in Nigeria here, we discriminate against Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. But they accepted that. Would we accept a Ghanaian to come and run for us? The nation will run and say, no, 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 how be it? You understand? So these things are before we look at internal problems, we look at the people who are placed at the helm of affairs to run the country. They have not been doing a good job. Okay, so the people at the helm of affairs have not been doing a good job. They haven't been doing a good job. Well, as we progress on the program, you would probably open our eyes to what needs to be done by the powers that be to ensure that the global image of Nigerians, takes a positive turn. Well, it's still flip side on independent television. We have to go on this break now. When we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Yes, welcome back. It's still flip side on independent television, and we're discussing opportunities versus noise. Is Nigeria ready for global attention? Now, here's the next question, and it has to do with the economy. I know you glossed over it earlier, okay? How prepared is Nigeria's economy to handle the increased foreign investment and scrutiny? Because nowadays we see lots of people saying they don't want to come to Nigeria to invest. How does the economy, or what role do you think the economy has to play in this?
I think the drivers of the economy have not done the very best of jobs. But I also checked and I found that there are some level of improvement. For instance, the CBN is something that the current government did that even though I may not like the way they approached it, that I still appreciate. For instance, the harmonization of the exchange rate is a blessing. Okay. Because you cannot just wake up one day and the next day you are a billionaire without doing anything, because you get your official rate from the CBN, and the next day you go to the bureau de change and you make an exchange. Nobody wants to come and invest in such an environment, because it's not a true test of the economy. Okay. So CBN has done something good there to harmonize the exchange rate, and even the removal of subsidy blessing. It allows people to think. But that came with a lot of controversy. Yeah, because it was not planned. The way it was introduced was draconian. There was no human face. You don't just come on the very first. Look, you saw the way it rocketed. when it was announced. You ought to have had a master plan that allowed the people to gradually, conform to the new your new directive. Because a lot of persons have made themselves billionaires through this subsidy issue. Okay. You get fuel for an amount abroad, importing to Nigeria, you are paid, and that same fuel is smuggled to a neighboring African country. Is the height of corruption. So removing those things have given some investors some confidence. So on the positive, they've done some good job. But let's look at the structure. Let's look at the infrastructure, for instance. Do you know that as at today, the entire major capital cities of states are not connected by train? It's an aberration. In fact, your road network is part of your economic viability. So if somebody has a product, to move them from one point to the other is a challenge.
From one city
it's a challenge, yeah. Then the issue of insecurity, you're asking investors to come and make investment in a place that's not secured. Somebody comes from abroad, we're talking about foreign investors. We talk about Nigerians abroad who are well-to-do. We have lots of them abroad who are well-to-do, who would have loved to come and invest in the country. But even when they come, where is the land? If there's a land, where are the access roads to the land? So there are challenges. But like I said, the economy digitally, the young men have done well. You've heard of Flutterwave. Flutterwave is owned by a Nigerian. You've heard of Paystock. Paystock is held by a Nigerian. You have OP. As I said, we are the biggest. When it comes to digital economy, we are the biggest. Because we have the population, we have the age brackets. In fact, Nigeria ranks among the first 5 countries that are most prominent in the social media. In fact, if you want to get the Nigerians population, go to social media. They are always there. And when you have a young, vibrant country like that, with this this number of youths, active youths, you have a very vibrant economy. So what we see play out is that the youth on their own have done well. I just mentioned a few, they've done well on their own, but some of them are limited, some of them are talented, but they don't have the finance for exposure. We don't have the forum where their talents are harnessed and promoted. Because if you look at the Nigerian foreign earning template, at the time, when I was following it there, at the time, diaspora remittances was the second largest foreign earner after oil. That's those Nigerians working abroad, what they remit to the Nigerian coffers. But today, it's the third, it's not the second. Now, the non-oil sector, the agric and some other areas have now taken over the second position. Wow. Now, I was talking about digital economy just now. Nigerian digital economy, for what I gathered, is almost 20% of the GDP of the country. Now, imagine if government, they are planning to, they have some programs they have announced, like I don't have problem with their policies. Most times what I have problem with their implementation.
Okay,
you have a program here.
We don't have a policy problem.
No, we have never had a policy problem. We have some challenges in our policy, but then it has never been policy per se. It has been more of what implementation of those policies that were enacted. That's where the challenges are. You see, so what we have gained so far, like I said, is just a product of people's passion, vision that are driven by passion. Yeah, creativity and their passion. So they've done well. The GDP today is almost over 90% non-oil. The arrival of Dangote, I think some boy is working on something else, of private refinery, has practically reduced importation of fuel. Imagine taking your currency.
That we are gradually moving away from over dependence on oil.
Not really. We are moving, but it's very slow. Right now we used to be more than 90% revenue coming from oil. I think now it's about 80 to 90. Yes, it has declined a little bit. The non-oil sector is coming in. Digital economy is coming in. But the pace is slow, because of many factors. And among the factors I've not mentioned, the one that has the multi-hydra head is the corruption we talk about. Is the biggest of all the problem.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kingsley. I saw you laughing, Mr. Favor. Now, I would like you to speak more to the issue of structure that he mentioned, and then he also made mention of corruption as a factor, responsible for the slow pace of our movement away from the overdependence on oil, to other sectors of the economy. What do you have to say to that?
I'm yet to see some of the benefits of the removal of subsidy. Like he mentioned, he said it's a blessing. I've not seen it. I've not seen it. I'm still yet to see it.
Don't you think you haven't, taken a more cursory look at it yet?
If he would tell me now. he highlighted the fact that there are blessings.
Okay.
But specifically, he didn't mention any of these blessings. We still went ahead to still discuss more problems. And even the Hydra-headed corruption.
Yeah.
So where's the blessing? Because the last time I checked, from the time subsidy was removed till now, I've not seen anything that has gotten better. Either in this implementation of the policy, in the standard of living, or what else do we have to consider? I've not seen. So if he says there are blessings, maybe there are some people who are having these blessings, and whilst there are some, it then brings another problem again. Why some persons will be enjoying benefits than some, and that's corruption. So the problem is
because I know he made mention of the fact that some persons have become billionaires, out of the benefits of the.
Do I give an information?
Okay.
Right now, what they share at the Treaty of Government is over $1 trillion. Now, what people don't understand is that Nigeria has 3 major executive order: the federal, the state, and the local government. Virtually every state, their revenue gotten from the federal share has been almost triple.
Wow.
It means we are not holding the right people accountable. And as we learned recently, they've been trying to allow the local government to run autonomously. I mean, have their own structure and run their.
Are the right people?
So the problem we are having is not that the money is now very much in abundance in the hands of state governors and as well as local government chairmen. But the issue is that the corruption issue is still there.
That's what we're saying. That how does this blessing affect Mama Chika at New Benin Market?
Okay, the common man out there.
That's what we're talking about, because when it's time to vote, it is this woman that will go to meet to say, cast your vote. So all of these things that he has mentioned are only on paper. And if he had not even mentioned it now, I don't know. I perhaps might never have gotten to know. We are talking about reality. What is on ground? How does it affect my next paycheck? So you can't tell me they are blessed. It's like giving me money and telling me you cannot spend it. Of what use is
the sense of having money?
That's why you say, "Oh, I've been giving you money." They used to do it to us while we were younger, and they would dash you money. Your mother will collect the money and tell you
to hold it in trust.
You won't finally go to meet her and say, "Mommy, that money they dash me, that they tell you all the food you have been eating since yesterday. Which one do you think I used to buy it?" Corruption.
Okay.
So if Nigeria is telling us that Nigerians, we are giving you so much money, don't take this money. The day we not decide to spend, Nigeria will not say, "Oh no, all the foreign whatever we've been doing, it was from that money. Please don't spend." It begs the question why we have this money. So structurally, there are a lot of questions that will be asked that we may never find answers to. The system is corrupt. The next generation is corrupt. The one after that generation is corrupt. The one before is corrupt. Everybody is waiting in line in that corruption trend. So it is a case of you go, let me do my own. Nobody is there for
turn by turn.
Oh my God. Nobody wants to do the right thing. In fact, the right thing comes at the cost of your personal mental health.
It's funny, but at the same time, it's disheartening. And we are hoping that at the end of this program, we'll be able to profess solutions rather than just focusing on the problems. Now, I would like to ask you this, Mr. Kingsley. Are Nigerian youths being equipped with skills to compete in the global marketplace? Beyond the talents and the, should I say, expertise that some of them have actually acquired personally? Because most of these guys, just became what they are by personal development. Some, acquire skills by undergoing online trainings and the rest of them. But do you think we are equipping these people? I'm talking about the federal government now, our leaders. Are we equipping them enough to be prepared for the marketplace, the global marketplace?
It's okay. I'll answer that question. But let me say something on what he said.
Let's just try not to dwell too much.
No, I won't dwell so much on it. I was looking at the merits and the demerits. That we've not gotten there doesn't mean that the actions were not right. Because for me, for now, for the very first time, the foreign reserve has crossed the 50 billion mark. You see, those are signs of stability for a foreign investor. If he brings his money here, he's sure of the risk that if anything happens to his money, there's a risk. There's a place he can get his money from. So it gives them some bit of confidence to invest.
But we've had more.
I know implementation, like I said earlier, had always been a problem. That's why
I think that's where the disparity lies.
That's why probably have not really enjoyed some of these benefits. None of us really enjoyed it the way it should be. But it doesn't mean that there are no right steps being taken. There are some major shortfalls, and there are some right steps. Now, I talked about the youth being equipped. There's this NIA, it's called the Nigerian Youth Academy. I think it was flagged up by this current administration. The vice president did that flag up. The focus is on digital skill, digital literacy, technical skill, and entrepreneurship training for youths. Now, as we speak, I'm in a system, I'm in an institution where training goes on. I mean, Edo State Polytechnic Center.
Okay.
Now, we have an entrepreneurship center. The way we are going now is that for your semester in school, one semester is devoted strictly for training, not the regular marker and chalk kind of, teaching, but acquiring a skill before leaving that place of learning. But if for any reason you don't get an employment by your certificate, you will not get an employment by your technical skill. So it's not mandatory, starting from this year or thereabout, that you cannot graduate without having a certificate that says that he's a certified tailor, even though he has a diploma in mechanical engineering. He's a certified farmer.
From the institution.
Yes, you are a BSc holder, whatever you call yourself, but you are what do you call those that do cosmetics or whatever, a specialist. Okay. You have that as an addendum to whatever you have acquired from your regular school of study. Okay. Now, sometimes you may go to school to study a particular program that maybe you had a flair for, but that may not be your innate ability. Okay. In the course of going through the four walls of the high institution, you're able to find that you have a flair for something different
from what you went for.
Exactly.
Okay.
And when you focus there, you end up getting your first degree, but your eventual hobby tilts in the other direction and makes you a very popular and wealthy person.
All right.
And it's not what you study that's actually making you, what you are currently.
All right, hold that thought, Mr. Kingsley. I know you have a whole lot more to say in that regard, but we have to go on this very important break now. When we return, Flip Side continues. Don't go nowhere.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Yes, it's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on independent television. And Mr. Kingsley was saying something about, the role of the economy in preparing the minds of the youths, to compete on the global level. Yeah, you can take it from there.
Okay. Like I said, we're working on that at the tertiary level, trying to ensure that pupils who are going through the regular schooling trend have the technical skills. And when they add the ingenuity of the tertiary education into their technical skill, we believe they will come out better.
Okay. And
the government is doing that at the federal level, the state level. I don't know much about the local government level on those matters. But there are challenges. For instance, now, you are doing something that is technical and it needs power supply. Okay. And you have a 1-week program. And sometimes you have 2-3 days there's no light. And you are not having any power available alternative for your program. The whole program is already grounded. And the epileptic power till today is still an issue yet unresolved. And no economics thrive without power. In fact, one of your fundamentals is power. Because even if somebody comes out and starts his own venture, and there's no power to power the business, he goes back to alternative power supply, which is generator and shell. If he builds that into his costs, it's not going to be profitable at the end of the day. Because you pay more when you generate your own power than when you pay to NEPA.
Okay.
And that is a problem we are still facing. Then the issue of implementation and fairness. Even when we are picking certain persons for training, sometimes we are not objective, we are not fair. People should be picked based on either their flair or their somebody's going for a training, like even in our sector, it does happen. There's a training for technical staff. And the professor says he wants to go for the training. And he goes there, maybe it's outside the country because he wants to travel out. He goes outside the country into a workshop or a laboratory. And the machines there, he cannot operate them. We don't have values for technicians. It's a problem. Even the artisans on the roadside, there are some talented artisans on the roadside who should be brought into the regular higher institution. Okay. To even lecture some of those academia, because most of them are designers. I mean, they do more of design. But those technical guys, you can instruct them, they'll give you this is my design. Now interpret my design in real form, in a viable form, so a tangible
in other words,
form.
They offer more of practicals than
what so we're trying to bridge that gap. We're doing that right now, bringing some of those artisans who are skilled, even certificating them where necessary, getting them to work alongside with us Because you cannot deny the fact that if you go to Aba today, some of the best shoes are there, best outfits are there. Sometimes it takes some of those things outside Aba to neighboring country and label them and bring them back and call it made in China. Once the name has entered made in China, that's what I want to buy. Because we have a perception that whatever comes from the foreign man or the white man is better than us.
Isn't that what the late Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana meant by neo-colonialism?
Exactly. That mindset is a mindset that nobody can change. Our products. Okay, take for example, what is the branded vehicles for Nigerian government? I think there was a time when we had Peugeot as our branded vehicle. Why don't we have some local branded car manufacturers as our branded vehicles? You see, when you don't encourage what you have, it doesn't matter how skillful they are. They will just die local champions.
What about people like
they will end up being champions?
You said?
Innocent Motors, yeah, the Innocent.
Innocent is there. Outside Innocent, there are other two car manufacturing company in Nigeria. There's one in Lagos and I think one again in the north, who are indigenous car manufacturers. Over 70% of their work or their parts are built within Nigeria.
And we are struggling to even know them.
No. You know, I said it's one of our meetings, you see the National Assembly, who should legislate in that order. What we call the local content in Nigerian constitution. That means you must promote local content. You are legislating local content, you are trying to encourage local content, you are going to purchase your own vehicle, official vehicle for Nigerians, and you go abroad to ask for Toyota Padro.
Sorry to cut you. The only indigenous product Nigerian politicians can die for is the PVC. They can do anything to promote
it again. All right, let me ask you this favor, since you are so eager to respond, right? I would like us to address the issue of transitional, should I say administrative transition, whereby a certain regime, has set certain things in motion, certain policies in motion, and then a new regime comes on board and dismantles everything completely, all in the name of trying to, discredit the old administration, and of course establishing their own relevance. What do you make of that?
You see this politics we've played over the years where, there's always this discontinuity in policies, discontinuity in implementation. It's going to eat us more than we can ever imagine. Because you look at an administration and you want to look at the statistics of how much progress they've made over time. It is evident, you can see it, and it's bilateral. Then you don't want to juxtapose it with the current administration and realize that it is totally polarized. I mean, it's a case of plus and minus. They have no bearing at any point to meet.
They're like light and darkness.
You understand? And nobody's even talking about it. And guess what? The the beneficiaries of these 8 years that just passed are keeping mute. So the problem is not even by the government itself. It is by the people who are even direct beneficiaries of these good deeds. So how about, for example, my sister was a beneficiary of the last administration in Edo State. She applied for a grant and she got it.
So you don't expect her to ever speak ill of the administration?
If you ask her about that last administration, what did the administration do for you? She will tell you, I wrote a proposal for a grant, I got the grant, and I was also given a laptop. It is evident, it is testimonial, it is physical.
You think that's not valid?
That's super valid. Those are the kind of blessings we are talking about. Not the one that is
individualistic blessings.
Not the one that is being written on paper and they'll quote it on TV and we'll read and they'll tell. No, we want to. How does it affect the common Nigerian? The common.
But you will also agree with me that there are some persons, within the same population who did not quite benefit, just like your sister.
Exactly.
So what kind of language or what kind of song
do you expect her to sing?
She benefited not because she knew anybody in the government house. She benefited not because her father was anybody.
Based on meritocracy.
It was based on merits. So if anybody who is somewhere saying he or she did not benefit, what did you put on the table? There are yardsticks for all of these. I just told my father is a nobody in the States, but her daughter is a beneficiary.
Okay, thank you so much, Favor. Now, I would like to ask you this, Mr. Kingsley. Is there something you would like to respond
I will chip something in because, everybody has a stake in the national cake.
The polity.
Thank God for what your sister benefited. I can also tell you that the arrival of this current government cleared my bulk of backlog of arrears. I was owed my place of work. Not just us. If you are conversant with Ikiado Law and Igoraki, which was closed, some of them went to court. They won cases. That's why you can see everybody has his merit. That's what I see life. Okay. Everybody has his area where he or she is good. What we pray for is that your advantage, your area where you are good, be more prominent. Those that have, some have died, but those people that thought that there was no more hope, you started paying them their arrears. As of December, they've paid 2 tranches. He broke those payments into 3 tranches. And he was not the one that acknowledged the debt, but he said, no, it's unfair. He has paid them. Justice runs into billions, not millions. And I want to say the person on board has not done his good deed. He has done. Currently, we heard there was commission, is it not some few days ago? I spoke with a friend of mine who works in the local government. 3 kinds of vehicle, I think tractor, payloader, and there's a third one, grader. You know, each local government has been given such to ensure that the roads leading to the main routes are graded. That's why sometimes we have to hold some little people. I called my friend, say, council as a majority leader, what are you doing? They said they gave you guys 3 vehicles of this nature. Because what we are doing is that sometimes we put the entire blame on the center or on the state governor. We forgot that there are other stratas that helps the government to function effectively. Just some of them are so close to who should hold them. Then one reason why they change policies, you know, it's not just about the leaders alone, it's about us. Somebody started a project, very wonderful project. He did a project, started a project, and I came to see that it's good. And I want to complete that project. Now, instead of it to also acknowledge that I complimented or completed his project for him, if he's campaigning for his person, he will say, I'm the initiator of that project. I'm the one that, he will not acknowledge me that came to complete the project he left uncompleted. So because of that, and I say, instead of him to take the glory, I start a new project. That's the mentality. See, we should respect each other. If a particular government leaves, look at what they've done well and improve on it. Don't just discard them. Then if somebody improves on what you have done or finish what you have started, accord him the respect that I started this project. You know, Paul was saying, I planted, Apollos watered. Yeah. It's God that giveth the increase. We should have that complementary attitude. You know, this attitude of trying to bring people down just to elevate yourself. That's why I said, if men were God, nobody will be existing. We should appreciate each other for whatever values we...
To expand and become a bigger employer of labor. To expand and become a bigger employer of labor. But you look at the factors that, you know, contribute to scalability and growth, and you realize that they are not there. Okay. I liked what Mr. Kingsley mentioned a while ago. Power. Mr. Kingsley mentioned a while ago. Power. For every business to thrive, you cannot remove power. The moment you start generating your own power, you are doing negative business. How so? Do you know the cost of diesel if you are using a diesel generator? Do you know the cost of petrol?
So in a nutshell, you're running at a loss.
It's just a matter of time. When you look at the books, the next thing you do is close up. It's either you do that or you start overcharging for your services. Okay. Now, when you start charging for your overcharging for your services, what does patronage now turn out to be? So all of these factors are very important. Then another thing is the technical know-how. Sometimes we start businesses with little or no idea. We just go into the business because we hear, oh, this is what's trending now. Okay. This was trending now. This was trending. Oh, this one. I hear some money there. Or if you just invest here now, money will come. You put money in there, and at the end of the day, do you know how many filling stations have been sold, resold, sold, resold, and resold over and they change the paint, they change the name, they change the management. We don't. Are you talking about hospitality business, hotels, and you see today this hotel is booming. Now these are the peculiar businesses in this part of Nigeria. Okay. We don't even have industries as much. The only time you want to consider industries when you go to the Sapomba area and all of those places. Now, I spoke with a friend who owns one of the metal processing plant there, and when he showed me the bill for power generation in one particular month, 3 months that BDC decided to say they were not going to supply power, they had to close. They took a break. They told everybody, go home first. We cannot cope. When power is restored, we start operations again. That's how bad it can get. Okay. So what happens to an entrepreneur that probably took a loan to scale the business? So
they bid to probably go international.
Yes. So at that point, you are at the mercy of probability. Anything can happen. There's no assurance for anything.
There's no assurance for anything. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. We shall be going on our final break on the show. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. And like I said before we went on that break, this is the final lap of the show. Now, I'd like to ask this question. How does the corruption perception affect our image on the global level? I'd like you to respond to that, Favor.
It's a simple thing. You cannot put your money where there are too many uncertainties. At least every businessman wants an assurance for either you make profit or you break even.
Okay.
So if none of this is in sight, then there's no point in investing. What we've seen over time and the current perception of the country, as far as corruption is concerned, is appalling. It's very appalling. You
Do you think that's discouraging investors, foreign investors?
Of course it is. We've seen investors that even left in the last 4 or 5 years. The ones we even had on ground could not cope. They had to leave. How do you explain a country where you can wake up tomorrow and the policy changes overnight, and you are left at the mercy of nothing? There was a point let me cite a clear example. At a point in Lagos, we had this Go-Kada something. You know, you have an app, you want to take a ride, you book from the app, a bike comes, and you know you can move about. The employment rate as at that time in Lagos became very high. We had a lot of people who got themselves jobs by just buying a bike. But what happened one day? All of a sudden, the government woke up and said, everybody take your bike and leave. At that point, families were devastated. There were people who already were doing well for themselves because they could ride a bike.
They went back to square one.
They went back to square one. They had to start thinking of other businesses that were not there. Some had to relocate. Some had to take their bike to neighboring states, which, of course, you cannot compare a system with structure and a system with no structure. In Lagos, there was structure. There was an app. It was organized. It was coordinated. And everybody was happy. So transportation was being coordinated between commuters, riders, and all sorts. Okay. But now what do we have? So in that kind of, and these were Chinese-owned companies.
Okay.
So when that happened, they laughed and said, okay, good. We'll never make this mistake again. It was possible for them to have moved their app from Lagos State to another state, but did they do that? They went off for good. That's just one out of many cases. So it is a serious crisis to when you realize that, oh, anything can just happen. Anything can just happen.
Anything can just happen. Mr. Kingsley, corruption perception, how do you think this affects us on the global stage? And how does it affect our economy in the long run?
Well, I think it's the biggest challenge that we have. Nobody, like I said, nobody wants to put his money where he has no certainty. There are no assurances. And that's why I said the foreign reserve has gone up. You know, there are some kind of business that comes into your country. The agreements you enter for any of these possible fluctuations, the country is held liable. Okay. And you can only hold a country liable if there's an asset to hold. So when you have, like what they are doing also in CBN, this recapitalization, every international bank should have at least 500 billion, you know, as their capital base.
Okay.
Is a way of assurance that, okay, we know that we are not a certain kind of government, but there are assurances to show that if your money gets missing, there are people you can hold, you can take to court. We've had some court cases, international court cases. Okay. Some we've lost, some we've won, because the people saw assets that they could seize if certain thing happens to those agreements. Like he said, a new government is on board, enter into an MOU with a foreign partner. Yeah. That government leaves office, the other government scraps it. It's not headed anywhere, because the government that entered into that MOU or that agreement is a legal government, and that agreement is binding. Okay. Except you can cite flaws in the agreement, it should be kept since it's bounded by law. So it's this issue of your capital base, your foreign reserve, that also assures them that, okay, in the advent of you derailing in the agreement, there is a way to hold you accountable.
Even in the face of threat.
Yes, because the issue of corruption now in Nigeria is not something that I don't think is something that we can really address. It's something like part of us. It's not a problem. It's part of, I don't want to put it, if I call it a problem, it's a systemic problem. It's almost everybody's involved in it. That's the bad thing. Those who are looking for admission to school, higher institution, they engage in it. The time they were selling admission for certain, I don't want to start naming, for certain amount of money. It was not hidden. Then there are preferences that is biased to genuine talents.
Okay.
Even at the very lowest areas you can find, even at home, there are biases. It's terrible. So it's not an issue that is isolated to the government alone. Even in churches, it's not isolated. You go to some churches, let me just, I won't name any name. Yeah. You see a church, you see the GO, the second in command, the third in command, to the 10th in command, they are from one state or one country or one tribe. Yeah. You will not see someone from a different state being the second in command. As if God is now biased selecting your tribal people.
Israel.
So it's a funny thing. So I don't know, call it it's a problem that what we try to do is to minimize.
Okay.
I don't think we can really.
You don't think we can
for now solving this problem? No. If I tell you how,
the problem is
it's almost entrenched. So we can minimize it, like what they do to us in TED Fund, the Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Okay. What they do is that they give you a certain amount of money which you must retire.
All right.
If you don't retire, your chief executive is held liable. Okay, so you are a staff there. Your documents, your wherever you are is known. They can track you. You must pay back. Okay. So you get it done, and there's a check and balance.
Okay.
Outside that, if there's no check and balance, and nobody can be held liable if you default, there's nothing they can run to if you fail. There is a problem.
So in a nutshell, you're saying that corruption has become so systemic, and part and parcel of our system.
We can only minimize it.
Okay. In what ways? In less than 1 minute, in what ways do you think it can be minimized?
Well, like I said, for instance, now I'm a governor.
Okay.
He's one of my very major supporters, and I want him to have a contract.
Okay.
I should give him the contract, fine, because he was a supporter. But I should ensure that he does it, because he will still make his profits.
Okay.
The idea of him just taking the money and there's no execution, no penalty, I think is wrong. So we should be able to tell ourselves certain truths. I saw something from, I think, a coffee production line, I think somewhere in Taraba by Danjuma.
Okay.
Even if you steal money, I'm going in that direction now.
You are not encouraging.
The money that you stole, invest it from where you stole it.
Okay. All right, I'll take that to be your final submission. Now, in less than 10 seconds.
I feel people should work hard enough to earn whatever they get.
Okay.
I also feel that Nigerians, and Nigeria as a country is not ready for global attention. A Nigerian may be ready, but Nigeria as a country, they are not ready.
A Nigerian might be ready, but Nigeria as a country isn't ready for global attention. Well, I hope we start positioning ourselves to be ready for global attention, because whether we like it or not, the world is watching us. Okay, so we must learn to start positioning ourselves just so we can meet the world's demands. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I want to say a very big thank you to my guest for being a part of the show today. And of course, a big thank you to you out there too for, riding with us from start to finish. Until I come your way again, same time, same station next week. It's been Flipside on Independent Television. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Of the morning to you. Welcome to the program. This is This Morning on ITV, right here on Independent Television. over the next 3 hours, we are going to be going through the political scene and also trending conversation as well on TMI Socials. Welcome on board. I am Anwoluwakbo Stevens. So much to talk about today, from the security architecture up until what transpired yesterday with the press conference we had with the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, coming out to give us insight as regards what the President does state regarding what has been going on in Lagos and Abuja airports. That is also going to shape our conversation this morning. And also, we are going to look critically at what is going on right now with the state policing debates resurfacing after so many years. Interestingly, it has been on the front burner just by the side, and interestingly, it has come up again. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more this morning. Welcome on board. Do well to grab yourself a cup of tea and join the conversation. Well, I have my interesting, I would say, emphasis on interesting colleague right here in the studio, Harry Agboje. Good morning, Harry.
Good morning, Anu Oluwakbo Stevens. Sorry, I was going to say Anu Stevens, and I realized that, you know, there's a penalty that goes with that.
Of course.
You look gorgeous.
Thank you so much. I try. You look great too.
Yeah, I mean, if you had not returned the favor, we would have had issues.
Oh dear.
Anyways, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Benin City. Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Abuja. And good morning, Nigeria.
Of course, good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, world. We also have our colleague in Lagos, Patricia. Good morning. Looking ravishing as always. How are you doing today? Patricia, if you can hear me. Okay, so whilst we're trying to get connectivity with Patricia, Patricia's on already. Good morning, Patricia. How are you?
Good morning, Anu. Thank you for the compliment. And you look very well done this morning.
Okay, and we also have our colleague right there in Abuja. Good morning, welcome on board. Let's see who we have. Good morning, welcome. Right.
Good morning, Anu, and good morning, Harry.
Okay, now let's have a really tea-tatty conversation. So yesterday, President Bola Tinubu did suspend the cashless payment system at airport toll gates across the country, now following widespread gridlock that has caused passengers to miss their flights. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, announced the suspension yesterday after the Federal Executive Council meeting at the State House in Abuja. Well, he said that the President directed an immediate return to the status quo while a more efficient system is developed. What do you make out of this, Harry?
Well, the recurring decimal of gridlocks in virtually all the sectors of the country. I mean, whenever Nigerians have to do anything, it always, you know, finds a way, you know, to end up in a gridlock. And the big question is, why always gridlocks? It's actually a timely intervention by the President, if you ask me, because before the introduction of the cashless policy, there was really no such thing as gridlocks. So I guess it became important and imperative that he acted swiftly. Okay, but the big question, you know, on the minds of Nigerians as usual is, does it always have to affect the elite before the needful is done? Because we know too well that...
No, but it affected everybody.
Yeah,
elites, middle class, average, everyone.
We know that not everyone can afford a flight ticket. So what happens to them? So that's basically it. Until we begin to look at, you know, policies that benefit everyone across board, then don't get me wrong, this is not, you know, me trying to fault the President's move. It was timely, like I said, and, you know, it was the right step in the right direction. But I'm saying that, you know, what's good for the goose is good, should be good for the gander. So whatever policies we are coming up with, you know, should cut across, irrespective of, you know, the social strata.
Okay, moving over to Patricia right there in Lagos. Now, what do you make out of this? Does this suspension mean a lack of proper planning or proper testing, you know, before its implementation at all airports in Nigeria? I don't know, I'm sure you saw the videos online with the long queues in Lagos and in Abuja airport as well. I saw a trending video of a foreigner who had to come out of the vehicle, hop on the bike, and ensure that he doesn't miss his flight. I mean, we had flight cancellation, delay, and the list actually was endless. Patricia, please.
I saw the video of the foreign man, the white man actually coming down from his vehicle to hop into a bike to be able to meet up with his flight. If you ask me, I think it's lack of proper preparation, and which is the major problem we have in Nigeria. You just can't test run something as major as that. That's wrong. You should have properly investigated and see the disadvantages and the advantages of the decisions you're making. Yes, I know. So, for me, it was lack of proper preparation, and it was a good thing that the president intervened immediately and asked that it should be suspended. Okay, so while it's suspended, they should actually put themselves together, try to get a better way out of that so that we can avoid all that we saw. It was a mess, actually. And, because it's not just us traveling. We have foreigners living amongst us who would want to travel, and then they face all of that. It's a bad name for Nigeria, if you ask me.
Of course. Now, moving over to Charity Tanko, right there in Abuja. One of the major reasons as regards to the cashless policy introduction into the system is as a result of corruption, according to the Minister of Aviation, corruption, and also to optimize revenue. Now, do you think this is going to lay hold in the long run? Because Festus Keyamo, listening to him yesterday, he did state that it is not an end to the policy, it's just a quick halt for them to reconvene and have a more greater strategy moving forward.
Well, the question is, why even start a policy without proper arrangements, without proper sensitization, awareness, and everything? That has been the problem with Nigeria. Nigeria is always, we are a country that you hardly find us being proactive. We are always reactive. This cashless policy at the airport should have been something that the entire government, whoever that is involved, the aviation ministry and all, sit down, take a proper look at it, make sure that everything is taken care of. Everything is taken care of, leakages and everything. And also take into consideration that Nigerians, mostly because of insecurity, a lot of people travel by air. So take into consideration that this could also mean that since they have more passengers at the airport, this could also mean that they should do it in such a way that it will not affect passengers. But of course, as it is, something must happen. People must groan before federal government will do what it is supposed to do. And as for the minister saying that this is not a total cancellation of the policy, we know it is not a total cancellation of the policy, but whatever it is that the federal government needs to do to ensure that this does not mean that Nigerians will still have to suffer while paying for something that they deserve. Whenever they are going to bring this back, it should be in such a way that it will be smooth, it will be seamless. Let people just walk in, because it's meant actually to be a good thing. It's supposed to be a good thing. That means easy booking for passengers, as well as tackling corruption and all of that. But it shouldn't be in such a way that people will have to suffer. You have to come and sit for hours through gridlocks and all of that, simply because there is a policy that just started, that has just been implemented. So we are hopeful, and Nigerians are waiting to see what next is going to be done by the federal government to ensure that this policy does not actually mean that Nigerians will have to suffer at the airports.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure this is a form of relief for a lot of the passengers who have had their own fair share right there in Lagos and also in Abuja. As of yesterday, Festus Keyamo did state that those who have the cards can also use their cards, and your monies, you can use your monies right now when you get to the toll gate at the airport. But away from that, ladies and gentlemen, let's rub minds as regards the current the current conversation with the electricity epileptic power supply we've experienced so far in the country. This is not the first time we're having this conversation. Let's hope it be the last. But interestingly, it has resurfaced again. During the course of this week, we had the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, join protesters to lament over the poor power supply in Edo State. Just yesterday, I saw that the same thing happened in Ogun State, if I'm not mistaken, right here in Nigeria. And this has actually, been something that's been on the front burner. We talk about it every time. Now, I'll take you down to 2023 when the president was campaigning to become the president of Nigeria. He did state that he is going to fix the electricity situation in the country. And if he doesn't, we shouldn't vote him back into power. How many years later, and we're still having the same situation or core, and it seems we haven't realized that he's preparing to go back come 2027. How did we get here, and why are we still rigmaroling through the same process every single time? Harry, businesses are being affected. I mean, you have to purchase fuel. As of yesterday, the price of fuel had gone up with what is happening in the Middle East, and this is just sad.
It is sad, and it's been a major problem over the years. One would have thought that by now, power would have become a thing of the past, especially with the president making such a bold, should I say, pledge, back when he was campaigning to be the president of the country, and saying that if he doesn't fix it, then Nigerians shouldn't vote for him. Well, I guess the ball is in the court of Nigerians. But you see, power is the very life wire of every economy. And that's something that applies to every society in the world. And the fact that we're still grappling with the issue of power in 2026 actually says a lot about our leaders. I don't think it's something that is beyond them. In all sincerity, I believe if they have the will, the sincerity of purpose, and they really want to do something about it, they definitely will. But perhaps there's so much more to this than meets the eye. Perhaps there's some sort of politics that's going on behind the scene that Nigerians are not aware of. But whatever the problem is, I think it's high time, we did something about it. It's high time, our leaders did the needful, because a lot of businesses are suffering, just like you said. And even here in Edo State, we're not finding it funny. Let's not even go into, the governor of Edo State joining in the protests. That's an issue for another day. Perhaps, if you really want us to go into that, we will. But, I think that says a lot. It says a lot because...
What do you mean by it says a lot? There are those who have criticized the move and say, why should our governor join? You ought to be the one in charge. But he also did call on stakeholders to do the needful.
Some persons have said that was eye service at best.
For a governor, why would he want to do that?
That's a big question.
Okay,
because it's just like those that are in charge, those that are in the position to do the right thing, acting like they are suffering, or should I say, sharing in the pains of the masses. It doesn't make any sense. He's the number one man of the state, and if there's anything to be done, the bulk rests at his desk. It's just like the Osiomo power plant thing. Of course, a lot of conversations have been surrounding that. A lot of persons are saying, okay, was that not the essence of the Osiomo power plant? So why did you dismantle it? What's now the essence of dismantling it if you have the idea, the plan to do something?
A lot of questions. Yeah. Let me move back to Charity in Abuja. How is the life situation over there? Or are we just, speaking at our own end with you guys enjoying a beautiful, smooth ride? Because I did hear that the president has gotten solar panels at the presidential villa in Abuja. Charity.
So if the president has gotten solar panel in the villa, what does that tell you? It tells us that the story is the same everywhere. The story is the same everywhere. And the worst part of it is that this banding of a thing, band A, band B, band C, band D, whatever band it is, nobody in any band in Abuja is smiling right now. Well, but for me, I take it that, having been in my adult life in Nigeria, I just know that for every time within this period, there's always epileptic power supply. Then when we get to the rainy season, you begin to have some steady power supply. And the reasons has always been that according to government, rainy season, there's water, there's in dams and everything. But dry season, the water has dried up in the dam. So for me, Nigerians shouldn't be expecting anything more than that, because this has always been the case. Dry season, you have epileptic, in fact, it gets worse. It's not as if we've been having steady power supply, but it gets worse during the dry season. But rainy season, you see, you have some sort of steady power supply. Like Harry said, it is not as if Nigerians cannot do this. It is not as if the government cannot do this. And as for the president promising Nigerians in 2023 that if he does not take care of this, that he shouldn't be voted back in 2027. But we all have been seeing what is happening in preparation towards 2027. And he said, like Harry said, that it's in the hands of the voters. But as it is now, we know what it is. So I will just tell you that in Abuja here, the story is the same. People do not have steady power supply. It's just that there has not been any protest in Abuja here, but the story is the same.
Then move over to Patricia. Patricia, in Lagos, how is it like there? What urgent step do you feel the government should take at this point? Not just the government, the power distribution companies. Over time, we've heard of the government owing a lot of monies to the power distribution company in Nigeria and also the TCN. What is the way forward? How can we put an end to this? Because we have countries in the world where they get to enjoy 24-hour power supply. And when Nigerians move over there, it's as if you're in heaven. And then you come back and, you know, the story is different. Patricia.
Anna, thank you so much. You asked me a question that I should be asking you, or probably ask the government of Nigeria. I don't know what the way forward will be, because we have been seeing videos coming from other states showing how bad the power supply is in those states. We saw a video from Delta State too, where they were protesting. Back here in Lagos, it is also very terrible, but just like Charity said, we have not protested, and I don't think we will be protesting, I mean, because Lagos is a big state. I mean, don't get jealous about that. But anyways, I really don't know why it is being difficult for the government to be able to, you know, make this a reality for Nigerians. You just like you said, the president promised that if he doesn't get it right, we shouldn't vote him in. But see what is going on. 2027 is around the corner and campaigns have started. But I'm going to pick a point from Charity where she said that growing up in Nigeria, I've always known that during the dry season, the power supply is epileptic. You know, it's more like we're not having light. And the reason they say is because the Kanji Dam will be dry at the time because there will be no water in the Kanji Dam. And then during the raining season, we have steady lights, so to say. You see everybody turning off their freezers, turning off their fridges because it has blocked. What exactly is the problem? Why can't we get it right? Why does it have to be that we will be waiting for raining season to have the Kanji Dam to have water? If that's a problem, can't we have a way of supplying water to the Kanji Dam during the dry season so that there will be light for Nigerians to at least enjoy some kind of peace? You can't, go through the day, go to work, through the traffic, and you get back home, there's no light. Anyway, it's a sad story, and I know, don't ask me, because I don't know how it's going to be fixed.
Moving to you, Charity, what's in from your end this morning as regards the show?
This morning, our focus will be on the crisis in the Middle East, how it's affecting, how the crude oil prices will be affecting countries like Nigeria and other African countries. We all know that the crisis has caused the increase in in crude oil prices. And so this is what we're going to be analyzing this morning. What is it for Nigeria, especially Nigeria? What is it for Nigeria? How is it going to affect Nigeria's economy, people, purchasing power, and all of that?
Patricia, if you can hear me, please go ahead with your talk for today.
Okay, thank you, Annie. Today we're going to be talking on the International Women's Day, which is going to be celebrated March 8th on Sunday. Anyway, before I move further, I want to wish you and Charity happy International Women's Day. So we're going to be looking at that this morning from Lagos. I'm looking at the representation of women in Nigeria in politics and appointments. Do we have a percentage that favors the women in politics and appointments in Nigeria? Well, with all of that is going to what we're going to be looking at from Lagos, and we have two women who is going to come over to actually help us to analyze all of this. And luckily, the both of them are politicians, so they're going to be telling us if they are properly represented in the affairs of politics in Nigeria.
Beautiful. And just to add that it's also the Women's Month, and pretty soon we're going to be hearing the men. I don't know if Harry's going to join them and say, why do we always get to celebrate women every single time? Anyway, happy Women's Day to you in advance, Patricia and Charity. Now, back here in Edo State, our main conversation is the big one on ground. As we got the security architecture in the country, yesterday we saw the swearing in of IGP Olatunji Disu. He came on with a lot of expectations, and he has also told in the line of the president, who said twice on two informal occasions that he wants the reintroduction of the state policing back in Nigeria. And as of yesterday, Olatunji Disu, the IGP, has inaugurated a special committee as regards that. That's going to be our main focus this morning. All of this and more right after this break. Welcome back. Well, it's now time for us to look at a couple of national dailies this morning, and let's see the stories that are shaping the headlines today. Joining us to make great insight on this conversation is Ariel Leonard. He is a media development expert. He joins virtually this morning from Abuja. Good morning, Mr. Leonard. Welcome. Good to always have you on board.
Good morning. Good to be here once again.
Right. Now let's quickly kickstart with the Daily Sun newspaper. The Daily Sun newspaper this morning is leading with an interesting dimension, as the main headline says, 2027, INEC begins review of political parties' guidelines. Subwriter says, vows to enforce credible party primaries. Integrity, transparency of electoral processes paramount to fostering public trust. Who was speaking? Amo Peter, that's INEC chairman there. Another subwriter says, INEC chairman, others get certificates of return. Well, all of the stories and more on page 28 of the Daily Sun newspaper today. Well, still on the front page of the Daily Sun newspaper, on page 23, Tinubu orders suspension of airport cashless policy amid gridlock. Away from that, electricity workers set for strike as 21-day ultimatum expires. Subwriter says, accused discos Gencos of anti-labor activities on page 23. Interestingly, we're having a chit-chat regards the story this morning. Well, away from that, insecurity, Kogi local government poses indefinite dusk to dawn curfew on page 5. Tinubu swears in IGP Disu, administers oath on RMAFC, FCSC commissioners. Subwriter says, IG inaugurates 8-man committee on implementation of state police. On page 4 and 25, details of that story. And interestingly, on the front page of the Daily Sun this morning, we have two pictures. Well, on the left, we see our president in a smiley and a congratulatory mood with the new Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu. Well, finally, on the Daily Sun today, representatives query customs, NPA, others over pre-shipment inspections on page 6. Well, real quickly, Mr. Leonard, I'd love you to react to the story as regards the president orders suspension of airport cashless policy amid gridlock. Please go ahead.
Those are one of some of the funny things that always happen in this country. We come up with policies, we don't think them through, we don't think about how it would work. I was surprised when the guy driving my vehicle, told me that, sir, next time if you want to go to the airport, you need to add more time. I know you always keep to time, but you need to add more time. This is what is happening now. There's gridlock everywhere. And you see, we don't test things, we don't give enough notices. For instance, if you want to put up a policy like this and you want people to get airport card or you want to do something, you put up notices for a long time. Look at the tax law. It's been on, notices have been on for a long time, even though it came with some misconceptions that did not answer, but at least people knew that something was coming by January. This one, all of a sudden, you just went normally in Abuja, and normally on a normal day in the morning, if you want to catch a flight at the airport, the traffic is usually something else. You know, we know the Ikeja axis in Lagos, what it's like, even in the afternoon. You know, and then you come up with these policies and you just throw it up like that. It's funny. We keep doing it time and time again, and it seems like we never learn. We need to be able to plan things properly, test it a little bit. It's just like, see, election. We're able to do some tests with some cycle elections to get, even though it still didn't work out well, but at least they were tests to correct a couple of things. We're getting better until the last election. We're getting better with each election. Those are the kind of things we'll do. At MM2 in Lagos, they introduced some electronic things. They were about the first to do that in the country. And it happened seamlessly because they introduced these items one after the other. Maybe because as at that time, it was manned by a, let's say, private entity, so to say. We must learn to take these steps one at a time, gradually. The airport in Abuja has several, they've now opened up different tolls, gate tolls for people to go to. They could have started it with one, you know, while people are still using, you know, others for cashless, and see how it goes, and then everybody gets to know, and then they move to another till you now take over. It's unfortunate, and you know, these are not the kind of things that we expect the president to be stepping into. These are things that administratively we should know how to deal with this. The Federal Airports Authority, the ministers, they should be ashamed for allowing these kind of things to happen. Now imagine the economic loss. People miss their flights. A lot of chaos that happened in these past few days that this policy came up. This is not what the president should be talking about.
Let's move over to...
Those authorities should come up and say why they didn't know this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leonard. Let's now turn our attention to the next paper, which is the Guardian newspaper. The major headline on the Guardian newspaper this morning is saying that State Police Committee resumes amid framework abuse concerns. State Police Committee resumes amid framework abuse concerns, and that's found on page 6. And still on the Guardian newspaper this morning, police probe killing of man accused of shooting brother in dream. Interesting. Police probe killing of a man accused of shooting brother in dream, and that's on page 9. And right under that is the next one, which says, sit at home. Workers now watch fault cuts in February salary. Sit at home. Workers now watch fault cuts in February salary. And that's on page 7 of the Guardian newspaper this morning. And right above the masthead on the Guardian newspaper, reps query customs, CBN, NPA in pre-shipment non-remittance now. Reps query customs, CBN, NPA in pre-shipment non-remittance now. And that's non-remittance row, I beg your pardon. And that's found on page 7 of the Guardian newspaper. And right after that is the next one, which says Middle East crisis. Force majeure declaration spikes global LNG price. Middle East crisis, force majeure declaration spikes global LNG price. And that's found on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. And then the next one here says, El Rufai keeps mute in custody, protests political persecution. Political persecution. El Rufai keeps mute in custody, protests political persecution. And that's found on page 30 of the Guardian newspaper. And right under the major headline, this one says, Electoral Act, INEC insists on compliance as opposition jitters over mandatory e-register. Electoral Act, INEC insists on compliance as opposition jitters over mandatory e-register. And still on the Guardian newspaper, court begins trial of Malami son over terrorism financing on March 10th. Court begins trial of Malami's son over terrorism financing on March 10th, and that's found on page 30 of the Guardian newspaper. And then still talking travel issues, U.S. Embassy cancels visa appointments over Abuja protest scare. U.S. Embassy cancels visa appointments over Abuja protest scare. And that's found on page 30 of the Guardian newspaper. And last but not least, on the Guardian newspaper this morning, Obasanjo warns against personalized power, urges institutional stewardship. Obasanjo warns against personalized power, urges institutional stewardship, and that's found on page 5. Mr. Leonard, I would like you to respond to the major headline on the Guardian newspaper, which says that State Police Committee resumes amid framework abuse concerns. Now, what do you make of the state police policy, the resumption of the policy? What do you make of it?
It's something that should have taken place years ago, donkey years ago. We keep watching American movies and we see what happens between the state police, the federal police, and how state police are able to respond with better intelligence because they know what is happening within them, and they're able to relate with the society more than the federal police that just comes in and barrages every Nigeria. Like we talked about it even on this program before. It is something that should not be debatable. Now, in 2019, a committee was set up to work on this. That document is there. Now, the document has not been put out in the public. People don't know really what it was, but it strongly recommended state police. Now, I have this with me here. This is the Police Reform Act of 2020, which a lot of Nigerians don't even know exists. And even in this act here, and because of this document, a lot of changes have taken place in the Nigerian police sector. And some of them are some of the kind of issues that the state policing is talking about making police to be more people-centered, to be able to relate well with the police. I did a training on police reform just a couple of weeks back in some of the states with a group P1 that have been working on this police reform for a long time. There are a lot of these things that are already being carried out internally by the police. But the government itself does not seem to be willing, the politicians, let me put it like that, do not seem to be willing to allow this to go through. State policing is the best. Now, when you say the committee now sits and meets, there are always going to be controversies. But I'm telling you the truth, if you study this Police Act document, and this committee works in line with a lot of the things in this document, they will not be confused. I'm sure they just set them together, so they are still trying to get their feet together, and the state police thing still looked as a political thing. But if you check the operational style of the police currently, you would know that they're already working towards it.
Okay, Mr. Leonard, let's move over to the Nigerian Tribune this morning. Interestingly, all of the national dailies are leading with the major conversation as regards state police. It says IGPDC gets set for state police on page 4. Inaugurates 8-man committee on implementation. Tinubu swears him in. Lawyers set agenda for police chief. Away from that, let's look at another major headline on page 19. It says Tinubu directs halt to airport cashless policy. Alleged terrorism, AGF takes over Malami's trial on page 19. And business news, CBN's gold holdings in foreign reserves rise to $3.5 billion on page 5. Federal government approves Qatar Bridge demolition. Reconstruction of Ibadan, Ife, Elisha ruled others on page 17. 43-year-old man kills brother for shooting him in dream on page 11. This is really hilarious. And I feel like, justice should be served in this case. How would you do that? Okay, moving over to another major headline that says federal government imposes 6-year ban on new private varsity on page 11. Subwriter says, revives adult literacy, approves insurance cover for 180 federal unity schools. Mr. Leonard, I'd love you to have your take on this last headline. Federal government imposing 6-year ban on new universities, new private universities in Nigeria. What do you make out of this?
Well, funny enough, in one of my sessions, I talked about this. When you go to a place like Ghana, South Africa, you know, we always talk about things happening outside Nigeria. And part of the reason is because they are able to consolidate resources. I was in Ghana. I was in the Kwame Nkrumah University. And now these guys don't have up to 10% of the capacity we have in Nigeria. But our problem is that we spread ourselves too thin. You know, we just throw things here and there, rather than consolidating and making sure that we have something solid. Now, the setup of universities like the Petroleum University in Efron there in Delta State, you know, is part of the way we should go. We should have specialized institutions where, if you know you want X, Y, Z, you go to this university, you get all that. Not just spreading ourselves thin and we'll just open classroom, do business management and all those kind of things that cannot really, you know, move. I am happy that this has taken place and I hope they follow it through. And then it's not just banning, then they have to start consolidating. I know Professor Kebukola, when he was NUC, DG tried to, they started this accreditation thing to make universities to ensure that all their courses were properly accredited. I think that it is time some courses are shut down in some certain institutions, moved to institutions that are close by. So we know that, okay, you take the resources there, take the personnel there, and then if we are studying something in that course, in that school, you know you are getting quality. Because I studied in those days, geography and planning is different from geography and regional planning. It was only studied in 2 universities in Nigeria, and I think up till now. And so when you study, it's about resource planning, not regional planning. It was only University of Jos and University of Lagos. So when you study those courses from those 2 universities, you get quality, you know. But today, we just spread ourselves thin like that. Concentrate. Okay, that is the way to go in Nigeria. And it's a good one.
Of course. Aaron Leonard, media development expert, really must thank you so much for your time on the newspaper review. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And
we'll definitely be back.
Of course, and of course, we're going to see you on the next round, but we really will take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to the main conversation as regards the debate resurfacing again with state policing in Nigeria. IGP Tunji Disu setting up an 8-man committee to look critically at this. All of this and more right after now. Welcome back. President Bola Tinubu has charged the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, to tackle banditry, terrorism, and other security challenges plaguing the nation. Now, the president issued a directive yesterday during Disu's declaration as the IGP following the retirement of Kayode Ebetoku. Now, President Tinubu said Disu's appointment comes at a critical moment, urging him to rebuild public confidence in the police capacity to do their job in collaboration with other security forces. The president urged Disu to advance the security pillars of his administration's renewed hope agenda. The president also reaffirmed his belief that Nigeria would prevail under a committed leadership. Let's take a listen to him.
To the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that in all circumstances I will do right to all manner of people according to law, that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration.
That is Olatunji Disu taking his oath of office as Substantive Inspector General of Police at the Presidential Villa. After the oath session, he signed the register in front of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Speaking to State House correspondent, he says his cardinal focus is to change the perception and orientation of policemen across the country.
It's somebody that is well motivated, that will put in their best. Our jobs are very difficult. Some few years ago, when I was the Commissioner of Police, FCT, I was bold enough to announce that we lost 140 policemen just in a year.
The ceremony was witnessed by Vice President Kashim Shettima, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, National Security Advisor Malam Nuhu Ribadu, Chief of Staff to the President Femi Gbajabiamila, amongst others. Immediately after this swearing in, President Bola Tinubu also swore in newly appointed commissioners of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission and the Federal Civil Service Commission.
The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Tunji Disu, is promising to change the orientation and perception of the average policeman on the street to view Nigerians as their boss. For a police force that was established in 1930 and have existed for almost a century with such perception, the big question is, how far can Mr. Tunji Disu go? Certainly, only time will tell. From the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, I'm Mikaro Atta, ITV News.
Well, thank you so much, Ikarata. Now, State Police in Nigeria, IGP, set up a police committee, an 8-man police committee to look into the issues. Our main focus as at this moment. And I still have my guest to join in virtually, Abel Leonard, a media development expert right there in Abuja. Good. Thank you so much for staying on board and welcome once again.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and joining us live in the studio, I have Mr. Roy Oribabo, a public affairs analyst. Welcome on board, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Now let's start with you. What do you make out of everything going on right now? And for the layman on the street, I'd love you to break it down what state policing in Nigeria really means.
Well, state policing is a process where you make policing closer to the people. You make it to be community oriented. There is no need for you waiting for somebody in Abuja to give directive to somebody in Okwadua before you take a decision on policing mechanism. You know, that is the least definition I can give at this material time. But I had issue with state policing in Nigeria. I've given reasons why for now Nigeria we don't need state policing. We cannot operate a state policing system with weak institutions. Our institutions are too weak to absorb state policing mechanism. That is my fear, you know. Some countries, if you go back to history and check some countries who have embarked on this kind of mission with weak institutions, state policing, they always resort to anarchy, you know. If you take in Nigeria today, which of the institutions are you proud of that can withstand the turnover effect from state policing? Nigerian judiciary, can they stand very tall in this regard? The answer is no. You know, these are the issues, because when you are saying state policing is good, the connotation is good, the presentation is very nice, but there must be strong institutions who will also be there to regulate and mitigate any uprising that might come as a result of state policing. And I have given my reasons that we need to first of all strengthen our institutions. By the time institutions are strengthened, you are talking about state policing, that would be good. How have we managed? Just remember the state electoral commissions. How have we managed them? You know, if you marry them together, you try to critically dissect the two. You agree with me that we have no business as of today with state policing. You know, look at state independent electoral commission across the state. Election is usually one way. The government in power there just pack 100 over 100 and they celebrate it. If we go to state policing, especially now that there is mutual suspicion in Nigeria, people will look at this political affiliation is very high. People are loyal to their political party more than the country, Nigeria. What does that show to you? That Nigeria is heading towards anarchy until we strengthen our institutions.
Take your mind back. How have we managed that with security outfits that were set up by different governments across this country? How have they managed themselves? Even very just now, you saw some of the police, we call it the Okpewo police. What is their approach? The Omoteku, what is their approach? You see them. You know, there was a heavy discussion in this time that people say we don't need the Omoteku. So I said, what is going to be their impact? As of today, can you boldly say, let me celebrate the Okpewo police that me and you know? What is their modus operandi?
Right.
They are screwed around one way. And by the time you now commission state policing system under this atmosphere, anarchy is inevitable.
Now let's move back to our guests right there in Abuja. Mr. Leonard, what do you make out of this? Now there are those who have questioned the timing of this resurfacing debate of state policing in Nigeria. Do you think the timing is right? Mind you that we are going and moving towards the election year 2027. Can state policing take off right now?
In Nigeria, the truth about it is that when we want to look at timing for things, it will never be right. And the simple reason is that there are things we ought to have done long ago that we've not done. So it's better late than never. And I understand what our guest here in the studio is talking about. Those are some of the challenges with state policing. But it is not with state policing itself. Now, the thing is that those institutional things are things that cut across all sectors. But we still went out to set up the Independent Electoral Commission. We still have the local government authorities. We still have loads of states running primary schools and all that. So it's the same thing. It's still going to be there. So state policing is something we need, and I don't think the timing is wrong. Timing would never, ever be right in Nigeria. We must look at the positives, like what I was sharing with regards, you see, the current IGP, why he made sure that this was the first thing he did was that he's been in Abuja here, he's been the commissioner of police here. We have loads of CSOs and organizations that have been supporting the police and working on all these issues with international partners for so many years. At BBC Media Action, where the ones that did that, if it happened police campaign way back 2014 or thereabout. So it's been going on for a long time, and he has been part of all these workshops, and all these issues have been discussed. Now, that is why, as an operational man in the police, he has been working day in, day out, interacting with the public. So in 2020, when the Police Act was set up, the framework and everything needed to set up state policing was done. And it has to start, first of all, with what they've already done, which is Police Community Relations Committee. You have it in every locality. And those things have been done. You find it in like section 113 of the Police Act. If you read it, you will see that all those framework has been done. Even this committee is set up, was backed by the Act. So they just had not set it up since then, 2020. So all those little things and little issues have already been discussed and taken care of, even internally in the Police Act, with support from CSOs and international organizations. It doesn't take away the fact that our politicians can still hijack it, like our guest is saying. It doesn't take away that fact. But the truth about it is that a lot of structures have been put in place to help it to work well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Leonard. There's really no doubt that the essence of the state police is to, cater to the urgent need to bring about the desired change in the security situation. Now, everybody can see that the security situation in Nigeria is fast deteriorating, hence the need for state police. But let's go beyond the rhetorics, okay? Just like Mr. Roy here has said, a whole lot needs to be done as regards strengthening the institutions. So what do you think? In what practical ways do you think the institutions can be strengthened just so the state police will work?
Mr. Leonard, please go ahead if you can hear us.
Okay. Part of the things, the key thing that needs to be done, even with the one he cited there, is one, the legal backing. Now, when you don't have a legal backing for something, that's the problem. So that's why the president has asked the National Assembly to amend the constitution to allow state policing. That's the real barrier holding it. Now, once that is done, you have legal backing. Now, a lot of the ones set up by the various states, they lack legal backing. Many of them are at the instance of whoever is leading that state at that time. So if another person comes up and he doesn't like the idea, or he felt they used it against him before, he'll kick it out. So that's one. The second one is funding. That has been the biggest issue of the Nigerian police over time. You know, when you watch movies, you watch American police, you see people wanting to be police, you know that these guys are well fed, these guys are well taken care of, their uniforms are neat. At the police reform trainings we had in the last 3 weeks, you find out that every single police officer has to buy his uniform because the federal government will only produce like one kit in maybe the entire year, or even 2-3 years. You don't have any. So if you want to look good, you have to buy. So if there's no funding to even promote the equipment they need, vehicles and all that, just to police, communities coming together. So that is the key thing. Among the constitution, give them legal backing. So make sure that there's a proper issues of jurisdiction.
Okay, Mr. Leonard.
Part of the reasons why.
All right, Mr. Leonard, thank you so much. Let's move back to our guest in the studio, Mr. Roy. A lot of conversation going on right now. The issue of state policing has been on for as long as you can imagine. Since 1964 up until 1966, we had the conversation, and interestingly, it's resurfacing again. One will begin to wonder, with the insecurity going on in the country as we speak, do you think the absence of state policing is the cause of it? Now, I'm directing that question to you, Mr. Roy. The insecurity in Nigeria, is it due to the absence of state policing?
No,
state police? It's not.
That is not the reason.
So of what use would this definitely make?
Nigeria is an unusual place. And when I listen to some comments from some persons, it appears they don't even understand the nature of Nigeria. They don't know who are we as a people. You know, we must first of all define ourselves. Something might work in any part of the world. If you come to Nigeria, it will not work. You know,
why is that?
Because we are peculiar people, we are unique people, we are unusual people.
We're still the same humans, right? What do you mean by peculiar, unique, right?
If you are to you take the USA as a case study, you know, they have federal police, they have state police, they have city police.
Okay.
You know, the kind of what drives the entire process is patriotism. And that is seriously lacking in Nigeria.
Are you saying that Nigerians are not patriotic?
No, we have not demonstrated any level of patriotism. I'm very sorry to say that, but that is the reality. That sincerity is non-illusive. And that is my fear about this. In a society where people cannot say the truth, in a society where people does not even believe in the system, you want to set up a state police? No. The end of Nigeria, so I'm not a prophet of doom, but with what I've seen, with what I've heard about Nigeria, I have every right to be scared. The concept of state policing, very good, very robust. It's something in paper, it's very fantastic. It's going to do all the necessary things. How are we going to implement it? Over the years, how have we implemented what we have given to ourselves?
Mr. Leonard made mention of the framework that is being put in place to ensure that it works. Don't you think that could count for something?
It's not, the framework is not the issue. Okay. It is how do we implement it, the framework. I told you just, the concept is very nice. If you look at it in paper, fantastic idea. You know, who are those who are going to implement it? Is it not Nigerians that will implement it? You know, that is my fear about, because I want Nigeria to work. I want Nigerians to be, at least when you say I'm in Nigeria, people should respect you. But we work is on ground. Now take your mind back and ask yourself, how do we get it right? You see desperation on parts of politicians in this part of the world. They want to get it on. You know, there is no person who is in the force now that can say no to any politician in terms of go and give me results. You know, especially in this part of the world, election is what determines and defines all processes. Therefore, the winner takes it all. You know, how do you protect that kind of thing? I am talking about institutions need to be strengthened. One, Our judiciary need to be strengthened. Our electoral umpire need to be strengthened. You know, we are looking for an institution that can take a decision. You recall during the time of Obama, when he was the president of US, he had an issue with a corporal in US police. I remember their commander was able to come and tell Obama, a serving president, he said, we are not working for you, we are working for Nigeria. You must apologize. And Obama, yes, he had apologized. He invited the corporal to White House, and he apologized. Can that happen in Nigeria? That is the patriotism I'm talking about. That is how to strengthen institution. Can the incumbent IGP, can he look at the governor in this country and say, I will not do that because I'm working for Nigeria? These are the issues, because we need to get it right. Let us not deceive ourselves into saying, say police, because when they have practice working for them, but we can do more better. How do we do more better is to strengthen where we are coming from. We have to strengthen it.
Interestingly, IGP Tunji Disu says Nigerians are his bosses and he is working for Nigerians. So,
of course.
So maybe we're going to see a different dimension this time. Just maybe.
You know, he will just be appointed now. Therefore, what do you expect him to say? He just had to whip out those sentiments.
You equate that to initial gra-gra.
Of course, it's not different from initial gra-gra.
Okay, let's move over to our guest joining virtually, Mr. Leonard. One of the major challenges over time as regards state police in Nigeria, because this is not the first time we're having it, in countries like Australia, India, America, we see these things being practiced and practicable. So hopefully it gets to be practicable here in Nigeria. But the thing is, one of the major challenges, interestingly, the president said he is not a believer of the high-handedness and corruption from some of the state governors in the country. Now, that's a major problem. How is this going to be checkmated? Because another school of thought raised the concern over having local government election in a state, and if it's the PDP ruling in that state, the PDP would clinch all of the seats. If it's the APC, the same thing would happen. So how would we checkmate this moving forward, especially for the IGP?
Yes, it's going to be very difficult, but from the interactions, from the sessions we had, now, one thing that is missing that I want our guests there to know is that strengthening the institution is about us, the people, not the government in power. That's the truth. Growing up in Bendel, old Bendel there, we had civil defense. My dad, everybody will come up. Each man in the compound has the day they come out. That is state policing. In case we don't know, that is state policing. And we have some of those groups. It wasn't government. It was communities that came together and say, hey, we need to do this. Now, one of the issues that is causing a lot of all this problem is the fact that the use of communication means to get the people to know what is right and what they need to do is what we are not doing. I thank God for this program today going out there, and I'm hoping that the people listening and watching would learn one or two things from this program. For instance, we have to pull in the police and media people together to a session to interact, and that has been the problem. If, for instance, there is more use of media organizations in explaining how things ought to work to the general public will stand up for their rights. We've done it in Nigeria here before, and I have been part of the process in the past 2 decades, and I know things can work. For instance, they said there will be violence in one election and all that. We came together, we did Media for Peace stuff. Media started putting out messages. People started knowing what to do. And the violence did not get to that extent. Why we are having gray areas is when people don't know what the law even is. People don't know, okay, what can I do? People are just helpless. That's why we feel, oh, nothing can work in Nigeria. Oh, politicians can do anything they like. It is not true. We saw the case of the minister and a military man recently. We've seen several other cases like that where law enforcement agents have been able to stand their ground. It is doable. And the new Police Act, if it is implemented fully, creates this opportunity, but what is there is the ability to transform this information to the people. You find out that even the police themselves, because they're always on the field, nobody trains them. They don't even know what is in the app. They don't even know what to do. So some of the things they do is in error because they don't even know. But if more organizations working behind the scene, all the CSOs with all their funding and all that, are able to come in, work with media organizations, train them, make them to be able to know what these things are and be able to pass the message across in the simplest way to the ordinary man. And I'm telling you the truth, any politician that wants to use state police for his own use will be afraid. And I'm telling you the truth. But we need to use the media to do it. And that is what all the organizations working behind the scenes are not doing. And that is why when you don't know, you don't know. And things just, confusion is just all over the place.
All right, Mr. Leonard, thank you so much. But we really must take a short break now. When we return, we'll move over to another dimension of the conversation. Please join us again.
All right, it's great to have you back. It's still your ultimate current affairs program on television, TMI, this morning on ITV. Well, we'll still have Mr. Roy Oribabo right here in the studio with us. Now, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Roy, there is this pertinent issue of corruption within the ranks of the police. I think it's almost as old as the Nigerian state. Now, the fear for me is that it might rub off on the state police if by any chance, you know, it sees the light of day. What's your thought on that?
Of course, the spirit of corruption is well and alive in Nigeria.
The spirit?
Yeah, the spirit is well and alive. You know, let us not pretend about it. But we cannot even situate it to only to rank and file in Nigeria police. Okay. It is what is involved within the system. Yeah, it is what is therefore, and that is why some of us we are entertaining this kind of fear, because when in an atmosphere like this, you commission state policing where you already know that corruption is at its peak. You know, that is our fear. Transparency is a holiday in Nigeria. Accountability is nowhere to be found. How do you reconcile these principles? And at this time, you are coming up with state police. What I don't know is that, is there a timetable to start this state police? Is it going to be after 2027 election or before 2027 election?
So are you by any means insinuating that this is about the 2027 election?
That is it. I'm asking now, is it before 2027 election or after? So that we know how to, we want to see the comprehensive timetable, okay, so that we know the implementation, if it is before 2027 or after 2027.
But
so
already, IGP Tunji Disu has said state policing has come to stay in Nigeria.
That was the decision. It was pronounced by the president. You expect it to agamalize. He must condescend to that level. He must say he has come to stay because he was not the one talking. Directly will be given to him. He cannot say anything otherwise. Otherwise, his business or his tenure will come to about end.
He's re-echoing the president's thoughts.
Of course, he's only telling us that the president have not pretended about it. Before he even came, the president, he commissioned the National Assembly to kickstart the entire process. It's coming now is for him to just come and endorse the process that is on the ground. We expect that one from him. But the fundamental issue is that, as a country, it is my hope for Nigeria to work for all of us. And my fear also is that with what I have seen, I continue to see, with what I have seen in this country, with what I have heard, I have every reason to entertain fear about state policing.
Okay, let's even look at what the Constitution is saying as regards this. So, Section 214, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, says that there shall be a police force for Nigeria, which shall be known as the Nigeria Police Force, and subject to the provisions of this section, no other police force shall be established for the Federation or any part thereof. Moving this question to Mr. Leonard, do you think the President and the IGP are jumping ship and jumping gun at this point? Because what the Constitution says is completely different. The state policing in Nigeria has no legal backing whatsoever as at this moment. And one would have thought that they would address that in the Constitution before moving over to make it public, right? Please go ahead.
what they are doing now is not establishing state police. It's setting up those framework. All the issues that Mr. Roy there talked about is what this committee will be addressing, so we don't have any problems going forward. Now, if this is not done, like I said, this ought to have been done since 2020 that the act was set up. This is 6 years after. You know, it ought to have been done since. So you have to have the framework on ground before you now say, okay, we want to establish it. So there's still time. And that is part of the reason why institutions don't work. For instance, when we set up state electoral committees, we did not set up, you know, look at all the challenges that we come with them and try to address them, just like the Electoral Act, the way we address things with the Electoral Act now. You know, even though we are still, you know, trying to get there, we did not do that with the state electoral committees, and that's why you have all those issues. So if this framework is set up and this committee is able to say, okay, there are these challenges, these are how we can address it. Because once that law is set, and it's good that it's happening like this, because once the National Assembly amends that constitution, we have just given those bad politicians that Mr. Roy is talking about opportunity to hijack the state police and turn them to their own personal election winning campaign team. So it's good that the committee is set up, the framework is being worked on before it comes into law. Because in Nigeria, once something comes into law, we just say it's power. Oh yeah, let's start to use it. But it's good that we do all this before the National Assembly, you know, going ahead to create the law. So they are not jumping the gun. It's in order. That's the normal way of getting things done, which we normally don't do in Nigeria, just like Mr. Roy said. You know.
We really want to thank you so much, Mr. Leonard. We have to let you go at this point, but thank you so much for your great insight and analysis on this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Now, moving back to Mr. Roy, we'll have your final take and move over to another conversation as regards politics in Nigeria. Do you see this seeing the light of the day? Now, mind you, the president has total lot of interest in this, right? And then we have a situation where when our president wants something, the lawmakers just quickly move and swing into action. We saw what happened with the electoral bill 2026 that happened over the course of the past few weeks. So what are your expectations, and what are you presuming would happen?
There's nothing unusual will happen. It's a directive given to the National Assembly that the president has since given that directive that Nigeria need to embrace the policing system. And the National Assembly will immediately do that. I can assure you, they have not presented the matter. I can confidently tell you that that matter will not last for 14 days at the table of the National Assembly.
Because it's coming from the president?
Of course, of course. If you listen to the system we operate, once it's coming from the president, they will all swing, or your mandate will stand, and that commission it. Therefore, there is nothing.
Now that presents our lawmakers as yes men who do not have.
Not just we have physically people have been informing them, telling them to their face that they are not different from robbers, and that they have not denied. They have not denied that. They keep on improving on it. Therefore, since the presidency is interested, there is nobody, there are no any other forces that will say it. It's just for him to communicate properly with the leadership of the National Assembly. Under 14 days, the process is on.
All right, away from that, it's an ongoing conversation, and we'll keep you up to speed as development unfolds right here on This Morning on ITV. But away from that, let's talk about the opposition parties rejecting the Electoral Act 2026, because a couple of days ago, leaders of the major opposition political parties in Nigeria have rejected the amended Electoral Act 2026, recently signed into law by President Bola Tinubu. Now, consequently, they asked the National Assembly to immediately commence a fresh process of amendments, accusing the ruling All Progressive Congress APC of plot to use the amendment to rig the 2027 elections. Remember that President Bola Tinubu recently signed the Electoral Act into law after an amendment by the National Assembly. A lot of things to talk about here. We still have our guest seated with us here in the studio. But there are those questioning the seriousness of opposition parties in Nigeria. Interestingly, this conversation is did come from them barely 8 days after it has been signed into law. The question is, do we really have strong, reliable, vocal opposition parties in Nigeria? Mr. Roy, what really is going on, and do you think this is even going to hold water?
No, any system that embraces reactionary mechanism can never succeed. I've never succeeded in any way. I expect the opposition to be proactive. You understand? There is even a model for them they are supposed to copy, and they will use it. Prior to 2015 election, where the process was on, the APC was under formation, they were interested in power. You can see from the highest body of APC, they were on the streets, mobilizing Nigerians towards it. They did not pretend over it. They were interested in the power and they mobilized towards it.
So are you saying that the opposition should have taken, to the streets and protest?
There are many ways opposition operates. One, oppositions, they already, as I said, they have a model. Okay. They are supposed to copy for what happened. Yes, and also build on it. Our opposition did not employ the service of lobbyists. The president of the opposition, they did not, and they were not also very proactive in terms of reaching out to the National Assembly. They did not do that. We did not see them on the streets. Even you saw much of the major protests there. The late Buhari was there. Right. The incumbent president will always be there. The public secretary of APC there. Some of us, I want to read paper every day because every 3 hours you are getting information from me. It's putting Nigerians on notice. It's reawakening the consciousness of Nigeria towards that. What do we have today from the opposition? What do we have?
But we had the likes of Peter Obi and Mechi join Nigeria.
No, the Peter Obi system of opposition is not different from a girl, those girlish type opposition. He have never helped in any society. With due respect to him.
When you say girly, are you saying he's not vibrant enough?
It's not about vibrancy. It's about Nigeria is an unusual place. If you are interested in power, you must demonstrate it. All those mechanisms he's using, trying to whip up sentiment, will not go anywhere for him.
Is he trying to whip up sentiments, or he's just being himself, his gentle self? Because not everybody would, use the same approach.
With the gentility he's employing, what are we going to get from it? We should ask ourselves. History has shown to us that people who continuously contest elections don't have anything to offer. A critical example is late Buhari. They don't have anything to offer. They are only interested they want to be, but by the time they get there, they are confused. They don't have anything to offer. Therefore, let us not be carried away. Take your mind back. Take a critical overview of those who perpetually, consistently want to be in power. If they get there, what happens? They don't have anything to offer. Therefore, Nigeria should also be looking, and that's the reason why we are bothered about this opposition. Now, when you are in opposition, matter have been going on at the level of National Assembly. You did not take a stand. After a week and a day, you are now coming on to say you are rejecting what have already been signed into law. Does that make sense for any human being? I just see them as a bunch of, with due respect to them, as a bunch of serious people who are busybody. They just want to tell us we are in opposition. They are not doing what opposition is doing. As of today, are you reading anything from the newspaper what opposition is doing? To tell Nigeria to waking up the conscience of Nigeria. It's only the APC that is even mobilizing. The oppositions are not mobilizing. They are not doing anything. They are not reaching out. The coalition is not collating anything. APC is very consistent in what they are doing. They need they want to take power. You see them doing it. What is opposition doing today? Nothing. During the time of La Mohammed, APC, the emergence of APC, you want to read newspaper because anytime you are seeing something is telling Nigerians, and Nigerians are following with research and everything, giving you faster figures.
So are you saying that the opposition parties in Nigeria are not ready for the 2020?
No. As of today, opposition is not ready. With due respect to all of them, they are not ready. They are not ready for this election. That is just the truth. Because if you are ready for election, for now you must show it.
All right. Let's take a look at the growing rift, or the seeming one, that's that we're already seeing within the opposition. I'm talking about the ADP, and of course, I think the factional issues that they're experiencing at the moment. What do you make of that? Do you think that could also impact on, the 2027 election?
Any political party, you have a division, they cannot get results. It's even worse for you. It is better you belong to another political party than you be in a party and you are in opposition to that party.
Right, we really need to wrap up right now, but thank you so much, Mr. Roy Ori Rabol. Thank you so much, Public Affairs Analyst, for gracing our studio this morning. Now, that's all we have this morning from our Benin network end. We'll take a short break and we'll move over to Abuja, where Charity Tanko is on for the rest of the story.
This morning on ITV, and thank you for staying with us. This is the Abuja Network Center, and from the Abuja Network Center today we are going to be focusing on the crisis going on in the Middle East. We all know that for the past few days, since on Saturday or Sunday, we can see that it is not well with Iran. US and Israel is also involved, and as of today the death toll has increased to over 1,000, with so many casualties, with so many dead people in Iran, and casualties in countries like Lebanon, and while the US is still counting about 6, and all of that. But in all of this, we are going to be discussing the impact of this on crude oil prices, especially Professor of History and International Studies. You're welcome, sir.
It's a pleasure having me.
And we'll also have another guest joining us via the phone, Dr. Steve Okori. He is a security analyst. We'll call him and he will also bear his thoughts. You're welcome, sir.
It's a pleasure. Thanks.
So, sir, let's quickly get into the crux of the matter. Now, with all of this happening in the Middle East, how is it going to impact on African countries, especially on the citizens?
Yeah, first and foremost, we should know that there is this both geographical and symbiotic relations between Africa and the Middle East. As a matter of fact, some people look at Africa as the extension of the Middle East, especially if you take what is known as North Africa, from Egypt, and of course, and then of course from the Maghreb, of course, there is that connect through the Suez Canal. Before the construction of the Suez Canal, Africa and the Middle East did have one, continuous geographical relationship, and so on until when that canal was constructed, that Africa to some extent was delinked, so to speak, from the Middle East. And then, of course, even in terms of people in the culture and many other factors put together, the Middle East and Africa has enjoyed that symbolic relationship that is, historic, dates back to, antiquity. And so major developments and events unfolding in the Middle East, will definitely have a direct impact on Africa. Take for instance, even the Arab-Israeli War, 1967, and the aftermath of that war, and of course how it impacted on countries of North Africa, and in terms of nationalism, pan-Arabism, and of course the outpouring of this kind of nationalism in North Africa, and how that defined, politics in the region in the, back in the 1950s and 1960s, particularly in Egypt, and of course to some extent also in Libya. And so there's always that kind of relations between the Middle East, and Africa, so to speak. And even the first Gulf War, when President George W.H. Bush Sr. was the president in America, and of course the second, Gulf War. All of these had, direct impact on Africa because of the proximity. And even the war on terror, if you have to take these ones also. And I'm just trying to bring out examples here and there to show that, yes, the Middle East and Africa has always shared this historical relationship over time. And whatever that is pouring out from the Middle East is in a matter of, days, pours out into Africa, where Islam begins to define and to shape whatever that is happening in Africa. The Middle East, for us to understand the war very quickly, that Iran is a major oil producing nation, about 30 to 40% of the world oil resources is being, under the control of Iran. And that is huge and that is tremendous in terms of understanding the impact, what we're trying to look at, and the dynamics of that supply chain relationship and how that is going to affect oil prices globally, but most especially, looking at Africa. Saudi Arabia also is another major oil producing nation, in the Middle East, and it's important to know for clarification that, Saudi Arabia is an Arab nation, but Iranians are not Arabs. Of course, they are Indo-Europeans, and of course, so there's that difference at the racial level and of course at the ethnic level, so it's good to understand that kind of politics. But as from 1979, precisely, Iran launched a revolution led by Ayatollah Khomeini, and of course the Islamic revolution that brought into power the Ayatollah, the supreme ruler of the Islamic Council in Iran. And so Iran adopted some form of radical Islamism, and of course combined with some sense of militant Islam. And that also became like the cornerstone of Iran foreign policy too, the export of Islam across the region, trying to grow, militant Islamic groups across the region, especially Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Palestine, and of course the Houthi rebels, in Yemen. And over time, Saudi Arabia has been uncomfortable with this growing trend, that there's a growing military trend that is militant. And of course, there's also a growing economic trend that is, that dwells on oil. So there's been that fight for regional, if you have to put it that way, hegemony. And I think we need to understand that what is happening now, the play out between Iran, Israel, and the United States of America, is that fight for regional hegemony. These hegemonic forces that you find in the Middle East. Iran on one hand, Saudi Arabia on the other hand, and what you may refer to as the United Arab Emirates. So there's that struggle. Who controls the oil markets? Who controls the oil resources? And of course, who dictates both the demand and the supply chain of the oil resources that you find in the Middle East? If you take Saudi Arabia and Iran put together, there is over about 60%, the oil resources of this of the globe, and that is huge and that is fundamental. And of course, it clearly shows that whosoever controls the politics, that is the politics of oil, that determines the supply chain, would definitely influence.
So it is safe to say that that could be the United States' interest.
Yeah, that is the basic United States interest. I think it's very important for this program to clarify that it's not just a religious war, it's beyond a religious war, because there's these insinuations that you find in the media, most especially the social media. The concrete reasons are material or economic. In terms of
regards to Nigeria, where some persons went
on protest here and then, so it's the battle for regional hegemony. Who controls the oil resources within the Middle East? And of course, that struggle has been there for a long time. I'm just trying to lay a background so that we can understand that impact, on Africa, which is our major concern, and Nigeria in particular. Now, let's take Africa. What countries in Africa produce oil? Definitely you're going to find Nigeria, you're going to find Angola, you're going to find to some extent, I say to some extent Algeria, because Algeria, exports gas from Nigeria and of course processes that and exports it across. Just a few countries in Africa that really have the capacity to produce oil. But even these countries, let's take Nigeria for instance, we don't have, everything that it takes to produce oil and to export. What I mean by that is that there are limited refineries. There's one that is very functional that we know, the Dangote refinery. But there are other modular refineries here and there. But of course, they're not that functional at the optimal level. You want them to produce full capacity. That's what we're saying. So much of oil production in Nigeria is handled by Dangote. And even at that, the crude oil supplied to Dangote is about just 40 to 50%. So Dangote, at the end of the day, depends on other regional bodies, other regional oil supply bodies, especially in the Middle East, from Saudi Arabia to Iran, depends on these countries for the import of crude into Nigeria before it's being processed and sold into whatever that we have. There are multinationals doing business in Nigeria in the oil industry. Most of them, Most of these multinationals are owned by the United States of America, and of course owned by Western European nations. These multinationals export crude from Nigeria, but they also depend on these other regional hegemons, to source oil, and of course to produce it, and of course to circulate it. Now, once there is, pressure on the Middle East in terms of the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, there's a critical, strategic geographical oil, center of the world where, almost about 40 to 50% of the oil resources passes across into Europe and of course into the Far East. It affects over depends 50% or 60% of our oil supply across the strait. And once the strait is closed up, it affects the supply chain globally. But most especially, it affects Africa that we belong to, particularly countries in Africa doing business, with the Middle East in terms of oil. Nigeria, for instance, like I've said, Algeria, Angola is just most recently, and of course Ghana also is most recently, and to some extent countries like Egypt. In Africa, Nigeria is almost like, the major oil producer in Africa, and of course, so it stifles supply. And when there is that pressure on supply, then it does, create a sense of inflation. The rising of the oil market prices in the oil market, and it affects every other sector of the economy, the multiplier effect on the economy. So this is where we're getting to gradually in Nigeria and Africa generally. That one, we're beginning to sense where we may not have sufficient supply of these oil resources. Remember, I said we buy crude. We're still buying crude, and it's not just Nigeria alone, but other countries into oil production. So it's going to affect our prices very soon. And of course, we're beginning to see this lead to, depreciation in terms of inflation at home, but of course also appreciation in terms of, yes, our oil being marketed in the international community at the same time, because our attention is being turned gradually from what you call the Middle East, of course, to countries like Nigeria producing oil. If the other globalized powers can source oil from Nigeria.
So that could mean more revenue.
Yeah, that could mean on one hand, now let's balance that critically. Yeah. On one hand, yes, oil prices rises in the international community, we're making revenue, the federal government. But on the other hand, there's inflation back home again, because we don't have all of the resources there, to produce that oil. And so it's going to affect, how we're buying oil at home. So inflation at home on one hand, and of course revenue on the other hand. And so by the time you strike a balance sheet, you discover at the end of the day that sometimes we don't really make the kind of gains that we ought to have made in the international community or even as a nation.
All right, I'm trying to get our second guest online to come up. But in all of this, what should Nigerian government be doing now to ensure that Nigerians suffer much?
Very quickly. Now, it depends on politics of oil and, of course, the way we do politics or we do business with oil in Nigeria.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Welcome to TMI here in Abuja Network Center. So a quick one, sir. What is your thoughts on the current Middle East crisis? As a security expert, do you see this current crisis affecting Nigeria's security architecture, knowing fully well that it's a country that has been struggling with several different types of dimensions of All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Steve Okorie. We are seriously battling with time. My PD has just given me the sign. Thank you very much for being part of the program. Now back to you, Prof. Let's just wrap it up with what we were saying, what government should be doing now to ensure that Nigerians do not really suffer much.
Very quickly.
So plus the one that we are already...
Yes, our government has to be prepared, and it boils down to the issue if we're really prepared to handle this crisis, that is beginning to unfold. But first of all is to make sure, that we allow the modular refinery sources to start producing at the optimal level. I think that is very important, so that we can ease this over-dependence and pressure on Dangote oil, for production, so on. Second is to see that, federal government should step up. This is very important, supply crude to Dangote, and perhaps also to pitch that, or to take that in the naira, not the dollar. If that happens, of course, get more, so to be able to produce more domestic economy, and perhaps also we're going to export it. That can be done as a temporary, measure to cushion this effect. Because one of the fundamental challenge of Dangote is that it's just about 50% of the crude has been supplied to him. The rest has been sourced externally. And where we are now makes it practically difficult sourcing it externally because of the crisis. So we should encourage other refineries. Remember, there are other refineries too that are not producing. So these refineries should start production too, and of course take it on. But above all, and I think this is very important, that our government needs to be prepared for this crisis. From the fundamental that anything that goes on in the Middle East, that is happening in the East, has a direct impact on Africa.
Yes, I wish we could go on, because from the way you're talking, we can go an hour and you'll still be discussing and be giving us. Thank you very much for being part of it.
Thanks for having me.
Just have it at the back of your mind that we shall continue this conversation some other time, hopefully on other topics, because we are praying that this should end. Well, the discussion has been on the impact of crude oil prices. on crude oil prices as regards to Africa, taking into consideration the Middle East crisis. And I've been discussing with no other person than Professor Wilfred Uchi. He is Professor of History and International Studies at Federal University of Lafayette. Very much.
That's a pleasure. Right.
Well, this is offering from the Abuja Network Center and the Lagos Network Center, where Patricia is taking over.
Thank you and welcome to our Lagos Network studio for the continuation of TMI. I am Patricia Uromo Gabriels. This morning we will be looking at International Women's Day, which will be celebrated on Sunday, March 8th. And we're looking at the representation of women in Nigeria politics and appointments. At this percentage of women in politics, a good representation for women. I mean, well, I have a woman in the house, and of course I have another one via Zoom who's going to be discussing this issue with us. Lucky me, they are both politicians, so they're going to let us know if we have a good percentage as women in politics and the affairs of Nigeria. In the house, I have Ayo Ali Balogun, who is a politician and a consultant. Ayo, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
You look pretty as always.
So do you too.
Okay, so I have via Zoom Madam Olushola Agbalo. Madam Olushola Agbalo is also a politician and a political analyst. If we have Madam Agbalo ready for us.
I'm ready for you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for joining us this morning. Anyway, before we start properly, let me say Happy International Women's Day to both of you in advance. Of course, it's going to be celebrated on March 8th, which is on a Sunday. But let's move forward on women. Thank God we're all women here. But we're going to be discussing women in politics today. And we want to be sure or to know if our percentage in the political corridor it's good enough for us as a woman. Let me start with you, Ayo. So International Women's Day is marked globally on March 8th. From your perspective, how significant is this day in shaping conversations around women's participation in politics in Nigeria?
It's good to have a day singled out to celebrate the strength, the courage, the perseverance and diligence of women in the social lives and also in the political space. So it's quite significant, and it's noteworthy that state governors, the presidency, up to the ward levels do celebrate, take out time to celebrate women on that day, and yeah.
Okay. So let me come to Madam Agbalo. This question is actually a question that I would like you to really talk about so well, so that Nigerian women will understand what is going on. So political parties play a key role in candidate selection. Do Nigerian political parties do enough to encourage and support female candidacy?
No. Women still struggle at their various political parties to get appointments and elected positions. A lot of things is done against women, that many women in politics, in active politics, especially at the grassroots, don't even understand it. So maybe if more educated women come to the grassroots, because the grassroots is where the politics starts from. Apart from maybe you know the governor or your father is a politician and you are just offered an appointment to join through that you now join politics. You don't actually may not understand a lot, except you are the grassroots who participate. You start from your ward to your local government and to the state. That is where you can see the real politics, and that is where you see how women struggle a lot. Number one, because Nigerian politics also is based on money, then ability. And it's also one thing to have the leadership of your local government who believes in women, and that is a leader that can be relied upon by the party to actually introduce a good woman, a participatory woman, or a capable woman to them. So for now, women were still struggling, especially from the grassroots. We are not being given the chance. For instance, in my local government, for all the elected positions that is coming, we only have a woman who has struggled in 1996, the current Deputy Speaker in Ogun State, Honorable Latifat Ajayi. She has struggled from 1996. This is her second term at the State House of Assembly. And probably because she thought it might be difficult for her to move to the House of Representatives because of rotation, unwritten rules that it belongs to we are zoning it to this particular local government. The president representing us in our local government now, that is Ikpokia Yewa South Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives, is a man from Yewa South. So Ikpokia would also like to take it up. And I haven't seen any woman from Ikpokia who has stood up to contest, probably because of the finance and also because of the leadership. I would have expected the former deputy governor in the person of Her Excellency, the former deputy governor, that the deputy governor Donny Gbenga Daniel, Alhaja Bantry, to go for House of Representatives or somebody else from that axis, but none. So Honorable Latifat Ajayi she still wants to come back the third time, yes, because it's the only woman among the elected positions. That is the only woman we have. Even when you talk about the local government too, the men struggle with it, and at the end, so women they are yet to be given the chance.
Okay, let me use example with what is going on in Abuja, FCT, where the FCT minister is saying that the Kingibe will not come back to the House of Senate. I mean, it's right for the FCT minister to make such comments. What is a sin of Senator Kingibe for him to have made such comment that she's not going to come back? I'm talking to you, Madam Agbalo.
Like, that is dynamics of politics, and you should let politicians play politics. That is at the political level. If Mrs. Ireti Kingibe, if he's saying Mrs. Ireti Kingibe will not come back, Wike is not the electorate. It's left for the electorate. If they are also happy with what she's doing, she may come back. Wike is not the one to determine. She is talking on the political level. When two parties wrangle with each other, when they struggle with each other to take power, you should know that the politics is just about taking the power, and the power is not given on the platter of gold. If she can make efforts and she satisfies the people of FCT, she can come back. For the fact that a politician can say anything when you are contesting, because there is no failure and no for every politician. They want to grab, they want the power, they want the position, so they can say anything. That is a political statement. It does not mean that she's not going to have the power. And it does not mean that it is wrong for him to say that, because that is a statement. And again, women too should also, when you are in power, you have deep understanding of what politics is. I respect Honorable Senator Ireti Kingibe. I respect her a lot. So it's left for her now to now struggle, to now ensure that her party also, that she does something to attract the people. That is just it. And for the fact that APC won at the local government level recently, it does not mean APC is going to win at the Senate. It's power. So she can try her best.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Agbalu. Let me come to you, Ayo. You heard what she said, you know, the numbers of women in politics and even appointed positions in Nigeria is low. What do you think women can do from now to be able to at least, you know, step in and increase their percentage in politics?
First, I must say to Madam Olushola, thank you very much, ma. That's a sound understanding of politics that we just heard. She spoke about activities from the ward level all the way. Two imperative things that she talked about when you ask a question about female representation.
Yeah.
She talked about finance, and she talked about people not knowing politics before getting appointed position. So people get appointed position and they're just thrust into the midst of the people. Now, yes, we acknowledge that the female representation is low and the works. However, the new electoral reforms law has made it such that you go back and work. The days of, you know, you hiding under the umbrella of a godfather per se is beginning to wane off. So that's for the elective. Now, Madam Olushola talked about even at the local government level. What happens with the electoral reform has created a sort of a leveling playing ground for everyone. You don't wait until the political season before you start your job. You don't wake up in 2026 and say you want to contest in 2027 if you are not popular in your community. The All Progressives Congress has been doing registration and validation exercise. How many women have gone out to get other women and even youth and men to go and register at that exercise? When you come out to contest as an aspirant, those are the people in the party based on the new electoral reforms that would determine who would emerge. So gradually we're seeing that finance is very, very key.
Yeah, I was going to come to that.
It's very, very key because a lot of our people will face, as my friend would say, where money face, now they're below the face. However, where you have built goodwill over the years, you're not riding on sentiments now. They know you. They call you for stuff. You know, there are issues in the community, you rise up to it. And then a man that comes up one day with money, you cannot tell them. Is it money that will do the problem when you have problems, or someone like me? You get? Now, with the new electoral laws, you are to now stand behind your aspirants, which makes it very, very difficult for you to say, okay, you are using delegates and the delegates were bought. So it is becoming a better playing ground for women. Whether you have money or not, go to the field, work, build the populace, and put them behind you.
Okay, let me come to you, Madam Agbalu, because I know that you're a grassroots politician. She just mentioned that the people will be behind you even without you having the money. She's also said someone with the money can't just come up from, you know, from nowhere and say because I have the money and then I have come to contest on insurance. Do you think the financial barriers affects the women during the in election in Nigeria, or you grassroots taking will help the women in the contest or trying into office in Nigeria?
Well, as much as finance, let me just tell you the truth. Finance is there. But if you have the grassroots support, and one of the dynamics of politics, if you've been listening to my program, Politics and You on my Facebook page, Olushola Agbalu, is that politics at the grassroots level, at the party level, is influenced by the leaders. And when you are at the grassroots, and the leaders knows what you are doing, you are educated, you are informed, you are participating, you are humble. Don't forget, you must be humble. You don't get there and begin to flaunt certificates or money. And you are humble. When the leaders support you at the grassroots, your party can decide that, okay, this is the person that we are supporting. They will be speaking in your favor. You are involved in so many things. So you can get tickets through that. Yeah, it is possible. And when you get tickets through that, you will still need people who come to support you financially. Because once you get the ticket, it has now become the responsibility of the party for you to win, to represent them either at the state level or at the National Assembly, House of Representatives, or at the Senate. So the grassroots also play vital role because of the leadership influence in politics. So that is it.
Madam Agbalu, if you can hear me. I was talking about the expectations. And so what role does public perception and societal expectations play in discouraging women from entering politics?
Go home and take care of your children. Yeah, they say that a lot. Go home and take care of your children, but when you are organized, you organize your home, you have your health. If I don't advise any woman in politics to leave them for herself. You take your children to daycare. In the evening, you come back and take your children and look after them. So they put the women with go home and take care of your children, go home and take care of your husband. We still have these beliefs. Some still believe that women cannot rule them. And that is why in up north, it's a struggle for northern women politicians to become either deputy governor or state governor. We still struggle with it here in the south, but we are still struggling, and they are still recognizing and making women deputy governor. But the governorship all across Nigeria, they are still looking at the women. Those are the challenges. Some people still don't believe. They have this cultural thing that a woman cannot rule over me. That's the challenges women are having. But I think it's going to wear off as we see more and more women. But the unfortunate thing is that women that are in politics most often, that are in appointment position, they are actually not politicians. They are given the role of technocrat level because they are technocrats, and they also refuse to take opportunity of that to get themselves into politics and learn what politics. They still run away from politics, and I don't know why. So women need to do a lot because we have. For instance, look at what Kemi Badenoch is doing in the United Kingdom. Look at what this U.S. Democrat presidential candidates, what she also did with Trump. So I think women should be looking at those Nigerian women also, to ensure they assert their position at the grassroots level. Don't worry when leaders talk down on you, just be there and be doing your thing. I started from there, and I don't care. I play my politics. I've contested twice. I still continue. I'm doing something, and so it's just for women to brace up and encourage themselves. Don't listen to their bully, and also, lastly, don't offer yourself to any man based on politics, on love affairs and relationship. They take advantage of women. So women believe it's when you give out yourself to a man, it makes them to look down on you. That is what I can say.
Okay, looking at the House of Senate, we have just 3 women representing some of their constituencies in the House of Senate, amongst of men sitting in there. from the preparation for 2027 elections, do you think more women will be voted for to, you know, to the House of Senate or to the National Assembly, so to say?
If their various parties give them that ticket, why not? They can vote them into power. But you know, politics is also beyond the sentiment of this woman thing we're talking about. We are talking about. You must be up for the game. You must be up for the game, and you must not be too controversial. That's another thing. You must, as a woman, you must avoid controversy, because you must know that they actually don't want you in that position. And so because they don't want you in that position, do all you can to win your colleagues, your political colleagues to yourself when you are in the Senate or you are in the House of Representatives, so that you can be diplomatic. That's why you're a politician. A good politician must be diplomatic. You have to look away from a lot of things. You don't have to be there and begin to show the attitude of an activist. You must do the power play very well.
I'm going to come back to you very soon. Let me talk to Ayo in the house. I know that you're a young woman compared to Madam Agbalu, and you are a politician here in Lagos State. So for young women watching this program right now who may want to aspire into political leadership, what would your advice be?
Now, first, aspiration is good. Every person should have an aspirational ambition, but it shouldn't be premised on I think I want to fix Nigeria, and the next thing is I want to assume an elective office. I have been playing politics for almost 3 decades. I have never contested once. I have served the All Progressives Party from ward level to the national level, and even across to the overseas, where I've sat in committees as member, secretary, or chairman. And a lot of people are unwilling to go through the training that Madam Olushola and I have gone through. So for young women who are desirous, so I mean, we're in the day of you want popularity, you know, and then the first thing you do is you just go and do a banner, posters, and all of that. And when you come to form where questions are thrown at you, you can't even answer, premise on the little knowledge that you have. So my advice to young women, older women, educated, not trained, and this is it, your voice matters. Come join politics. Anything that you want to change the society, start from your community. Are you a communities person? Do you go for communal meetings? How well are you known? You understand? You can't want to be a politician and you're not accessible. Part of the problems we have with a lot of political appointees is the fact that they are not accessible. Madam talked about, you know, women in her first response who assume appointing positions that are imported into the party. How do you think that people like me feel that you're talking about you're bringing somebody from, let's say, from America or Denmark or wherever, or even in Nigeria, and telling us the person is a technocrat? I went to school. And beyond school, I do constant self-development. And yet we serve the party when there's a law. Now we're entering activity years. Between 2023 after inauguration and this year, some people held the party together. So why should those people be overlooked, whether male or female? That's the question. And I think it's important to talk about fairness in this and merit, especially in the area of appointive positions. Now you have a lot of these women, like Madame said, they don't even know their LGA office, not talk about their word, you know. So the first thing, as a young person, come out, make your intents known, but that you want to serve, genuinely be about service, not about, I want to be senator and the works. And put in the good work. You'll be rewarded.
Thank you, and you're putting the good work. Quickly, Madam Agbalu, I'm not going to end this program. I have just a minute to end this program. I'm not going to end this program by not talking about what is going on between the Minister of Works and the woman who says she's owing him. What's your take on that? Quickly, in 1 second, ma'am.
People in that position of demand, you have to be very careful. When you are dealing with women, whatever you do with a woman in secret, and you don't fulfill you don't do what you're supposed to do, it will be in the open. He ought to have paid that woman, and he can. If a woman says you approach me on love affair, and the woman says she meant it. So what Imai is now saying that, she's not as beautiful as Natasha, this and that, it's not it. They should be disciplined. It's because most people in appointments are not disciplined the way they play women. And when it's come to their payment, women are supposed to be paid.
Thank you so much, Madam Agbalu. I was going to come to Natasha's case. You heard the minister saying it on air that she's not even, if it was Natasha that says I was, running after her, I would have smiled. What's your take on that?
That's sexual harassment, period.
Sexual harassment.
Now Natasha has a point. Why bandy her looks? Natasha is not there as a beauty pageant person. She's there to represent the people of Kogi Central.
Thank you so much, Ayo. We do not have time. I wish we have. Anyways, the celebration is on Sunday. Hopefully, we'll continue this conversation Monday or Tuesday so we could celebrate properly. Thank you so much, Ayo, for
Stand up for the champions, stand up.
So your wife contact say you must play.
I must play today, I must play.
As you play and finish.
As I play and finish, next thing, as I come back for good, I go to tell me say, baby, you win. I say, wait, win.
So how you feel now? So like this, you don't play last night, you don't win.
So my advice to everybody is that anybody when they say he play this make continue, because I spend almost 2 weeks.
Now wait, 2 weeks you don't play, but now you don't say it. Everywhere don't say it.
My people, as that time don't come again, for you to enter the draw, simple. Dial *347*732#. Choose the number of tickets where you want buy. Make your payment and sharp you go get message say you don't enter the draw successfully. Listen well. As that time, play now and show your person love.
For the champions.
A lovely morning to you and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. A prominent indigene of Akoko-Edo local government area and House of Representative aspirant for Akoko-Edo Federal Constituency seat under the platform of the All Progressives Congress, Honorable Paul Afagase, has donated 6 new motorcycles, tires and a patrol vehicle to boost security in the area. Edo North Bureau Chief McDonald Unokai reports that the items were handed over to the security agencies at the Nigeria Police Area Command in Igara.
Addressing the gathering at the Nigeria Police Area Command in Igara, the House of Representatives, hopeful under the aegis of APC, Honorable Paul Afagase said the donation is to complement effort of Governor Monday Okwewu to combat insecurity in the state. He appealed to the security agencies to make judicious use of the items in the war against criminality and other vices confronting the people in the locality.
Donate these bikes and refurbish the bus, and also provide these tires for our security agency to help their operations. I'm sure with that, insecurity will become a thing of the past in our local government. The government is responsible to secure the lives and properties of every citizen. And our governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, is doing that very, very well. He has proven that he's interested in the security of our people.
Spokesperson for the security agencies expressed gratitude to Honorable Afagase for the gesture and wish him well in his political ambition.
I want to appreciate you for this kind gesture on behalf of the Commissioner of Police, Edo State. May God continue to bless you and may God grant you your heart desire.
I want to thank Donor, Honorable from Africa for this unusual thing he has done.
High point of the ceremony was the handing over of keys of the motorcycle and other items to the beneficiaries. From Igara, the administrative headquarters of Akoko Edo local government area of Edo North, Mark Jonah Dirunokai, ITV News.
The Benin Traditional Council has insisted that Ogbeson is a quarter in Igwoshodin Nebudin village in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State. This is contained in a letter signed by the Secretary of the Benin Traditional Council, Frankie Rabo, in response to a request by the legal advisor to Igwoshodin Nebudin village, Sir Edward Aibangbe of Aibangbe Law Firm. Irabo stated that the decision on the status of Ogbeson as a quarter in Igwoshodin Nebudin was stated in a letter dated 4th November 2021, where the Odionwe of Igwoshodin Nebudin was mandated to oversee all the quarters in the village, including Ogbeson. It added that the decision was further reaffirmed by the palace on 4th November 2025. Members of the Grace E. Omoifo Memorial Foundation, including trustees and volunteers, have continued to uphold the legacy of the late Deaconess Grace E. Omoifo with a visit to Amadine Orphanage in Benin City to put smiles on the faces of the children. Ikpomosa Ogiabe reports that the foundation donated food items and toiletries to the home.
It was a joyful atmosphere at Amadine Orphanage in Benin City as the children, management of the home, and members of the Grace E. Omoifo Memorial Foundation sang praises in appreciation. Items donated included bags of rice, gari, cartons of noodles, palm and vegetable oil, toiletries, clothes, shoes, as well as packs of jollof rice served to the children during the visit. Addressing the children, the Chief Executive Officer of the foundation, Pastor Rufina Utabo, said the gesture forms part of the foundation's seasonal impact intervention program in memory of their late matriarch, Deaconess Grace Isegboria Omoifo. She expressed gratitude to members, friends, and partners of the foundation for their continued support.
We had a very, very beautiful time together with the orphans, and this is worth doing. We'll be doing this now for about 4 years, and want to believe that the next one will also be bigger.
Some trustees also expressed satisfaction that the initiative continues to sustain the legacy of Deaconess Grace E. Omoifo.
The reason why we came here is to celebrate as a foundation the value that has been added to these young children, to give them a hope, to give them an inspiration, to give them a future.
We are still continuing with our mandate to put a smile on the faces of the less privileged.
A staff member of Amadine Orphanage and a representative of the children appreciated the foundation for the generous donation.
We really appreciate Omoifo Memorial Foundation for what they have brought for our children. We pray may the Lord continue to bless them.
I want to say a very big thank you for what you guys have done to him.
Members of the visitation team included the CEO, Pastor Rufina Utabo, Sir Joseph Abu, Pastor Kenneth Utabo, Pastor Edith Momo, and Mrs. Juliana Abu, amongst others. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
And to other stories, rice farmers under the aegis of Kukuruku Farmers Association in Edo State have appealed to the Edo State government for urgent intervention over rising farm input costs and low returns from harvest. The farmers who gathered at the government house in Benin City say they are facing serious financial strain ahead of a new farming season. Ofuria Neto has details.
Leader of the group, Omija Roy Ehidiamin, said farmers recorded heavy losses last season due to high cost of fertilizers, herbicides, labor and transportation. He explained that despite investing heavily, the drop in the price of rice during harvest made it difficult to recover expenses or pay workers. The association is therefore calling on the Edo State government to subsidize farm input and provide necessary support to ease the burden on farmers.
We are yet pleading to the capacity governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, to please assist with farmers. We have been going through a lot in the past seasons, and we are about entering another farming season. We are hoping that the governor helps us, give us fertilizers, herbicides, and if possible, farm equipment.
Responding to the appeal, a government official who spoke anonymously assured the group that their concerns would be relayed to Governor Monday Okpewolo, noting that the administration is making efforts to address agricultural challenges in the state. Other farmers who accompanied the delegation also appealed to the government to urgently come to their aid to prevent further losses in the coming farming season.
Especially the insecurity part of it. So we struggle to make sure we maintain our farming. Just need the government assistance to help us, probably even if it is loan for farming or other grants.
We are all farmers. We are seeking for government help. It's either by granting us a loan or about the herbicide or fertilizer. Any one of those things will help us out for this season.
We buy chemical costly last year. We buy fertilizer. After the whole thing, we no gain anything.
I was just passing it and said, let me also join them in this agitation. We want the governor to call farmers. Farmers are suffering. Farmers need loan and grants in Edo State.
No farmer,
no nation. From Benin, Ofuri, Annetta, ITV News.
And that report brings the ITV AM news for this time to a climax. Many thanks for watching. I am Harry Igbo J. Do enjoy the rest of your morning.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV,
certainly the best.
Coming up on the network news tonight, Oba of Benin assures military correctional service commanders of support. Army neutralizes notorious kidnapper, rescues 4 victims in Edo. Court acquaints suspended DCP Abba Kyari from non-asset declaration charge. VP Shetima says PDP governors joining APC not forced. They saw the light. And MD CEO of FAN says presidential order implemented. We're broadcasting live on independent television. This is the Network News. I am Lawrence Osifo in our Benin Network Center. Joining me in Abuja is Abigail Adiremi from Abuja Network Center. Abigail, good evening and good to have you on the news. At www.itvradioNG.com/live, or you can follow us on our social media platform on Facebook, on X, on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio Nigeria. We'll begin the news in earnest, where His Royal Majesty Oba Ewari II, the Oba of Benin, has assured security agencies of the continued support of the palace and the ancestors in strengthening security and correctional administration in Benin City. The Oba of Benin gave the assurance during a courtesy visit by the commander of 4 Brigade Nigerian Army and the Assistant Comptroller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service Zone G. Jolade Ojo brings details.
The palace of the Oba of Benin was packed with palace chiefs who witnessed the visit and homage paid by the security officials. In his remarks, the 44th commander of the 4 Brigade Nigerian Army, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, said although he assumed office 3 months ago and has remained committed to his duties, he considered it important to formally pay homage and receive the blessings of the Oba.
As officers of the Nigerian Army, when we go to places and we meet people that support us to achieve our mandate of protecting the nation, it's only customary that we acknowledge such support. And that is also one of the reasons why I try to come and pay this homage to this great troop.
Also speaking, the Assistant Comptroller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service, Zone G, covering Edo and Delta State, Josephine Ogbefo, described the Benin throne as more than a symbol of authority, but a testament to courage and enduring leadership. She also sought the royal blessings of the palace for the success of the command.
As your daughter, I have come to seek for your prayers, guidance, and fatherly blessings. May your royal majesty reign be long and prosperous, and may your legacy continue to inspire generations to come.
Responding, His Royal Majesty Ewari II, Oba of Benin, appreciated the dedication of the security chiefs. He assured them of the continued support of the throne in efforts to maintain peace and security in Benin and its environs.
I assure you that once you have the support of people already, you have support of this palace, you have support of the ancestors.
From Benin, Jolade Ojo, ITV News.
The governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpevolo, has engaged key stakeholders in the electricity market over the poor power distribution and other issues affecting socio-economic activities in the state. The strategic meeting was aimed at addressing identified challenges and finding a lasting solution to concerns that led to Monday's protest by residents against the Benin Electricity Distribution Company, BEDC. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu has more.
The meeting of key stakeholders in the Nigerian electricity market, convened at the instance of Governor Monday Okpebholo, followed Monday's protest against BEDC over incessant power outages and related concerns. Spokesperson for the civil society organizations, Comrade Emmanuel Obidi, listed the issues that triggered the protest to include epileptic power supply, alleged illegal charges for the installation of prepaid meters, estimated billing, and alleged plans to increase tariffs under the guise of Band A classification, among others.
Your Excellency, there is a Nicodemus style by BDC to increase tariff of Edo people as it is today in the guise of Band A, such that household users, which are the ordinary customers, who do not use power for business purposes or commercial purposes, are migrated to Band A unsolicitedly.
The acting managing director and chief executive officer of BEDC, Engineer Jonathan Lawani, who noted the absence of the Transmission Company of Nigeria at the meeting, explained that BEDC requires about 760 megawatts of electricity to effectively cover parts of the state, but is currently receiving approximately 260 megawatts.
The chain is a long one, but we accept all this completely because we are the last phase that you see. BEDC have no right to introduce tariff, neither Band A. We work under strict regulation.
After listening to parties, Governor Okpebholo directed the State Commissioner for Power, Barrister Paul Usembo, and the Director General of the Edo State Electrification Agency, Saturday, Egbadan, to convene a broader stakeholders meeting to further address the issues raised.
So they will have to explain to us, and we have to look for a way forward. Then I also want to appeal to Azora. Their light is not here in Edo State. Taken to Ondo. We need to appeal to them so that they can extend their distribution to Benin.
A major highlight of the engagement was the presentation of a position paper by the civil society organizations. From Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
Guests on the current affairs program 60 Minute Nigeria have commended the infrastructural development of the Edo State governor, but advised Governor Monday Okpebholo to extend road construction to various communities in Edo South and other areas. The report filed by Esther Ogoro is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
The guests, Dr. Maxwell Osage and Bishop Lucky Omonabiese, said the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has invested in the construction of flyover at Ramat Park and Sapele Road by Adesua Road Junction, while community roads are impassable, especially during the rainy season.
If it's giving the flyover 60%, the other 41, give it to the community roads, so that we can, in case of tomorrow, we want to bring things down to urban area, we have road to bring it down. Then number two, it should not select road. Is a governor of Edo State.
The people that are taking that road, they are hungry. They don't have place to pass. You cannot even take through Sapele Road. You pass here and pass here, they just block. Ogege, at a point I was driving, go on, between Ogege and BIU. It's a problem with all the trailers and everything. No adjoining.
They appealed to Governor Monday Okpebholo to revamp the agricultural sector in order to reduce hunger in the state. 60 Minutes Nigeria is a current affairs program aired on Thursday weekly from 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
To security matters, where troops of the Nigerian Army have neutralized a suspected notorious kidnapper and rescued 4 kidnapped victims and arrested another suspect during a separate security operations in Edo State. The operations were carried out by troops of 4 Brigade under 2 Division, the Nigerian Army, in collaboration with the Edo State Security Corps. A statement released by the Assistant Director of Public Relations, 4 Brigade Nigerian Army, Kennedy Ayaun, says the rescue operation took place during a night patrol under Operation Igbo Dano 1 in Warake Forest in Auchi in Isako West local government area of Edo State. The troops responding to gunshots in the forest engaged suspected kidnappers, neutralizing one of them while others fled into the bush. 4 victims identified were rescued on horse and reunited with their families. Items recovered from the neutralized suspect include 650,000 naira, mobile phones, footwears, and a power bank. In a separate operation in Ujeme community in Esan West local government area of Edo State, troops raided suspected kidnappers' hideouts where a 39-year-old suspect, Omogbeha Solomon, was arrested. A shrine containing charms and photographs of several individuals were discovered and destroyed during the raid. While the suspect has been handed over to the Nigerian Police Force, the Ekpoma Division, for further investigation. Commander 4 Brigade, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, commended the troops and reaffirmed the Army's commitment to protecting lives and properties in Edo State. You're still on to the network news broadcasting live on independent television. It's time for us to now take you over to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where Abigail Aderemi is standing by to take it away from here. Abigail, good evening and good to have you on the news. It's time for you to bring us more interesting stories from the Federal Capital Territory.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. And from the Federal Capital Territory, the Federal High Court on Thursday discharged and acquitted suspended Deputy Commissioner of Police Abba Kyari of a 23-count charge bordering on alleged non-declaration of assets filed against him by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. Justice James Omotosho, who delivered the judgment,
Sincere apologies for the break in transmission from our Abuja Network Center. Instead, the network news on independent television. We'll go on a short break to bring you more reports after the break. Do stay with us. Thank you so much for staying with us on the news. And moving on, Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima says all governors who defected from the opposition People's Democratic Party PDP to the ruling All Progressives Congress APC did so on their conviction that they were not forced into taking such decision. As State House correspondent Ikaru Wata reports that the Vice President spoke at an interfaith breaking of fast for Ramadan in the Lent held at the State House in Abuja.
This is an iftar session President Bola Tinubu organized for ministers, aides, and heads of agencies at the new banquet hall of the presidential villa. The attendees include members of the Federal Executive Council, the Central Bank governors, and other senior government officials. Vice President Kashim Shettima was the main speaker at the event and lauded his boss for bold reforms. On politics, he says, contrary to comment from opposition quarters, governors defecting to the All Progressive Congress were not forced into doing so.
Politically speaking, we're in a much more comfortable position now than in 2023. And nobody twisted the governors of Rivers or Delta or Akwa Ibom or Kano or Adamawa or Taraba or Enugu to join the APC. It's at their own volition because they have seen the light.
He also says the implementation of the new tax reforms will eliminate the burden of multiple levies and charges on small businesses. Shettima says the reforms would also remove tax burden on low-income earners and help reduce poverty. He says the planning and implementation of the reforms were carefully designed to improve livelihoods.
3 years that the economy has bounced back. We are crossed the Rubicon and we are on a path to sustain growth.
The Vice President also highlighted gains of the administration's economic reform, including increased foreign exchange reserve and streamlined exchange rate. He also cited the removal of fuel subsidy, which he says had benefited only a few for many years. Senator Shettima says the president demonstrated courage by addressing long-standing economic distortions. From the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, Amikaro Atta, ITV News.
The Anti-Graft Agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, said that it is prosecuting Nigerian promoters of the collapsed crypto bullion exchange, CBEX, over their involvement in the alleged multi-million-dollar sponsor scheme. Speaking at a public hearing convened by the Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions, the EFCC's representative, Mr. Dane White, revealed that the investigation traced over $46 million in stablecoin USDT transactions to wallet identified as collection points operated by the scheme's promoter. National Assembly correspondent Charity Tanko brings report.
According to the EFCC representative, Mr. White, although initial speculative figures were exaggerated, forensic blockchain analysis confirmed that over $46 million flowed into the identified wallets. He further disclosed that more than 1,200 victims have so far been identified in Lagos and Ogun State alone.
Apart from the promoters who are the identified Nigerians that promoted this, we were also able to identify some beneficiaries that were behind these promoters that were from Asia. And as we speak today, their offices have been shut down.
Meanwhile, the public hearing, as organized by the Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance and Financial Institutions, is on a bill seeking to amend the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act, following a motion for an investigative hearing into the operations of Ponzi schemes in Nigeria.
This engagement is conveyed pursuant to the constitutional mandate of the Senate to consider matters of critical importance to the stability, integrity, and the resilience of Nigeria's financial system.
Earlier, while declaring the hearing open on behalf of the President of the Senate, Senate leader Senator Opeyemi Bamidele stressed that stakeholder engagement is critical to strengthening legislation and restoring confidence in the nation's financial architecture. In his remarks, Deputy Governor for Financial System Stability at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Philip Ikazu, welcomed key innovations in the proposed amendment, particularly the establishment of a registry for systematically important financial institutions.
Stakeholder engagement strengthens legislation and ensures that our laws are informed by practical realities.
A registry for systematically important institutions. And that is very well in order.
From Abuja, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
Just stay on to the network news on independent television. It's time for us now to meet with Aigboje Ikoria, standing by in our Lagos Network Center to bring us more stories from the Center of Excellence. Aigboje, good evening and good to have you on the news tonight.
Lawrence, good evening and welcome to Lagos. Moving on the news, the Federal Authorities of Nigeria, FAN, says it has reversed its recently introduced cashless payment policy at airport toll gates. Managing Director of FAN, Mrs. Olubumi Koko, disclosed this in an interview that the decision followed a directive from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu concerned the newly introduced cashless payment system at airport toll gates. A visit to the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos shows that the order by the President to reverse the cashless policy has been implemented, with the toll gate now fully open. Commenting further on the developments, the Managing Director of FAN, Mrs. Olubumi Koko, said enforcement of the policy has been put on hold following the directive from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. According to her, the initiative was never intended to cause hardship for Nigerians, but to improve efficiency and service delivery at the airports.
So for me and the agency, we actually thank Mr. President for this laudable initiative. The fact that the President is not just taking federal government initiatives or policy rollouts, but understanding the nature of every environment. He saw the traffic gridlock that we were having as we were rolling out the cashless policy, and in his good nature and understanding of our environment, took it upon himself to ask us to revert back to status quo or the hybrid approach. That's what we're doing. So this is a win for the industry.
Mrs. Kuku added that cards already purchased by users will still be useful, as both card and cash payments will now be accepted at the toll gates.
We were asked to implement a federal government directive, which was done at the Federal Executive Council. This was what we were pushing towards, but unfortunately we were given a deadline. We had actually asked for a hybrid approach that allows us to do both cashless as well as automated. So for me and the agency, we actually thank Mr. President for this laudable initiative.
The cashless payment policy at airports was introduced by the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, on Sunday, March 1, 2026. From Lagos, Igboji Korea, ITV News. The governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has described Lagos as a key driver in the transformation of Africa's cities. He said the state is steadily reshaping the economic landscape and pattern of urban development through rapid expansion and strategic investments. Governor Sanwo-Olu noted that the Lagos State government, through the Team Plus agenda of its administration, is delivering impactful projects across critical sectors, including transportation, tourism, technology, security, and social inclusion. The governor made a remark while speaking at the John F. Kennedy Jr. Forum in the United States.
You're still on to the network news on independent television. We'll take another short break to bring you more reports. Stay with us.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying with us on the news. And moving on, the founder and senior pastor of the Dunamis International Gospel Church, Pastor Dr. Paul Enenche, has enjoined Edo residents to come out and participate in a 3-day crusade in Benin City, the Edo State capital, scheduled to hold from the 5th to the 7th of March 2026. The cleric made the call on the arrival in Benin City while responding to questions exclusively from independent television on the purpose of his visit. Patience Osarugiwa has more.
The 3-day crusade with the theme, The God of Mercy, is expected to win more souls for Christ and will hold at Garrick Memorial School as well as the Indoor Sports Hall of the University of Benin. Founder of Dunamis International Gospel Church, Pastor Paul Enenche, said the crusade will focus on soul winning and provide an opportunity for many people in Edo State and its environs to experience a divine encounter with God. The man of God assured residents and members of the church that their lives will witness positive transformation after the crusade and encouraged them to dedicate the 3 days to seeking God's intervention in their lives.
A healing and deliverance crusade to experience the mercy of God for Edo State. We have gone to Yenagua by Elsa from Onitsha, Anambra State, and we are here in this series of crusades. We trust God for his mercy upon the land. First of all, we expect the invasion of the presence of God. Secondly, we expect the release of the principles of God, instructions to live by, to make life better for us on earth and eternity in heaven.
Some pastors also expressed confidence that the visit of the founder of Dunamis International Church and their spiritual father to Benin City will mark a turning point in the spiritual lives of many people.
We are using this privilege to also invite everyone in Edo State and its environment to come for this meeting. It is a moment of divine encounter.
It's an awesome time in Edo State. It's an awesome time in Benin City. God has decided to favor us in this city.
I urge everyone to be there. It's going to be heaven on earth.
During the 3-day stay, Dr. Eneche is also expected to inaugurate some Dunamis International Gospel Church projects in Benin City. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
The 2-week edition of the 2026 Combined Lenten Service of the Diocese of Benin has been held at St. Thomas Anglican Church, located within the premises of Erusa Anglican Grammar School, on Wednesday. Ehis Uhunamure report that the Lenten program, which brings together clergy and worshippers from across the diocese, is aimed at deepening spiritual reflection and preparing Christians for the celebration of Easter. The report is presented by Usemudiame Usagi.
Beyond being a solemn season of reflection, the service became a moment of collective rededication to faith, service and community responsibility, speaking on the theme, bearing the cross, bearing fruit, Christ-like suffering and resurrection hope. The officiating minister, Venerable Osaze Owadian, delivered a sermon titled, The Grain of Wheat Must Die, drawn from John chapter 12, verses 24 to 26.
No resurrection. We want the power of the Pentecost without the death at Calvary. Without the death at Calvary, there will be no Pentecost. And Jesus says it doesn't work that way.
Clergy at the service also encourage worshippers to use the Lenten season as a period of prayer, repentance, and renewed commitment to righteous living.
Every Christian should, at this moment, put on pride and be submissive to our Lord Jesus Christ.
It's not just by service alone. We must think of what we have done and repent from all our sins so that we'll be accepted into the heavenly kingdom.
The service featured hymns, prayers, and scriptural exhortations as activities for the Lenten season continue across the diocese. Osemudiame Osagi, RTV News.
To political matters, where the All Progressives Congress APC in Edo State has continued to receive support to facilitate the re-election campaign of President Bola Tinubu ahead of the 2027 presidential election. Governor Okpebholo received the latest donation from the grassroots supporters of the party, Owadiale Oziegbe, at his residence in Irua, Esa Central Local Government Area of Edo State. Government House Correspondent Kingsley Uchebu has more.
The group, led by Engineer Owadiale Oziegbe, are in Governor Okpebholo's residence in Irua, Esan Central, to present visibility and publicity materials, including branded wrappers, shirts, and other items as part of efforts to mobilize grassroots support for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu. Governor Okpebholo, in appreciation of the gesture, said it reflected growing appreciation among Edo State residents for the policies and programs of the federal government.
He's happy with what the president has done for Edo people, especially Esa Extraction. So for that reason, they are already making contribution to support him. That means our 2.5 million vote is not negotiable. We are happy to receive this, and I believe that the president will hear of it. We are so grateful, and thank you very much.
Initiator of the project, Engineer Owadiale Oziegbe, said the donation was inspired by the developmental strides of the governor, adding that more campaign materials will be provided in the coming months.
We've seen the massive work development that are going on across the entire state, from the Edo North to the Edo Central to the Edo South. You see construction work everywhere. So we came here with these materials, they are visibility materials, to support the government. Because when the government is performing, all you need to do is to support that government to continue in power so that more development can come to the citizens.
Items donated include face caps, vests, t-shirts, and other customized paraphernalia of the APC. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
A frontline Benin-based businessman and the chief executive officer of the province Andalusia Integrated Services Limited, Ambassador Dumais Edo, has joined millions of Edo citizens, particularly members of the All Progressives Congress APC in both the state and the country, to felicitate with Honorable Sylvester Agbobo on his re-emergence and inauguration as Vice Chairman of the Edo State Chapter of the All Progressives Congress, APC. In a statement of congratulation, Ambassador Dumaze Edo said that the re-emergence of Honorable Sylvester Agbobo as the Vice Chairman of APC Edo State did not come to him as a surprise. Owing to the untainted track record of Agbobo, whose contribution to the growth of the party in Edo State and Nigeria cannot be overemphasized. The Chief Executive Officer of Province Andalusia Integrated Services Limited said that the implicit confidence the party places on the Vice Chairman of the APC Edo State stems from his loyalty and investment in the party and displayed in his first tenure, which brought him about untold fortunes to the party in the state. Dumaze Edo prayed God to continue to grant Honorable Sylvester Agbobo wisdom in the discharge of his responsibility as a Vice Chairman of the Edo State APC in order to continue to expand the frontiers of the party. The Edo State Commissioner for Water Resources and Sanitation, Barrister Washington Osifo, on Wednesday said he tendered his resignation letter as commissioner in accordance with the electoral law, which stipulate that political appointees interested in contesting elective positions should resign 30 days before the party's primary. Barrister Washington Osifo disclosed this when he visited the Nigeria Union of Journalists Edo State Council to inform journalists of his decision to contest for Uhunde Uriomo Federal Constituency seats in the National Assembly. Efosa Owangwe has more.
Barrister Washington Osifo said in adherence to the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in line with the Electoral Act, the Constitution and his conscience, he decided to resign as a commissioner, a member of the State Executive Council, to pave the way to contest Uhunde Uriomo House of Representatives seat in the 2027 general elections. He stated that INEC a few weeks ago released a revised timetable and constituted the electoral process to an extent that between April and May, primaries of political parties must be conducted within that period and their appeals concluded.
The law requires that 30 days before the primaries, a holder of public office, in this case, not elected but appointed, the duty is naturally imposed on you by law to resign. The first step you must demonstrate that you have passed is that you must obey the call of the law.
The former commissioner expressed optimism and confidence of being victorious in the forthcoming primaries and the general election. Barrister Osifo said the tendering of his resignation on time will enable him to engage with the people early enough. He explained that his desire to contest the House of Representatives seat is to enable him face new challenges, provide new answers that will leave a mark, as his people are compelling him to get into the ring to contest.
I have so many constituencies to cover. Units and wards to cover within my federal constituency. So let me use the legs that I have, which is 2 legs, go and pursue my new dreams, my new vision, and by the grace of God and by support of my people, it is my intention to go to the Green Chambers to represent them.
However, Barrister Washington Osifo also announced the appointment of Evangelist Tony Osazua, PhD, as the Director General of his campaign organization in Uriomo, Uhunde Federal Constituency. Tony Osazua is an astute politician who currently represents Uriomo local government area in the Edo State Oil and Gas Producing Commission. From Benin, Efosa Owangwe, ITV News.
Just on to the ITV main news for tonight. To take another short break to bring you more reports shortly after the break. To stay.
ITV, certainly the best.
And thank you so much for staying with us. On educational matter, where the distribution of notebooks and solar rechargeable fans across Esan West, Esan Central, and Igwebe local government areas by the Ehizwa Education Support Foundation was on Tuesday concluded in Igwebe local government area of Edo State. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije reported that Igwebe Grammar School served as the distribution center for the event.
The distribution of notebooks and solar rechargeable fans to public primary and secondary schools in Esan West and Esan Central local government areas was carried out by the foundation's team, led by the founder, Honorable Matthias Osobase Ehizwa. Uyele Grammar School and Udomi Primary School serves as distribution center for the educational materials. The initiative is aimed at encouraging and supporting the younger generation in their academic pursuits.
My foundation came up with the initiative for a school support program. We're going to keep this going over 2 years. We're going to give out 240 solar fans and 240,000 notebooks across the schools in the 3 LGA over 3 years. So it's going to be a termly initiative. Every term we'll come back and make the donation to support the work of the school. And we hope to do more, all because of we having a very good governor who have the heart of the Esan people and also the whole entire people of Edo State. And the children are very dear to him. Education is one of his key areas, and we decide to partner with the governor to do more in education.
Receiving the educational support materials on behalf of Esan West and Esan Central local government areas, Mr. Douglas Olumofo and Mr. Pius Agboanye expressed appreciation to the foundation for the kind gesture. Some of the benefiting students also conveyed their gratitude.
On behalf of the CIA, I thank the CEO of the foundation. We are very grateful for this development.
Thank you to the founder of this Ehizwa Education Foundation. On behalf of the primary school in the Esan Central, we are happy.
I want to especially thank him for taking out time and money to develop us, to create a better future for us.
The distribution exercise is expected to continue in Igwebe local government area, covering Okpebolo Federal Constituency. In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
The Benin Traditional Council has insisted that Ogbeson is a quarter in Igushudi in Ebudi village in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State. This is contained in a letter signed by the secretary to the Benin Traditional Council, Frank Irabo, in response to a request by the legal advisor to Igushudi in Ebudi village, Sir Edward Abayegbe of the Abayegbe law firm. Irabo stated that the decision on the status of Ogbeson as a quarter in Igushudi in Ebudi was stated in the letter dated 4th November 2021, where the Odionwere of Igushudi in Ebudi was mandated to oversee all the quarters in the village, including Ogbeson. It added that the decision was further reaffirmed by the palace on the 4th of November 2025. Still on community matters, where natives of Amagba community in Oredo local government area of Edo State on Thursday staged a peaceful protest to debunk the allegation that they attacked an APC boss in the community. The natives described the allegation as false and a calculated attempt by one of their leaders, popularly known as Ebo Amagba, to drag their name into the mud. Efosa Owangwe has more.
Spokespersons for the natives of Amagba community said they decided to come to government house to clear the air on the lies being peddled against them, saying there was nothing as attacking an APC boss. The natives said they appreciate the developmental strides of the governor and efforts to sanitize the state of any form of insecurity. They said in view of the blatant lies against them, 4 of their natives have been arrested over a situation they viewed as destabilizing. Hence, they are appealing to the governor to heed to their cry and release their people, as they did nothing of such.
We came to government to meet with the governor in order to deny the allegation that was laid against the youth of Amagba. The government bosses that came to Amagba were being attacked by the youth of Amagba community, led by our Karele. We are here to let the governor know that there was nothing of such. So anything that he is saying, they are fighting Amagba, destroy government bosses, that is not true. So we came to deny the allegation and appeal with the governor that he should please, for no reason should they take any action against us, because we don't have hand in that. If anything happens, they should go and question about Amagba.
There's a matter, Nala, Naguma, Idongwe, not Shazwa, Naga, petition, Ivima, Avia and Nenia, or Ya Avia Sessiati, Nuwaila, Nagumata, Mobana Dotame, a governor office, cannot see me, man, a PC Amagba.
Since he handed over to this current youth leadership, either is going to CCID, the Zone 5 AIG, they call it, or Abuja, writing petition here that is not tenable anywhere. He is supposed to have what they call synergy of working with the new chairman and himself. Now he's creating trouble here and there, line up and down. The new chairman and his executive are all arrested.
A government official who prefers his name not to be mentioned said their message will be conveyed to the governor. From Benin, Fosa Wangwe, ITV News.
5 campuses of Calvary Crown Academy Benin City completed for honors at the 2026 Inter-House Sport Campus competition, with Airport Road Campus emerging the overall champions with 186 points. The biannual sporting event held at the University of Benin Ugbo Campus Sports Complex brought together pupils, students, parents, and staff in display of athleticism and teamwork. Ofuri Aneto has more.
The colorful event kicked off with calisthenics display by pupils and students from the various campuses, followed by a ceremonial march past. Ogida Campus competed as Blue House, Ugbawa Campus as Green House, Airport Road Campus as Orange House, Ewa Road Campus as Purple House, and Ekewan Campus as Red House. The pupils and students participated in early years races, novelty games, track events, relay races, and special races, including staff and parent race won by Ewa Road Campus. At the end of the competition, Orange House of Airport Road Campus finished first with 186 points, followed by Blue House of Ogida with 179 points, while Red House of Ekewan Road placed third with 160 points. In her remarks, the co-proprietress of Calvary Crown Academy, Elizabeth Okungbawa, said the Olympics were organized to promote sportsmanship, teamwork, and balanced development among students.
We do this competition biannually to show that as much as we can do excellently well in academics, we can also do the same in sports.
The event was rounded off with a presentation of trophies and medals amidst cheers from students and parents.
Surprised I actually took first because Ogida Campus actually laughed at us that we took last 3 years ago. Now we shocked them that we took first.
To the glory of God, we still got second position, so I'm really, really grateful to God Almighty.
As the head girl, I want to say you all did very well. I'm so proud of you.
From Benin, Ofuri Aneta, ITV News.
Street lights installed and donated to Ogwa community in Esan West local government area of Edo State under the project tagged Operation Light Up Ogwa, led by the CEO of Jonasco Technical Enterprise, Jonathan Ogbekoreme, have been inaugurated. Ikmawosa Ogiagbe report that the commissioning ceremony drew applause from the Onoji of Ogwa, His Royal Highness Zeiki Ehizoje II, and other leaders of the community.
It is my honor and privilege to commission this light.
The cutting of the tape by the chairman of the occasion, Mr. Okiria Agbosuremi, marked the commissioning of the 180 street lights installed and donated to Ogwa community in Esan West local government area by the CEO of Jonasco Technical Enterprise, Jonathan Ogbehome. In his remarks, the donor and CEO of Jonasco Technical Enterprise, Jonathan Ogbehome, said the project was in fulfillment of the promise he made during the birthday celebration of his wife to light up Ogwa community. He also called for truthfulness and unity among community leaders to enable Ogwa to move forward. The CEO of Jonasco Technical Enterprise further re-echoed his desire to train youths from Ogwa, Ebele, Ujogba, Ugun, and Okalo communities free of charge.
To 180. Double lights or anymore.
The Onoje of Ogwa, His Royal Highness Zaiki Ehizoje II, and other speakers at the event commended the donor for the gesture and prayed for God's continued blessings upon him.
Ogwa
of admiration for Jonasco. It is not an easy thing for an individual to conceptualize a project of this nature, go on and commission it.
This is the best thing that has ever happened to Ogwa because of the kind of project that he has embarked on, which is the street light.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
And for more updates in the exciting world of sport, let's join our sports desk where Usemudiame Osagi is standing by.
The Confederation of African Football (CAF) have announced the postponement of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations. The biennial competition was initially scheduled for 17th March to 3rd April 2026. It will now run from 25th July to 16th August 2026, according to the continent's governing soccer body. CAF said it took the decision to ensure the success of the competition in the light of certain unforeseen circumstances. WAFCON 2026 will also serve as qualifying tournament for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. The Super Falcons of Nigeria won the title at the last edition of the competition hosted by Morocco. And that's it from Sports Desk. I am Osemuriame Osagi.
And from Sport Desk, that's the size for our package on the ITV Network News for tonight. On behalf of my colleagues, Abigail in Abuja and Aigboji in Lagos, I want to thank you for being a part of the news. I am Lawrence Osifo. Have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing on the stage is the total cultural pre-sentiment. On the other side, we have the gymnastic boys. Gymnastic boys, you don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know what we are going to do in the second floor. This is the total cultural always.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egosa Osamudiame Agbonlao. I must tell you, today's program promises to be another exciting time because I have with me in the studio very distinguished personalities who will dissect the topic. We are looking at Edo State, but our focus is on infrastructural development and the living conditions of the people. Well, joining me to dissect the topic today, we have Dr. Maxwell Osaige. Nice to have you with us today.
Thank you, Ewosa. Thank you.
We also have with us in the studio a leader of congregations, a very distinguished clergyman, analyst, and of course an entrepreneur, Bishop Lucky on Mona BSA. Nice to
God
have you.
Bless you, God bless you, viewers.
Okay, you're welcome. So, you will agree with me that the governor of Edo State has lived up to his electionary campaign promises. I'll just bring one. I'm not saying all. He said that he will turn Edo State to a construction hub. Now, do you agree that he has done that? We've seen massive road rehabilitation in certain parts of the state. We just single out the Ramat Park flyover, which of course is the very first to be constructed by any administration. So we give kudos to Governor Monday Okpebholo for embarking on that project. He has assured us that the project will be ready soon. We've seen another flyover going on at Saple Road by Adesowa Road Junction. We give kudos again to Governor Monday Okpebholo for being the first governor to have embarked on these flyover projects in Edo State. But the question is, what about other parts of Edo State? I won't do the talking. What about the living condition? We watched a recent report where residents of the GRA Etete complained of adjoining roads that they are passing through Herculean times. Well, we'll just start with Dr. Maxwell Osagie, who is a lecturer and, of course, a very renowned analyst as well. Dr. Maxwell Osagie, now, looking at this topic, what's your opening remarks?
Okay, good afternoon, viewers. Well, infrastructure. I think in a state like this, when we want to look at the topic as it entails, Edo State infrastructure and everything, I don't think we should just look at it from the physical aspect of it.
Okay.
There are different aspects of infrastructure.
Okay.
Recently, politicians brought a concept called stomach infrastructure. So we must be able to put all these aspects on the table because whether we like it or not, is the #1 citizen, the governor, Monday Okpebholo, is the #1 citizen of the state. As a father, before you leave the house, you must ensure that your children are well taken care of. Not that when you are outside, you are hearing that they are fighting over a pot of stew or a pot of rice because it's not enough. So, but be that as it may, the reason why we are here is to actually look in details for the past 1 year, because whether we like it or not, by October this year, we'll be clocking 2 years in his regime, and before you know it, it's 4 years. But be that as it may, we will not say that he has not started well.
Okay.
You know, I'm not a politician.
Yes.
I'm a seasoned academia, so when I dissect things, I dissect things from a proper perspective.
Okay.
And vis-a-vis putting all the indices
together,
as well as the matrix into proper scrutiny. So we wouldn't say he didn't start well, he started well. But however, we're beginning to see a bit of adjustment from the focus we saw at the beginning of his tenure and everything. I think that's why we're here, and we'll look at it in detail.
Okay, thank you. Opening remarks of Dr. Maxwell Osagie. Let's get the opening remarks of Bishop Lonke of Mona BSA. Looking at Edo State, looking at the infrastructure, living condition, and the way the governor has started. What's your opening remarks?
Well, thank you, sir. The governor is doing well, like concerning his roads and whatever. He's still doing well. But the area of living condition, if you ask me, I'll tell you from my own research as a grassroots man with people, it's 100% zero. Because people are suffering. Fuel just moved from 800 something to 960 now. Yeah, and it is, and more the fuel increase, more things get tougher for the masses. Now, agriculture has been abandoned. Now,
The only thing is focusing now is the infrastructure, flyover, roads in the village, in Nisha, in etc. I do not. Yes, it's doing those things. But the people that want to use that road, if they are not fed, if they are hungry, they can't use that road. A hungry man will not climb flyover. It's not possible. A hungry man will not be able to use a road long time because he says he's hungry. It takes a man that is well fed to apply that road. Then the governor should plead, I'm appealing to him, direct some attention to agriculture sector so that there will be food in surplus, because scarcity of food, there must be inflation. If few people are bringing food to, we have in this hall and we have 40,000 persons here, and only 5,000 persons are supplying food, there's no way that food can go around. The people will also be suffering. In the area of infrastructure, flyover, road rehabilitation, all the road is doing, he's doing well. When it comes to agriculture, living condition of a Edolite, an average Edolite cannot boast of 3 square meals a day. There are people in some area, they cannot take off, they can't go 1 square meal a day. Why some even beg you to eat? Why some, yesterday I saw in my area, we took kids, a husband, a father, looking for how to get 2 cups of gari. I was just coming from somewhere and I saw him. When I look at him, I said, "Sir, I need to say, my child not eat this morning." It's the little one I gave to him. Now, what caused that area? Because the guy is a farmer. Then those people, this herdsmen issue, they have taken over the area where he do carry his farming business. Now it's back to the town. Stranded. The only thing he know how to do, I became for him. Now those children now, they are suffering because of the father. Their father cannot provide for them again. Then the state governor, with due respect to Londo Paulo, our senator, he should please our governor tackle that area so that the people, I told you that I said, tell that the people of this country, of this state and this country will be tired to a point that they will now start launching attack on the legislator, House of Assembly member, House of Representatives, senator. You start seeing people ganging up in the area, beating up a honorable member of Nigeria, House of Rep or House of Senate. God bless you.
Okay, I know what Bishop Lucky Okpebholo is talking about is that the governor of Edo State must revamp the agricultural sector so that more persons can be engaged in the agricultural sector. And to do that, he's saying these herdsmen farmers clash must be resolved. The forest, the farmland in the villages, in the various communities must be made safe for farmers to access their farms without being molested, without being assaulted, without being attacked. So that when we have more persons farming, then there will be more food in markets in the urban areas. That's what Bishop Lucky Omonabia is talking about. And he's not saying that people willingly attack their representatives. No, but he's saying that we should avoid it. Because if the people are now hungry, then the politicians or their representatives are not safe in the midst of hungry people. I think that's what he's saying. Well, Dr. Maxwell, now we've seen that the governor of Edo State, distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, seemed to be happy with just the flyover that he has done at Ramat Park. He seems to be emphasizing that. We know that other roads are being done, but some persons are saying that the roads in their communities, for instance, let's just take Oluku community. In Oluku community here, it is very easy for you to access Oluku community. They don't have roads. They don't have good roads. Most of their roads are in very bad shape. Some are having some are being threatened by gullies. Then it is the landlords that normally, donate money to sandfill their roads. It's obvious in the local community. The other communities, there's Iyowa, there's Naifo, there's Obaretin, there's Iyanomo. There are so many communities. This is Edo South. I've not even talked about Eastern Central or Edo North. We know that at Udomi, the hometown of the governor, is a construction hub. So many constructions are going on there. But some places are saying it shouldn't be just Ramat Park. The governor should also think of other roads in the localities, in various communities. Maybe you want to look at this perspective.
Okay, thank you. It will be unfair if we say the man on his own part has not tried. He has.
What are you talking about now?
Okay. He has, and he's trying. But just as you said, there are some areas and everything. But don't forget, some of this gully issue is not a state kind of thing. There's what we call ecological fund. And that ecological fund is directly from federal government in tackling some of these things. So you never can tell, but it's the duty of the governor to help in assessing this fund. He's both the state and the federal government on that particular, because gully definitely, you see erosion eating or certain area. We saw it during the time of Oshomole, how he helped in rescue Nauchi in some area and some parts in Edo South. But be that as it may, he has a good relationship with the president. After all, we constantly hear 2.5 million. And,
what's 2.5 million?
2.5 million. Because the governor has assured the president that he will give president 2.5ll million votes.
In Edo State?
In Edo State.
Okay, and so it's the baby of the governor now. It's the baby of the president right now.
Yes, the baby of the president.
Yes.
By virtue of president hearing 2.5 million, even though I think by the last calculation is our registered voters up to 2.5 million. I think the last time, I don't have that data here right now, but I know that there is no, I know that there is no election that we have conducted in this state that we have where you combine all the vote together, that we had up to 1.5 million voters.
The governor may have his own strategy to get those numbers in favor of the president.
No, see, let us not play politics to gallery. See, when we talk about, there's the difference between Aristotle and Plato is that one is idealist, the other one is realist. Aristotle is realist. Many of the things we put into public view by way of idea, they are far from reality. Let us not come here in the name of playing politics, we hide things, and at the end of the day, nothing good come out of it. Let's talk what is actually real. What is real? I know that's not the debate for today.
Yes.
There is no election that we have conducted in this state, and I do not think the way the electioneering processes is going on now is only God that will make us in Edo State get 500 votes when you add all of them together, if it will be up to 500.
Because 500 what? 500,000
5,000. I'm saying 5,000. I'm not even talking about 500,000 now. Talk less of 1 million. So, because the way the process is going right now is not happy. Because I'm telling you, I'm in the streets. I'm in the streets.
You mean you think people are hungry and they are?
It's not matter of hungry. There are things that makes people excited to say, I want to go and do this thing. I want to go and do this thing. Do you think that excitement is there right now between you and I and every other person? That 2027 election is coming. Oh, let me go and dust my voter's card. I will vote on that day and everything. It's not there. Because there are a lot of things, you heard my bishop just now, there are a lot of things playing in the minds of people. But be that as it may, let's come to the infrastructure. Okay. That's stomach infrastructure, as he said. People are hungry. But is that the work of the governor? I doubt. Is that the work of the governor to make people not to be hungry and make people to be hungry? No, certainly not. But it's his duty to create those blueprints, those policies that will make things better. Has the governor been so helpful since he entered? He's not collecting tax anywhere. Nobody sells in the market and pay any tax. No bus driver drive from one place to another place and pay any tax.
Why is he not collecting?
There is no tax. Invariably, there are more money to the people. So the people are getting more money.
But even the drivers now, the drivers
are getting more money.
They have not reduced the taxi fare.
Yes, that is the nature of human being. That is the nature of human being. once there is a hike in something, even if government have done their best in bringing it down and everything, you see them, it still remain. See, the scripture says, it said, the heart of men are desperately wicked. So why we point finger to those in authority, we at the grassroots are the greatest problem of Nigeria. Because we are not ready to make anything change. I want to give you an example. In my community where I live, there is one big company there, and they said they want to bring sand out to ensure that they take care of the road and just grade the road and put sand. The people in the community who use that road on a daily basis, who complain that, oh, our tire and everything, immediately the company, just 2 days ago, said, okay, let me put sand on the road. The sand they were bringing now from their company, the same street people started meeting the driver, paying 30,000, 40,000 to channel into the building where they can do their own normal house filling. So
to fill their foundation.
To fill their foundation.
Instead of road.
Something meant for the road. So is that the governor's issue? Is that a governor issue? Will you say that company has not done well? Maybe the manager has given a go ahead. But individuals that are complaining on the same road are the people who started siphoning the processes. So see, let's call this way. Let's come back to the governor. In terms of road, yes, indeed, I don't understand why governor is doing a selective approach to road fixing. I don't know why he's doing selective. He's best known to him. He knows his pulse. So I want to believe the reason why he's not collecting all this money, where if you go to Edo GIS, it's like everybody's sleeping there. That's an agency that is meant to be generating money. If you go to all other agencies and everything, if you go to our New Benin here, our FRO, what do you call it? Internal generators. Almost all of them are sleeping. Now, these are people that we are paying. See, when you live in a place, you must be responsible to the place. Now, one of the things that makes us responsible is that we pay our taxes. Yes, indeed, on the governor's zone, he has felt, okay, you need to bring food to the people's table. So, for that reason, he's not ready to take money from anybody. What he's getting from federal government is solving whatsoever he wants to solve. But he must understand that what will make the food to leave the farm to marketplace is good road. Now, as we speak, I have problem with the infrastructure. Let me tell you where my problem lies. For everything that he's doing is not actually the concept infrastructure developing, the company handling this thing. For example, Saplero. I live in Saplero houses. Okay. This Chinese company, when we're growing up, when we see Julius Berger, when they are doing road, when we see ROCC, when they are doing road, they create adjoining streets. They maintain a street where people can be passing through. But this the construction is going on. Now, what I saw in this 1 year plus of the infrastructural process is that we just see people doing road. They don't even care whether people live in that environment. They care less. And at the end of the day, you are impoverishing people by way of time, because time is money. If I'm meant to get to my place of work by 9, and I'm not getting to my place of work by 12, it's a problem. If you watch the policy of the cashless society that the president just suspended, why did the president suspend it yesterday? He suspended it because at the airport, people were spending more time all in the name of the cashless policy. And he said, as I yesterday, he said, this cashless policy is suspended so that people cannot be queuing. I said to myself yesterday, if you want to do this kind of thing, there are ways you create a better algorithm for it that will enable seamless approaches to it that people can pass and everything. He suspended that IGRO as a result of time that they are wasting over there. We have a governor. People are doing road. The people that are taking that road, they are hungry. They don't have place to pass. You cannot even take through Sapler Road. You pass here and pass here, they just block. Ogege, at a point I was driving, go and between Ogege and BIU. It's a problem with all the trailers and everything. No adjoining. The adjoining road they are doing, definitely before they do the main road, they do the gutter. Yes. Now you are doing a gutter across an adjoining road. You will do it, you will just leave it there. No slab that will enable them to drive at and move to their place. These are problems. So we are not saying you shouldn't do infrastructure. Must you do infrastructure to punish
the Edo line. It's not done. So while we are looking at all these things, is yes, indeed, there is selective in the approach of the road. Okay. Yeah, people in GROA, they are crying. People in certain areas, as you mentioned, they are crying. So if you want to do road, just tell us. If you want to be fair, say 6 road in Edo South, 6 road in Edo Central, 6 road in Edo North. That is fairness and equity. So you heard President yesterday. We heard that he has approved 6 major roads across Edo State. That's transparency.
We'll come back to you, Dr. Mansur. Bishop Lucky.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know that you have a lot to say. Looking at even the road infrastructure, the governor, like I said, in my own opinion, seemed to be happy with that. Is a flagship project, the Ramat Park flyover.
Seriously.
Commendable. But there are other roads in other communities that are not tied. The rainy season will set in, and people will not be able to even drive out of their houses. So many roads in the communities, not in the city center. What's your take?
Well, the governor should extend this structural plan project to this community. Oluku here.
Okay.
Oluku, as a case study, there is no road.
No road in Oluku. It's so bad.
You pray if it rains in Oluku. If you came out of that road with that car still alive, it's by the grace of God. No road. Get to Yogi, no road. Igosa, no road. Okay, if you go to I call it Iyowa, there is no road. A Johnny Street in Iyowa, if it rains, is something else. Now, if you go to Sassuon Bordeaux's area of farming, there's no road. The other day, last year, I'll go to one of my daughter to bring something from the farm. I have to park my car, get a bike. Even the bike, I have to store somewhere. Use my leg to go and look for, get the thing. Now, look at the people that are even farmers. They are suffering to bring those their goods to the urban city. And things must be expensive. The governor should, if he's giving his flyover, thank God for that, everybody happy with it. 100%, you give flyover 60%. The other 40 what? Give it to the community roads, so that we can, in case of tomorrow, we want to bring things down to urban area, we have road to bring it down. Then number 2, he should not select road. He's a governor of Edo State, not APC governor. I said before, I said, this party system in Nigeria is our problem. He's Edo State governor, not APC governor.
Once he's voted in, he's now governor of everybody.
Everybody, whether you are APC, Afghan, whatever party, whether you are Muslim, Christian, Voodoo, traditional person, critically, any time I am passing there, and my vehicle is getting breakdown, I will remember you. That this man, it's not about the party now.
Yeah.
The issue, I joined the doctor, he should come up with a strategic plan. In Edo South, I want to do 10 roads. Then with the Edo South, Governor, with due respect, this is your 10 roads, do 6 in the urban area. And come to rural area, where we produce food to the urban area, and do 6. Edo Central now, last 2 weeks I was in Edo Central. If you go to Edo Central, the major area where the government do massive project is his village. Udomi. While the other side, I asked one of them, I said, are you sure this area, are you people from Edo Central or you people from different area? The guy said they are tired. He just said, Bishop, we are tired. He said, we have talked and talked, and we are getting tired. Okay, now, if you come with a plan and do 10 road in Edo Central, then share it according to their local government, to the only 5 local government, 2. If he's doing that of I don't know, to see everything. But if he's selecting, some people will not be happy. Then concerning that issue of...
Okay, thank you, Bishop. We'll come back to you. Yeah. This is 60 Minutes Nigeria. I hope you are enjoying the conversation. We'll take a brief break now. After that, Dr. Maxwell Osaige, Bishop Loke of Monabiese, they are ready to actually dissect the topic. Okay, it's always a delight to have you back on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egosa Osamundiame Agbonlao. I have with me Dr. Maxwell Osaige. I also have Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. We are discussing Edo State, and the focus is on infrastructure and the living condition of the people. In other words, the welfare of the people. My guests have been able to establish that distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo is doing well and should be commended in terms of road infrastructure. But they are saying that while that is ongoing, the people must not suffer, because they've seen that where such constructions are going on, the residents, the locals are having problem driving out of their houses, driving to their place of work, driving to the school or wherever they are going to, because most of the adjoining roads do not have access roads to the major roads. A case in point, Sapele Road, flyover by Adesowa Junction, the residents of GRA Etete and some other parts of Sapele Road, Ajib, Ogege, down Sapele Road, they're having a lot of problems because they can't drive straight to Ring Road, which is the city center. At Ramat Park, the wonderful project of Mr. Governor, which is the flyover, commendable. But the other areas, there are so many roads that are supposed to link to the Ramat Park. Now, residents in those areas now, they are suffering because adjoining roads were not constructed, were not tied. My guests have also said that years back, in the 70s, sometimes roads are constructed even at night with floodlights, so that you do not obstruct traffic during the day. But now construction is during the day, then at night the construction workers go to sleep. Whereas it used to be road construction at night with floodlights, then during the day they have cleared the road and there's easy movement. They have also talked about that years back in the 70s, when there's road construction, the company will first of all establish other adjoining roads where motorists can ply while the road construction is going on. But nowadays, they do not care about residents. They just focus on their road construction. Whether the people are suffering or not, the companies are not bothered. They are saying that should be thwarted. So that's the discussion, and we'll continue. We'll continue with Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. You talked about that farmers in the various communities, that those roads in those communities ought to be given attention. Maybe you want to throw more light on that.
Yeah, because that's the only way you can transport those goods to the market, the urban area.
Yes.
If those roads are not motorable, how do you transport the goods? And if they now struggle and manage their way to navigate to bring the goods to the urban area with high cost of transportation, they still increase. The government should understand that with people in the town, they don't do farm. They work in companies and the rest, they get salary. Those in the urban and the rural area, they are farmers. They come to settle them, they get their money. It's trade by barter. But if you just focus on the urban area and forget about the rural area, then by the time those guys in the urban rural are farmers, they to bring the product to market and start selling one tube of yam for 9,000. For a man that receive 50,000 salary, how will he survive? They need to understand that he need to come to the round with his cabinet and say, let us share it. We are doing 15 in Edo district where I live. Okay, 5 in the urban area, 10 in the rural area. Tie the road, put street light, put security to guide the area. I'm telling you, also, between now and the next 6 months, all this issue of hunger, chaos and all will stop. But we that they are helping, that the government is helping, we should be able to also maintain the road for the government.
Okay.
Because something some Nigerian cities have some problem. They spoil government investment.
Yeah, I've seen that. Sometimes you will see side drains.
Yeah.
Side drains, refuse will be entering it.
Good point.
The landlords there will not even remove the refuse.
The last time he raised, even the year one according that we have money because the area is bad.
Yes.
Somebody brought out refuse from his house, about 6 bags.
I called it.
For erosion. And I told him, I said, indigenous block, you will say government are bad.
Yes.
You are the one blocking it. Because anything that block this drainage, you see this road is dead.
So the people must support government.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Bishop. We'll come back to you. Dr. Maxwell, the way forward.
Yeah, the way forward is very simple.
Okay.
Permit me to use scripture again.
Yes.
The Bible says, a good man leave inheritance for his children.
Yes.
Sir. So in this context, the governor should look at it from this angle.
Okay.
What that means is this: even if you have killed 20 persons, you leave inheritance for your children. That part of the Bible that says you are a good man, you are a good man. For the fact that you left inheritance, you are aware that, oh, the children that are under me or the people that are under me shouldn't suffer. That one part is recognized as one of the attributes that God recognizes as making someone good. Are we together?
Yes.
Okay. So I think the governor should look at it from this context. That from since this democratic process,
okay,
we've really not have someone from Edo Central who massively got the support of everyone, okay, like this, aside Abrusali.
Okay.
Even with the massive support for Abrusali, we knew how it ended. If not Esama, you remember that rescuing him from prison. So now, Osareme Osumbo just spent few years, then Oshomole came in. Now, we don't think there is any court issue now that will likely remove, there is none. So he has his 4 years as the current governor. So invariably, the light has shined on him in the current dispensation as the first person coming out from the Edo Central, and he must be able to leave this regime as a good man. He must be able to tell the people that when next, I'm sorry, I try not to be sentimental, or I try not to go through tribal perspective. Yes. I try not to be sentimental when they come to tribal. Okay. But whether you like it or not, this is how our electionary processes has turned to, or our election has turned to, where it's not turn by turn. If a country is moving forward, do you care where the person comes from? No, it's because the country is not moving forward. This one is saying my person must rule. But be that as it may, he's the first person right now in the current dispensation who we will say will finish his tenure. By God's grace, he will finish his tenure. And if God permits, if God tarries, he can continue and deliver for the Edo State people. But be that as it may, he must ensure that this legacy, posterity should speak for him by doing the right thing. And what is the right thing? Is by looking at the cry of the people. That is the right thing, not what the governor thinks. It's actually the people that he's serving. That should be the cry that he should listen to on a daily basis. So just like you heard the bishop said, when you do project, these are what we are thinking of. Create a blueprint on ground that will make people to remember you 20 years to come. Whether you like it or not, there are still some roads in this Edo State that are attributed to Ugbemudia.
Yes, sir.
After how many years? We see say Ugbemudia did this road.
Yes.
So it should be said of in time to come, it should be said that indeed Monday Okpebholo, one-time senator who became governor, this is the road he did. I'm sorry, why I will thank the former governor on how he brought a more a kind of a structural tendency to governance and everything. One thing which I said in this program before, one thing I said that I was not okay with is that as the governor was leaving, all the road he did also left with him. Because whether you like it or not, there are still some road that we are still talking about that Oshomole did.
Yeah.
That are still active till tomorrow. Tell me the road that the former governor did, Obaseki did, that will say is still standing as at today. I doubt. There are 1 or 2 command as far as those roads are concerned. But when you go to Airport Road, carry out research. Yeah, those roads that he did went with him. That's one part I didn't like about the former governor. Why I admire him in terms of administration, guidelines, and the policies he brought aboard, how he strengthened some areas and everything, you ought to have also put into proper perspective that indeed all this infrastructure are things that will speak for you 10 years to come. Whether you like it or not, we take airport, we take this road now, Benin Lagos Road. Those extra lane that Oshomole added, if you had not added those lanes, today you and I would have still been in trouble in this Ugbowo Road. Take it or you leave it. Go to Airport Road. Everybody said it was impossible. You cannot expand it. He did. That thing is still there till tomorrow. No asphalt has been laid on it since he left. How many years now? Almost more than 10 years, almost 10 years since Oshomole left. The road is still active. That's why I said, tell me the road that the former governor did that I will say is still active. That's one part that is not speaking well for him. But however, this governor should take a clue from that aspect and said, should I want to do road that will just, when I'm leaving office, the road will go with me? Because one of the things we use in measuring the activeness and the doggedness and the performance of governors today are majorly infrastructure. How many roads did you construct? We don't even talk about water again. It's just the road, the road, the road. Now, if it is the road that we see that you construct, why will you just concentrate your attention on flyover? Flyover, flyover. There are other roads. We have more than how many millions of roads in Edo State. So you should be able to look at these things and say, how will this part benefit me? How will this part benefit me? And that benefiting you is the people that you are leading. No way constantly appearing in other media channels that are nationwide for the wrong reason. A few days ago, we heard destroying billboard in 21st century in certain part of the state. The other day, we heard we shouldn't be appearing for the wrong reason. And people talk, imagine they were talking the other day, say Edo State again. And I told me, I said, I am a proud Binima. Yes. A proud Binima. So when I hear Edo State again, invariably all of us, we are like this. We are not touts in this state. We are well-learned people, and we should be represented in the public in the manner by which everybody will look at us and said, yes, this is Edo State. Yeah. So those areas that the governor is not projecting well now, because whenever they go there to project it on all these media channels and everything, you are painting us in a very wrong manner. Meanwhile, there are a lot of things that he's doing. Okay, so you should be able to put this into
proper perspective. We'll come back to you, Dr. Maxwell. Bishop Locke, yes. We've seen that we need to look at the good side of this governor, Pewolo. We've looked at other areas that we think that he should do more. Now, Professor Ambrose Ali is one man who continue to remember God what he did in education.
Yes, sir.
So what legacy would you say that this governor should leave behind? What do you think this governor should do that we should remember him for?
Number one, he should carry everybody along. Okay. In all his projects, whether it roads, in agriculture, education, carry everybody along, because we are in the 21st century. Okay. He should carry everybody along. I should give us solid road. Is constructed road, let it be solid, so that will remain for the next 10 years. So that when the next governor emerge, he should not think of that road again. Okay. Not that you are leaving the road you constructed photo everywhere, and the next governor coming to come say on that billions to reconstruct or upgrade the road.
As if they are doing one road all over again.
That's the GRA issue.
And then,
okay.
When you come to farm agriculture,
okay.
I said before, you should look for genuine farmer, not political farmer. We have political farmer, we have genuine farmer. Political farmer are those is in party I quote, then they are not farmers, they farm by mouth. Then why the real farmers are in the bush trying to make this work, and or then bulldoze a large acres of land, have state farming to support individual farming. That state farming, when an individual person is selling the bag of rice for 80,000 or 70,000, let the state be selling for 50,000 or 40,000. You see, for know that high cost of goods will reduce. Edo State is a fertile land. In your backyard, come germinate. In your backyard, plant cassava stand. Yes. In your backyard, yams. The Edo State is the fertile land. We are blessed people. And the Edo people, we are not lazy. So for you, I say, I don't want to hear Edo man is a lazy man. That is provoking me. No, Edo man is a lazy man. It's just that if you pursue a goat to the wall, he will turn and face you with anger. Yeah. The Edo people have been pursued to a certain level that they are now fighting back with anger. Not lazy, you are an Edo man. Exactly. You are not a lazy man. No, I'm not. You are an Edo man. Edo man, we're not lazy. Yeah. Because the people that are leaders are trying to frustrate us. We don't want to go out there in frustration, have our BP hypertension. Yes. Then we need to fight back. Yes. And then if you're able to do this too, if you're able to focus on quality road, quality education, quality agricultural infrastructure, I am telling you, we will not forget about it.
Thank you very much. Dr. Maxwell, while we are about concluding, recently the governor purchased so many equipment, tractors, bulldozers. In short, FCT Minister Wike was in Edo State to commission the project. But some persons are saying that such monies should have been maybe used to directly construct roads in rural areas instead of buying this equipment for local government chairman, that after some years you may not see those equipment again. What's your take as we conclude?
The same thing, I was coming there, the same thing, the intention by which the governor using purchasing those trucks, they're actually good intention. But it's not just all about the governor now. The people you are leading. You know, I said before, I said, we, the humans, see, the most difficult thing to lead is easy to control goat than to control human. No, I was go and do research. Yes. Right. It is easy to control goat. If you tell a goat, it will run and come back. Tell human go, he will say, why? And you're asking him, run for your life. He's asking you, why? So if care is not taking, you telling him to run, he will tell you, you run. So it's difficult to control human being. Yeah, has the government done well by purchasing those things? By way of saying, okay, fine, we don't want you to be saying you don't have money to carry tractor, you don't have money to carry bulldozer, so that we can have all those adjoining streets constantly being graded. Yes, then you buy diesel, just grade as many roads you want to grade. This is not a matter of looking for money now to say I want to rent tractor or I want to rent grader. You have it at your beck and call. But guess what? If that tractor work for 1 year, without the writing memo to the state governor that the turbo charger of that tractor, is bad, and to get it, you have to get it from Switzerland, and it will cost even half of the money the governor used in purchasing the tractor. Even the governor will be frustrated. When he starts seeing memo in a year time of one part of those tractor equal to half of the amount he used in purchasing that tractor, himself, he will tell them to pack it. So that is the problem of Nigeria. So I doubt whether we'll be able to maintain it, because it's not just buying. Nigeria does not lack policy. Nigeria does not lack ability to get, but we have maintenance issues. Do you know how many vehicles were purchased for police over the years? Can you tell me every year? After 1 year, the police tells you that they don't have vehicle again? Maintenance. So I doubt if we'll be able to maintain it. But be that as it may, it's a good intention. grade as many roads you want to grade. We used to have it those days. We are just at when we were growing up. A tractor will just come and will just start grading your road. They said it's a local government chairman grading.
That has not been happening for years now.
So I think that's the culture that the governor is trying to bring back into food, which is very good, and I commend him for it. So, but be that as it may, people should be able to extend this gesture that he has given to us. Let's take it back by encouraging him that this approach or this idea that he has become a reality in doing that. But the part I want to say, Ewosa, is this. It is this regime we constantly keep seeing Chinese company coming in as helping us in infrastructural development. And their method, I think the governor need to speak to them. Their method is somehow like archaic in nature, 1960 method. Before Benin-Asaba Road, they removed the former asphalt and everything. It took more than 6 months before they started now. And the work is a piecemeal and everything. And I asked myself, what kind of work is this? We know Julius Berger, when they started work, they will tell you they want to close it to this level. The same way in Sapler Road, the OGG and BIO houses, the same problem. Sometimes we just ask ourselves, what are they doing? It seems to us that these people, they just wake up and say, okay, let's just do here today. They wake up tomorrow, let's do here today. So there is no a proper roadmap of, oh, we want to complete this kilometer section, or this section or this meter. Then we move from here to here and everything. It's just like, as you wake up, you do it. I think the governor should call them to order and tell them, please, the people cannot continue to suffer or in the name that you are doing road or you are building infrastructure. While you are building infrastructure, do you know what the life expectancy of Nigeria? Google life expectancy. Augusta, if you are not spending more than 58 years in Nigeria, now God help us. Because it has been scientifically proven that life expectancy in Nigeria is 58 years. So anybody that passes through that exceeds that age, God has saved you and God has saved me. So what that means is this: government is killing us on a daily basis.
Thank you very much. Bishop, just one word, conclusion, please.
Well, I beg our governors, please give 40% to agriculture and come and help the rural areas and they can work and provide food for the people in the urban area. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. That's the show. I hope you've enjoyed every bit of our discussion. A lot has been said, and I expect those in authority, those in charge of governance, to heed the advice of my guests and get things right. Do have a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Edion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion, with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Edalbedo Onse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without lights we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect it. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a LiDAR. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. And we should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before. After all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipts. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been black out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Tesame, the office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got him there again. He said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we are still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them, that the electric wiring merge. That was because that they now cut us off again from EOY again, which we not pay. We that much again. The Chile community, which is a Kabetu, Igbo and Igbo. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said EOY is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if EOY is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout. So I told you this. So before we sort all those things out. We have already made up our mind. We can do away with our NEPA. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 22 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister, I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their foodstuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. State governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. We cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. We should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is a cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping, and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo, Executive Governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, maybe, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better past our neighbor used to buy then 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad, the NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This year, but may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue. Is what the government is trying. I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. Look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And, they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security like those. If you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
BDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness. Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in this 20 years, so people shout, hey, they'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is mountain for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because we don't work in darkness. And then the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere. And some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that have that kind of money. So it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't even up to 50% from my area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define electricity. Some of us they go generator for us, some of us we get solar, some of us we go generate big blister. All these people get like hotel. So I wish the government they really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned for our hand. You understand? So people not going to go for it. And money now they need to put, because that energy, that light will really need that. If light day for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, government already put light, but in the evening everywhere will be dark. So where there is light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, waiting anything for that light is too plenty. Maybe one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no dey go buy generator. At least from office I dey buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine times 1 month, na big money. And na money. From there I will come see look at this make come say we come dey go for solar. Make we use solar to stabilize them, because solar dey give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is difficult to us. It's very, very, very low. I don't know if you get it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we bought fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve on light aspect. Without light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers, as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BEDC keep complaining that the distribution, I mean the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point, they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently, the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okunji.
Kata tayo. Hey, matai, weka tayo. Ekasayo wama o tiwa fatwa semen. Oh, akimanza done woma. Kasebo, akimanza done woma. Oh, arunyu.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you all to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that. This. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in the reps and you set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time going for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Leader for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is this? 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the reps. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your needs are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Please just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on your kibadashi, that means this. On the horse stand, just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weight to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name. was merely making style. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Bengato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, otherwise known as aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you all to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? But I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Bengato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done in set and rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. And this is the cool down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Please just sit inside of it. Alright? Please don't stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though. This is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid-open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies cross their legs? I mean, why they cross-leg for ladies. Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the leg. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the, the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, you were awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thank you very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Waiting day up.
We go back to summer. We go back close. And we go back wire.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. We shall always fight for our right. Sole, sole, sole.
This one, for this darkness, this one, Edo people, this one, Niger Delta, this one, Iledo, this one, yes sir, this one.
Organized Edo against VEDC. However, anywhere you there for Nigeria, they watch us. We must continue to thank everybody. And they watch us for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube online. However, make we first read the message to Nigerians so that you can know the position of these protesters. However, they said number one, VEDC is not bigger than Edo people. Number two, we pay for light. VEDC give us darkness. Not be me talk about now what the activists that they talk about. Number three, I say end estimated billing now. The fourth one, Edo people no be Father Christmas. Number five, VEDC sell meter between 150,000 to 400,000 naira. And number six, Edo people now responsible for buying transformers, poles and wire. It never finish, come see this one. It never finish. People pay to maintain BDC equipment. Okay. Say no to bulk billing. Number 9, the level of extortion of BDC in Edo State is too much. Number 10, no lights, no pay. Number 11, Edo people can't continue to pay for darkness. Number 13, no to tariff increment on solicited migration to Brand A.
This light matter so the way it affects people around me, it don't affect so many businesses. It don't make businesses close down. Profit where they make initially, that profit now they use that they buy fuel. And that fuel in question, they don't even see gain again. And let me tell you the thing where they make me the best the more. Be say that business what you do now, you know if you even increase that your money, if you want to increase your money for your business now, your customers go leave you. They'll go patronize who they get light steady you. So that one I want fact. Now you go lose customers. The same time now you go to think you want to shut down your business. Now let's go to the aspect of psychological effect on this light. Children now we're supposed to sleep for night. Where fans supposed to blow.
They no fit ever blow them. Mosquito go begin chop them. That pikin now, if they break, he go school now. He met when he be say they use light sleep. Those one not go to learn properly. He go to feel sleepy for class. Because why? He not get proper sleep for night. Now let's go to the mental aspect of this electricity.
Mental,
my brother. Now make I tell you, as a father of a home, how many fuel you go fit buy? If you be say you dey give your wife before 10,000 take cook soup, now you don dey buy fuel every day for 4,000, 3,000, 10,000. Oga, that your wife money wey you dey give her to take cook soup, e go reduce
Hey.
As e dey reduce, you yourself you dey think. As you dey think as a man, your wife even dey see you finish. You go dey feel say that you no fit provide again because why? No say be this don put you for tight corner. You don choke hold like this, so they don put you for choke hold. All because say no light. No be say you no get money to pay for your light bill. You get money to pay for light bill, but they no give you light. Now make we go for the extortion aspect wey be this dey do.
Why you come wear black and black? What's your problem?
Because Edo State is in darkness. The heartbeat of Nigeria don turn to the heartbeat of darkness.
Okay, now go to the one where you want to talk, so the billing side now.
Okay, now for the billing side, imagine say you dey darkness for 3 weeks, 3 good weeks. Then the 4th week, NEPA go come flash, NEPA go come, man, BDC go come give you one view, bam. As they give you that one view light, you go confuse say, but they don't give me light oh. Oga, 3 days later they come drop B for you. They will go drop B for you for a light where they will make flash for your eye when you see once. And that B where they go drop for you, either from 10,000, 15,000, 20,000.
Okay, may I shock you? As an area journalist, you don't follow this like
good.
BDC say now their own responsibility.
Okay.
To repair any transformer.
Okay, good.
Any pole.
Good.
Any wire.
Good.
Wey get fault, and if oil short for the transformer,
good.
Now them right to come repair them. Not be your right to donate money.
That's fact. But the truth be say that same right where they tell them that they are right to repair. So if you go meet them now, they go tell you say they want write letter. May they give head office, may they approve. My brother, that approve you go there. Your grandchildren self go there with the old. That approve and then you wait for. As I talk on that, so BDC, me now victim of BDC. BDC cut my lights. They cut my light, say they won't be for my house. I know they won't be. Me when they see me they do video, I never talk am because you know why? That one a personal fight between me and those people. I keep her from one corner. They say they won't be, not be me use light. According to next standard, National Electricity Regulatory Commission, they say you are not obligated to pay for what you did not use. That is what is in the law. You are not obligated to pay for light when you don't use. But BDC office go tell you say, man, if I wait to negotiate them, may they just give you part of the bill. May you just pay and may you forget your peace. Enough is enough of those madness.
Let me make you come here black and black.
At the moment they don't stay darkness, at the moment BDC. Because you know why? BDC goes to come up for this stage.
Drop your comments, share them and make you like them. Well, for over 10 years now, with the interview, now the waka.
Not be small.
Many people say, but then.
Yes, temata.
Bam. Are you aware that BDC say now their own responsibility to repair transformer, to put oil for the transformer, to buy a pole, to replace the pole, and to pay wire and everything to maintain everything because now them they give you light.
Yes.
So what's now your problem?
In fact, BDC now lie. Now they talk.
That is your own. That is your opinion.
Yes. No matter how.
No, if it be like your opinion.
My own community where I did for Upper Mission Extension, we buy transformer. We buy wire to connect the transformer. Now we buy all yourself. Even be this way, we connect the transformer, say we pay them. You understand? What did they come talk? They say Moku can't dedicate that transformer to BDC because now BDC responsibility to provide transformer and every other thing. As we buy and we dedicate and give them before they come connect and come give us light. Why don't they don't get any moral justification to come talk say now that they provide transformer and they maintain transformer? That one a lie. For more than 2 weeks now, for my community will not get light. If they ever bring them, like that guy talking about once we just make back in less than a minute, they'll just take them bang bang. Now so the thing be, we don't feel in fact we don't buy fuel tire till they pump, till they get water because without fuel or without solar, you understand, you know if you get you know if you pump your ball, you understand. So we they pay for lights, we they get darkness. You know, say Edo is shining, but because of activity of BDC, Benin Kingdom not to the kingdom of darkness. You understand? That is why we say we come and light now we need. if government fit break the monopolistic philosophy of BEDC, yes,
what is the way forward?
They should destroy the monopolistic philosophy of BEDC. What I want to be, maybe say other people will come invest in the electricity sector, so that competition will come there. If competition there, the coffee provide quality services to other people. Now we want, all we need, the nitty-gritty of our protest and all the grammar we speak since, now we say now light, now we need. If we get light, we'll feel they pay anything they say we pay.
As now the protest, now the governor come.
Yes.
How was the feeling?
No. In fact, now solution now we want for this protest. Instead of us to go, they continue to the waka for streets, where we say to some extent, Woodlands, Chicago, Jack, and governor just come. As they pass, he just come. He just address the issue. I say I give kudos to the governor where he come to address the issue. All we need to do is to follow up with the governor to make sure say yes, what he talk, he do everything we talk, he come to pass. You understand? We not get any vested interest. The only interest we will get now make we get light.
Waiting they happen.
My brother, see, for where I dey for Sapele Road bypass, before they manage get small light, at least small time they come say, because initially we fell by transformer. Small time now they come they tell us, they want carry us go, now by force, say everybody must pay 20,000. We can't kukuma pay. Apart from transformer where we first buy, because the connection. As we dey so, whether na band Z we dey, whether na band Q we dey, but what I know say we dey, we know dey band A, and the highest fraud with that, because I'm not going to buy card every 2 weeks of 10,000, 15,000, and it's not going to last. I'm not going to see light. The meter they run, light not there, and they say na band A. So this one now the new scam, the new 419. When they decide bring come, and we say we know, and they go stop them.
BEDC can use their brain, help themselves. They will be making money instead of cheating innocent Edo. So that is my advice for them. Thank you very much.
What concern you for this matter?
My brother, concern me well.
I affect you.
All this BEDC, they be proper to us. Some place that they say tariff 250 naira. Why some place that they say tariff 100 naira? Why the difference is? Where they say they put bank A, that they say tariff for the 250 naira. Where they say all those one don't get special treatment, that they say tariff 100 naira.
Where you they stay for your house, I'd like to be for that.
Like no do. On Saturday, yes, 600,000. Now take go buy generator. May I for feed the pump water, take the bath. For doing we now.
You go buy gen?
I go buy gen. What I go do now?
Taking of the monopoly of BEDC. BEDC is a private company. Yes, so why we have only BEDC? If Oshomo not work again, may we get many other alternatives like Oshomo. Get like five distribution generation companies so that BEDC go just fizzle out. They go just melegue. They go just come out. If I can't get better services for J&P, for example, distribution company, I can't get better light. I'll go BEDC again. I can leave BEDC now. That's it, just reach. So, but for BEDC, like God was saying today, this protest was tagged Ozeba protest. It was tagged Ozeba protest. Maybe they will go take governor, or maybe I don't know. Governor saying just tumble come, but anyhow, we don't know that BEDC they use. But
they're happy say the governor respond.
They're happy, but that was about be suitors. Do you know what it was about? We will go to the office. We go to poo for there. We go to cook there. My dog go there. We will carry canopy. We go to sleep in the office.
I'll talk to you. Okay. Read your shirt. BDC now synonymous with darkness. Yes. Not be today I don't see you. Come hope in Ogeru. Now, you don't tell me what happened. Over 10 years, now they fight BDC. Now they fight for egalitarian society. Now they fight for the betterment of Edo State. Now they fight to liberate Edo people from the shackle of darkness, which BDC are brought to the people perpetually, deliberately, which working. We are tired. So what will be the solution now? The only solution now be say God does not talk now. God will bless you. Don't talk am. He said, "May we break the monopoly. May we bring many investors come. May we come build power plant here, build many power stations here, so that competition will down the market." Okay.
BDC matter be like tortoise wey no dey finish for story. E be like tortoise wey no dey finish for story o. Before you go say they're good, now you go see and see the thing. You no go let person understand. But now they be listening at the monopoly, now they cause some.
How it they affect your people? How it take affect your people? Now be the cocoa. We need to know how they affect the people, because some people don't talk say that they pay for transformer, that they buy pole, that they pay for the services.
First, the total darkness is the grand economic activities, businesses for this country and for this state. I don't want to be the primary pains where it dey. You know, say this fuel matter. Not be everybody. They feel they buy fuel. We don't take power their appliances. I've been a vulcanizer. Which one again? Who they use fridge for us? No, you not going to see cold water.
And many people now solar they don't put for their house now. And to put solar na million.
Okay. If to say government fee reduce import duty on solar, they want to go help. It just be like borehole now. People know they wait for water corporation again before they install their borehole, because it not too cost. But the cost of solar too much. That is why solar will go carry a refrigerator. It will come carry AC and other appliances come the pump water. Organa million. The problem where BDC get, where go pay you probably say even in all this darkness, every of their equipment where you by yourself buy, they go carry on to themselves, like transformer, like cables, like poles. You go contribute to buy them. They go carry on to themselves. That one not enough for. After all this sacrifice, we una make, una not go see the lights.
Imagine when community no get a transformer at all. The BDC go content them say they need to buy themselves, contribute money, buy transformer. They will buy the transformer finish, buy more cable, buy posts. At the end of the day, BDC go say if they no submit to them, make they can take ownership of them, say they no go come install them. Those ones, without having a choice, they can't compromise, hand over to them. And after doing that, BDC will constantly tell them, say, they need to give them like 50 million for installation. They have no choice, they will still comply. At the end of the day, they will just flash lights. And that first month when they install that transformer, so they will collect money for B. They are giving a whole lot of persons who no get this prepaid meter, estimated B. Meanwhile, they bring light for only 15 minutes, and they do that like 3 times in a month for those who see the light at all. But every end of the month, they have the impetus, the temerity, enough courage to come out with their big belly, eating free money as if Edo people are for their Christmas. Whether they go house to house, they collect money will not be their own. You know. Because of the matter now, the executive governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Powolo, he don't come now come answer these protesters because of this light matter. Hey, well, anywhere you do for Edo, Nigeria they watch us. You must continue to drop your comment, just the shut up. Light matter. Edo people say they don't tire, but His Excellency Senator Monday Powolo, he don't show. He say no go fit in, no go fit there, making people they suffer, but he won't come talk for the matter now. Hey, well, that by the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Powolo, he don't show to put mouth for the matter. Why not? Respect, sir.
that the executive governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, he will come answer the people as they don't cry.
Thank you. Hold on. Sorry. Can you face the camera? It's Senator. Kulu Kulu. Wider. Coordination. Wider. Very distinguished governor of Edo State. You took us by surprise. We don't know what's happening. This is Edo people across the states, and we are set for a protest, a massive protest. Kulu against Benin Electricity Distribution Company, BEDC, because they have engaged in a series of oppressive tendencies against Edo people. We pay for light and they give us darkness. As a matter of fact, today, BEDC enjoys estimated bills. Even if you are not in your house for 1 month, for 2 months, BEDC will bring beef to Your Excellency. Your Excellency, sir, as it is today, communities will put monies together, they will buy transformer, they will buy poles, they will even buy wire, so that BEDC can connect them. BEDC will compel those communities that they must donate those equipment to them before they can use it. That will not be juju. The community will comply, Your Excellency. BEDC will still ask them to pay between 10 to 15 million before they can connect those equipment. And immediately they connect it, that month BEDC will bring beef for them. Your Excellency, sir, the free meter distribution that is supposed to be going in Edo State will challenge BEDC to publish the names of Edo people that they have given it to. Meter is between 150 to 400,000. Yes. All of these things, Edo people said they are tired. Yes. And we know the efforts that Edo people is putting together to make sure they pay their bills. Electricity bill is almost competing with minimum wage for 1 room. BEDC has been doing all of these things, and we say we are tired. The reason why we are out today, we wanted to evaporate from this place and condense in BEDC office and occupy that office, so that while Edo people are losing their thousands, BEDC will be losing their billions. We look back and we surprised that the governor of Edo State suddenly entered here. Maybe you want to join us in this protest. And we'll be very happy. We'll be very happy if you join us in this protest. That is why we are here. In Soweto.
Thank you very much. His Excellency will respond to you. Thank all of you. I was just passing by, I saw people gathered in this place. I was trying to find out what the issue is. They said, yes, you people are protesting. I said, yes, we are all youth. Is that not so? Yes. Are we not Edo youth? Yes. So I've come to join you on the protest. Kulu kulu temper. Kulu kulu. Kulu kulu. When we are talking about shortchanging Edo people, it's all of us. My father in the village, your mother in the village, my brother in the city, and you and all of us that are standing here. Is that not so? Now, the frustration, why are they trying to frustrate Edo people? I want you to listen very well. There are people that own BEDC. It's not government-owned property. Even though Edo State, Ondo, Ekiti, Delta, we have stake, but it's just very small. The percentage is very small. So we do not have control over BEDC. So I want to let you know that the only way we can fight them is to bring stakeholders into this business of distribution. I want to let you know we will break monopoly. That monopoly does not belong to one man. So how do we do it? We have to operate like the way telecom operates. Bring in different stakeholders, bring in different companies so that we can have light. We can have alternative. I want to say a big thank you to all of you. Civil society people that are here. I can see Besulu. I can see a lot of people here standing here. So Besulu, you have to tell people because I know you can report very well. Okay. This one no be Tinubu problem.
Waiting they happen.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good.
Yeah, good.
Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in the reps and you set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Miguel for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what can you do, please? 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done is set and reps. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just like 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's lastly, yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. So this, just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that that means this. And the horse stands just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, what's called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah.
God is faithful.
You do many things in your name.
I call you faithful. You God is faithful. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus, our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. You're the man that can see your name. Faithful God, I call you faithful. Oh, you're the man that can see your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that can see your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Elohim is the name. Elohim. Adonai is the name. Elohim is your name. Adonai is your name. You're the man that can see your name. Jesus, I call you faithful. You're the man that can see your name. Faithful God, you're the man that can see your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh, I call you faithful. You're the man that can see your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that can see your name. Faithful God, faithful God, faithful God. You're the man that can see your name. Ha! Jesus. Faithful God, faithful God, faithful God. You're the man that can see your name. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God, faithful God, faithful God. You're the man that can see your name. Ha! Jesus. Faithful God, faithful God, faithful God. You're the man that can see your name. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. You God is faithful. Faithful Jesus. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus, our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Elohim is the name. Elohim. Adonai is the name. Elohim is your name. Adonai is your name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh, I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. Ha! Jesus. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. You God is faithful. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh, you're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Elohim is the name. Elohim. Adonai is the name. Elohim is your name. Adonai is your name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh, I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that dancing in. Ha! Jesus. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that dancing in. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. You God is faithful. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus, our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. You're the man that dancing in your name. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh, you're the man that dancing in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that dancing in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Elohim is the name. Elohim. Adonai is the name. Elohim is your name. Adonai is your name. You're the man that dancing in your name. Jesus, I call you faithful. You're the man that dancing in your name. Faithful God. You're the man that dancing in your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh, I call you faithful. You're the man that dancing in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that dancing in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that dancing in your name. Ha! Jesus. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that dancing in your name. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. You God is faithful. Faithful Jesus. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. Elohim is the name. I call you faithful. Oh, you're the man that thinks your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Elohim is your name. Elohim. Adonai is your name. Elohim is your name. Adonai is your name. You're the man that thinks your name. Jesus, I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks your name. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh, I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks your name. Ha! Jesus. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks your name. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. You God is faithful. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. You're the man that thinks your name. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh, you're the man that thinks your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Elohim is the name. Elohim. Adonai is the name. Elohim is your name. Adonai is your name. You're the man that thinks your name. Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks your name. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh, I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Faithful God, faithful God, you're the man that dancing name. Ha! Jesus, faithful God, faithful God, faithful God, you're the man that dancing name. I call you faithful, I call you faithful, my God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful, faithful Jesus. I call you faithful, you're my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. You God is faithful. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful, faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus, our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God, I call you faithful. Oh, you're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Elohim.
A very pleasant morning to you, and thank you for joining us on the AM News on ITV. I am Lawrence Osifo. We begin from the Royal Palace, where His Royal Majesty, the Oba of Benin, Oba Ewari II, has assured security agencies of his continued support of the palace and their ancestors in strengthening security and correctional administration in Benin City. The Oba of Benin gave the assurance during a courtesy visit by the commander of 4th Brigade Nigerian Army and the Assistant Comptroller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service, Zone G. Jolade Ojo brings us the details.
The palace of the Oba of Benin was packed with palace chiefs who witnessed the visit and homage paid by the security officials. In his remarks, the 44th commander of the 4th Brigade Nigerian Army, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, said although he assumed office 3 months ago and has remained committed to his duties, he considered it important to formally pay homage and receive the blessings of the Oba.
As officers of the Nigerian Army, when we go to places and we meet people that support us to achieve our mandate of protecting the nation, it's only customary that we acknowledge such support. And that is also one of the reasons why I try to come and pay this homage to this great troop.
Also speaking, the Assistant Comptroller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service, Zone G, covering Edo and Delta State, Josephine Ogbefo, described the Benin throne as more than a symbol of authority, but a testament to courage and enduring leadership. She also sought the royal blessings of the palace for the success of the command.
As your daughter, I have come to seek for your prayers, guidance and fatherly blessings. May your royal majesty reign be long and prosperous, and may your legacy continue to inspire generations to come.
Responding, His Royal Majesty Ewari II, Oba of Benin, appreciated the dedication of the security chiefs. He assured them of the continued support of the throne in efforts to maintain peace and security in Benin and its environs.
I assure you that once you have the support of people already, you have support of this palace. You have support of the ancestors. So you
From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
The governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukbevolo, has engaged key stakeholders in the electricity market over poor power distribution and other issues affecting socio-economic activities in Edo State. The strategic meeting was aimed at addressing identified challenges and finding lasting solutions to concerns that led to Monday's protest by residents against the Benin Electricity Distribution Company, BEDC, as Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu has more.
The meeting of key stakeholders in the Nigerian electricity market convened at the instance of Governor Monday Ukpebholo followed Monday's protest against BEDC over incessant power outages and related concerns. Spokesperson for the civil society organizations, Comrade Emmanuel Obidi, listed the issues that triggered the protest to include epileptic power supply, alleged illegal charges for the installation of prepaid meters, estimated billing, and alleged plans to increase tariffs under the guise of Band A classification, among others.
Your Excellency, there is a Nicodemus style by BDC to increase tariff of Edo people as it is today in the guise of Band A, such that household users, which are the ordinary customers who do not use power for business purposes or commercial purposes, are migrated to Band A unsolicitedly.
The acting managing director and chief executive officer of BEDC, Engineer Jonathan Lawani, who noted the absence of the Transmission Company of Nigeria at the meeting, explained that BEDC requires about 760 megawatts of electricity to effectively cover parts of the state, but is currently receiving approximately 260 megawatts.
The chain is a long one, but we accept all this completely because we are the last phase that you see. BEDC have no right to introduce tariff, neither Band A. We work under strict regulation.
After listening to parties, Governor Bolo directed the State Commissioner for Power, Barrister Paul Usembo, and the Director General of the Edo State Electrification Agency, Saturday, Egbadan, to convene a broader stakeholders meeting to further address the issues raised.
So they have to explain to us, and we have to look for a way forward. Then I also want to appeal to Azora. Their light is not here in Edo State. Taken to Ondo. We need to appeal to them so that they can extend their distribution to Benin.
A major highlight of the engagement was the presentation of a position paper by the civil society organizations. From Benin, Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
And guests on the program 60 Minutes Nigeria have commended the infrastructural development in Edo State, but advised the governor, Senator Monday Ukbevolo, to extend road constructions to other various communities in Edo South and other areas. As Esther Ogoro brings in the report, was represented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
The guests, Dr. Maxwell Osage and Bishop Lucky Omonabiese, said the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpebholo, has invested in the construction of flyover at Ramat Park and Sapele Road by Adesuwa Road Junction, while community roads are impassable, especially during the rainy season.
If it's giving the flyover 60%, the other 40 what? Give it to the community roads so that we can, in case of tomorrow, we want to bring things down to urban area, we have road to bring it down. Then number two, it should not select road. Is a governor of Edo State.
The people that are taking that road, they are hungry. They don't have place to pass. You cannot even take through Sapele Road. You pass here and pass here, they just block. Ogege, at a point I was driving, go on, between Ogege and BIU. It's a problem with all the trailers and everything. No adjoining.
They appealed to Governor Monday Ukpebholo to ramp up the agricultural sector in order to reduce hunger in the state. 60 Minutes Nigeria is a current affairs program aired on Thursday weekly from 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
Troops of Nigeria Army have neutralized the suspected notorious kidnappers and rescued 4 kidnapped victims and arrested another suspect during separate security operations in Edo State. The operations were carried out by troops of 4 Brigade under the 2 Division Nigerian Army in collaboration with the Edo State Security Corps. A statement released by the Assistant Director of Public Relations, 4 Brigade Nigerian Army, Kennedy Ayanwu, says the rescue operation took place during a night patrol under Operation Igbo Dano 1 in Warake Forest in Auchi, Isako West local government area of Edo State. Troops responding to the gunshot in the forest engaged suspected kidnappers and neutralizing one of them, while others fled into the bush. 4 victims identified were rescued unhurt and reunited with their families. Items recovered from the neutralized suspect include 650,000 naira cash, mobile phones, footwears, and a power bank. In a separate operation in Ujeme community in Isan West local government area of Edo State, troops raided a suspected kidnapper's hideout where a 39-year-old suspect, Omogbeha Solomon, was arrested. A shrine containing charms and photographs of several individuals were discovered and destroyed during the raid. The suspect had been handed over to the Nigerian Police Force Ekpoma Division for further investigation. Commander of 4 Brigade, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, commended the troops and reaffirmed the Army's commitment to protecting lives and properties in Edo State. The founder and senior pastor of the Dunamis International Gospel Church, Pastor Dr. Paul Eneche, have enjoined Edo residents to come out and participate in a 3-day crusade in Benin City, scheduled to hold from the 5th of March to the 7th of March 2026. The cleric made the call on arrival in Benin City while responding to questions exclusively from independent television and the purpose of his visit. Patience Usarugiwa has more.
The 3-day crusade with the theme, The God of Mercy, is expected to win more souls for Christ and will hold at Garrick Memorial School as well as the Indoor Sports Hall of the University of Benin. Founder of Dunamis International Gospel Church, Pastor Paul Eneche, said the crusade will focus on soul winning and provide an opportunity for many people in Edo State and its environs to experience a divine encounter with God. The man of God assured residents and members of the church that their lives will witness positive transformation after the crusade and encouraged them to dedicate the 3 days to seeking God's intervention in their lives.
A healing and deliverance crusade to experience the mercy of God for Edo State. We have gone to Yenagua by Elsa from Onitsha, Anambra State, and we are here in this series of crusades. We trust God for his mercy upon the land. First of all, we expect the invasion of the presence of God. Secondly, we expect the release of the principles of God, instructions to live by, to make life better for us on earth and eternity in heaven.
Some pastors also expressed confidence that the visit of the founder of Dunamis International Church and their spiritual father to Benin City will mark a turning point in the spiritual lives of many people.
We are using this privilege to also invite everyone in Edo State and its environment to come for this meeting. It is a moment of divine encounter.
It's an awesome time in Edo State, it's an awesome time in Benin City. God has decided to favor us in this city.
I urge everyone to be there. It's going to be heaven on earth.
During the 3-day stay, Dr. Eneche is also expected to inaugurate some Dunamis International Gospel Church projects in Benin City. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
The 2-week edition of the 2026 Combined Lenten Service of the Diocese of Benin has been held at the St. Thomas Anglican Church located within the premises of Ewusa Anglican Grammar School in Benin City on Wednesday. Eisu Hunamure reported that the Lenten program, which brings together clergy and worshippers from across the diocese, is aimed at deepening spiritual reflection and preparing Christians for the Easter celebration. The report is presented by Usemudiame Usagi.
Beyond being a solemn season of reflection, the service became a moment of collective rededication to faith, service and community responsibility. Speaking on the theme, Bearing the Cross, Bearing Fruit, Christ-like Suffering and Resurrection Hope, the officiating minister, Venerable Osaze Uwadiai, delivered a sermon titled, The Grain of Wheat Must Die, drawn from John chapter 12, verses 24 to 26. He reminded Christians that sacrifice, humility, and obedience to God remain essential for spiritual growth and a fruitful Christian life. According to him, just as a grain of wheat must die to produce many seeds, believers must be willing to surrender personal comfort in order to fulfill God's purpose.
We want the resurrection without the cross. No cross, no resurrection. We want the power of the Pentecost without the death at Calvary. Without the death at Calvary, there will be no Pentecost. And Jesus says it doesn't work that way.
Clergy at the service also encourage worshippers to use the Lenten season as a period of prayer, repentance, and renewed commitment to righteous living.
Every Christian should, at this moment, put on pride and be submissive to our Lord Jesus Christ.
It's not just by service alone. We must think of what we have done and repent from all our sins so that we'll be accepted into the heavenly kingdom.
The service featured hymns, prayers, and scriptural exaltations as activities for the Lenten season continue across the diocese. Osemudame Osagi, RTV News.
The All Progressives Congress APC Edo State has continued to receive support to facilitate the re-election and campaign of President Bola Tinubu ahead of the 2027 presidential election. Governor Okpebholo received the latest donation from the grassroots supporter of the party, Wadiale Oziegbe, at his residence in Irua in Eastern Central Local Government Area of Edo State. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu tells us more.
The group, led by Engineer Wadiale Ozembe, are in Governor Okpebholo's residence in Irua, Eastern Central, to present visibility and publicity materials, including branded wrappers, shirts, and other items as part of efforts to mobilize grassroots support for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu. Governor Okpebholo, in appreciation of the gesture, said it reflected growing appreciation among Edo State residents for the policies and programs of the federal government.
He's happy with what the president has done for Edo people, especially inside extraction. So for that reason, they are already making contribution to support him. That means our 2.5 million vote is not negotiable. We are happy to receive this, and I believe that the president will hear of it. We are so grateful, and thank you very much.
Initiator of the project, Engineer Wadiale Ozegbe, said the donation was inspired by the developmental strides of the governor, adding that more campaign materials will be provided in the coming months.
We've seen the massive work development that are going on across the entire state, from the Edo North to the Edo Central to the Edo South. You see construction work everywhere. So we came here with these materials, they are visibility materials, to support the government. Because when the government is performing, all you need to do is to support that government to continue in power so that more development can come to the citizens.
Items donated include face caps, vests, t-shirts, and other customized paraphernalia of the APC. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
A frontline Benin-based businessman and Chief Executive Officer of Province Andalusia Integrated Services Limited, Ambassador Dumais Edo, has joined millions of Edo citizens, particularly members of the All Progressives Congress APC, both in Edo State and the country, to felicitate with Honorable Sylvester Aigbobo on his re-emergence and inauguration as Vice Chairman of the Edo State Chapter of the All Progressives Congress APC. In a message of congratulations, Ambassador Dumais Edo said the re-emergence of Honorable Sylvester Aigbobo as the Vice Chairman of the APC Edo State did not come to him as a surprise, owing to the untainted track record of Aigbobo, whose contribution to the growth of the party in Edo State and Nigeria at large cannot be overemphasized. The Chief Executive Officer of Province Andalusia Integrated Services Limited said the implicit confidence of the party's place on the Vice Chairman of the APC stems from the loyalty and investment in the party as played in his first tenure, which brought about untold fortunes to the party in the state. Dumais Edo prayed God to continue to grant Honorable Sylvester Aigbobo wisdom in the discharge of his responsibility as the Vice Chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC Edo State in order to continue to expand the frontiers of the party. The Edo State Commissioner for Water Resources and Sanitation, Barrister Washington Osifo, on Wednesday said he tendered his resignation letter as a commissioner in accordance with the electoral laws, which stipulates that political appointees interested in contesting elective positions should resign 30 days before the party's primaries. Barrister Washington Osifo disclosed this when he visited the Nigerian Union of Journalists NUJ Edo State Council to inform the journalist of his decision to contest for the Umude Oriomo Federal Constituency at the National Assembly. Efusa Owangwe brings the details.
Barrister Washington Osifo said in adherence to the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in line with the Electoral Act, the Constitution and his conscience, he decided to resign as a commissioner, a member of the State Executive Council, to pave the way to contest Umuode Oriomo House of Representatives seat in the 2027 general elections. He stated that INEC a few weeks ago released a revised timetable and constituted the electoral process to an extent that between April and May, primaries of political parties must be conducted within that period and their appeals concluded.
The law requires that 30 days before the primaries, a holder of public office, in this case, not elected but appointed, a duty is naturally imposed on you by law to resign. The first step you must demonstrate that you have passed is that you must obey the call of the law.
The former commissioner expressed optimism and confidence of being victorious in the forthcoming primaries and the general election. Barrister Osifo said the tendering of his resignation on time will enable him to engage with the people early enough. He explained that his desire to contest for the House of Representatives seat is to enable him face new challenges, provide new answers that will leave a mark, as his people are compelling him to get into the ring to contest.
I have so many constituencies to cover. Units and wards to cover within my federal constituency. So let me use the legs that I have, which is 2 legs, go and pursue my new dreams, my new vision, and by the grace of God and by support of my people, it is my intention to go to the Green Chambers to represent them.
However, Barrister Washington Osifo also announced the appointment of Evangelist Tonio Sazua, PhD, as the Director General of his campaign organization in Oriomo, Umuode Federal Constituency. Tonio Sazua is an astute politician who currently represents Oriomo local government area in the Edo State Oil and Gas Producing Commission. From Benin, Efosa Owangwe, ITV News.
The distribution of notes and solar rechargeable fans across Esan West, Esan Central, and Igwebe local government area by the Ehizwa Education Support Foundation was on Tuesday concluded in Igwebe local government area. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije reported that Igwebe Grammar School served as a distribution center for the event.
The distribution of notebooks and solar rechargeable fans to public primary and secondary schools in Esan West and Esan Central local government areas was carried out by the foundation's team, led by the founder, Honorable Matthias Osobase Ehizwa. Uyele Grammar School and Udomi Primary School serves as distribution center for the educational materials. The initiative is aimed at encouraging and supporting the younger generation in their academic pursuits.
My foundation came up with the initiative for a school support program. We're going to keep this going over 2 years. We're going to give out 240 solar fans and 240,000 notebooks across the schools in the 3 LGA over 3 years. So it's going to be a timely initiative. Every term we'll come back and make the donation to support the work of the school. And we hope to do more, all because of we having a very good governor who have the heart of the Esan people, and also the whole entire people of Edo State. And the children are very dear to him. Education is one of his key areas, and we decide to partner with the governor to do more in education.
Receiving the educational support materials on behalf of Esan West and Esan Central local government areas, Mr. Douglas Olumofo and Mr. Pius Agboanye expressed appreciation to the foundation for the kind gesture. Some of the benefiting students also conveyed their gratitude.
On behalf of the CIA, I thank the CEO of the foundation. We are very grateful for this development.
Thank you to the founder of this Ehizwa Education Foundation. On behalf of the primary school in the Esan Central, we are happy.
I want to especially thank him for taking out time and money to develop us, to create a better future for us.
The distribution exercise is expected to continue in Igwebe local government area, covering Okpebolo Federal Constituency. In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
And to community matters now, where the Benin Traditional Council has insisted that Ogbeson is a quarters in Igwoshudi in Ebudi village, Novia Northeast local government area of Edo State. This is contained in a letter signed by the Secretary of the Benin Traditional Council, Frank Irabo, in response to a request by the legal advisor to Igwoshudi in Ebudi village, Sir Edward Abayangbe of the Abayangbe law firm. Irabo stated that the decision on the status of Ogbeson quarters in Igwoshudi in Ebudi was stated in a letter dated 4th November 2021, where the Odionwiri of Igwoshudi in Ebudi was mandated to oversee all the quarters in the village, including Ogbeson. It added that the decision was further reaffirmed by the palace on the 4th of November 2025. Still on community matters, where natives of Amagba community in Oredo local government area Edo State on Thursday staged a peaceful protest to debunk the allegations that they attacked the APC boss in the community. The native described the allegations as false and a calculated attempt by one of their leaders, popularly known as Ibu Amagba, to drag their name into the mouth. Fosa Umwangwe has more.
Spokespersons for the natives of Amagba community said they decided to come to government house to clear the air on the lies being peddled against them, saying there was nothing as attacking an APC boss. The natives said they appreciate the developmental strides of the governor and efforts to sanitize the state of any form of insecurity. They said in view of the blatant lies against them, 4 of their natives have been arrested over a situation they viewed as destabilizing. Hence, they are appealing to the governor to heed to their cry and release their people, as they did nothing of such.
We came to government to meet with the governor in order to deny the allegation that was laid against the youth of Amagba. The government bosses that came to Amagba were being attacked by the youth of Amagba community led by our Karele. We are here to let the governor know that there was nothing of such. So anything that he is saying they are fighting Amagba, destroy government bosses, that is not true. So we came to deny the allegation and appeal with the governor that he should please, for no reason should they take any action against us, because we don't have any that. If anything happens, they should go and question about Amagba.
There's a matter, Nala, Naguma, Irongwe, not just Naga petition, Irima, Avia and Nenia, or Ya Avia Society, Nuwaila, Nagumata, Mobana Dotame, a governor office, cannot see me, man, a PC Amagba.
Since he handed over to this current youth leadership, either is going to CCID, the Zone 5 AIG, they call it, or Abuja, writing petition here that is not tenable anywhere. He is supposed to have what they call synergy of working with the new chairman and himself. Now he's creating trouble here and there, line up and down. The new chairman and his executive are arrested.
A government official who prefers his name not to be mentioned said their message will be conveyed to the governor. From Benin, Fosa Wangwe, ITV News.
And without to call it a wrap on the ITV AM News for this time, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for being a part of the news. Good morning.
ITV, certainly the best.
The name Elohim Adonai is the name. Elohim is your name. Adonai is your name. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh, I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. Ha! Jesus. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. God is faithful. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus, our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Oh, you're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Elohim is the name. Elohim. Adonai is the name. Adonai is your name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Jesus, I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. You are a faithful Father. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God, you're the man that thinks in your name. Ha! Jesus. Faithful God, faithful God, faithful God, you're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful, faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. You God is faithful. Faithful Jesus. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh, you're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Elohim is the name. Elohim. Adonai is the name. Elohim is your name. Adonai is your name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Jesus, I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh, I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. Ha! Jesus. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks in your name. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. You God is faithful. Faithful Jesus. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh, you're the man that thinks in your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks in your man that thinks your name. Faithful God, you're the man that thinks your name. You are a faithful Father. Oh, I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks your name. Thank you, Jesus. I call you faithful. You're the man that thinks your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks your name. Ha! Jesus. Faithful God. Faithful God. Faithful God. You're the man that thinks your name. I call you faithful. I call you faithful. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful Jesus. I call you faithful. You are my Savior. My God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. You God is faithful. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. I call you faithful. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh Jesus. Our God is faithful. You do many things in your name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. Elohim is the name. Adonai is the name. You're the man that thinks in your name. Faithful God. I call you faithful. Oh, you're the man that thinks.
Beautiful, beautiful day. They don't define path like this at all. The very, very, very first Friday of the month of March. The month when we say the march forward, because we continue to the march forward. Our country, Nigeria, must march forward. No matter what we say they happen, we all was march forward. The program now, Good Morning Nigeria. Anyway, we say they watch us for across the globe. I say welcome, 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 welcome. My name is Thomas Sado. Me and my brothers would already gather here to make sure say things work out. Make us start from the end. Emmanuel Akpololo, I greet you. Good morning.
Brother, good morning.
Yeah.
And for us, I truly big salute this morning. Very pleasant day to you. We are here. God bless Nigeria.
All right, make I join my brother when we say day here. Among us, Julius, I greet you the world. I greet you. Good morning.
I greet you. Good morning, my brother, my people for us. I greet you now. Who go help you now? Something not go Adamu.
What about go help you?
I they pray for people. People they pray for me. Because I they help person.
Okay, maybe they pray for that people. No worry, no pray for yourself.
They pray for them, then they pray for me.
Is that right? No wahala. As we just say good morning from here, I want to let us know, say many things then they won't be so we go put mouth today. But two major ones when we say we go take for our Benin Network Center. Now the one we say concerned the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu. They say all these terrorists, say they be our brothers. Say why we go to talk here, say we want to kill them and the rest. They talk and when we say they interview for BBC Hausa service. Now we say talk and we go look that matter. And we go look the matter when we say concern our dear governor when we say he joined protests the other time when we say concern BDC, Wahala and the rest. So how the protests don't go. We just take one line now before we go join Abuja, join Lagos, the rest. We just take one line. Take anywhere we want from start.
Well, the line what I want to be say, Mr. President, you need to be careful.
Okay.
About the advice when you get from Ribadu.
Okay.
Because
yes, national security advisor.
So the only thing I want to tell people who they are around President Tinubu say
me dey careful no ribadu.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure say no ribadu me well for and me well for Nigerians.
Sorry. No, I wish I want to first take.
Make I take the protest on. Because you climb 10 palm tree, you not see Banga harvest. Now you say you not climb anything.
I don't know.
As our governor joined for the protest, result good day immediately. But now.
No. They talk as if they want to do 1 week. I remember on the chief press secretary to Ram Patrick Ebojele. He said after 1 week, so they say they don't do this. They want to do meeting with everybody.
Waiting make Papa join children for dance. You know say that thing get meaning. He big.
No, make I join our people that were in BCSA for Abuja and Lagos. I know say that my beautiful, handsome brothers, then I be. If man don't over fine, you know, come and say they handsome again, you come and say beautiful and the rest. And that title, now be the one when BCSA my brother the whole. I can't name me young. You don't want to leave her for anybody. Nobody drag her with you. We know say you don't find before mirror come. Good morning.
My brother, I salute you now. Good morning. For Abuja Network Station. You must talk to us now about that our national security advisor. He said these people with the kiki, our brothers and our sisters, they catch people up and down. I think they catch mango, keep me ripe, when they ripe, they begin, arrange. How you go talk say they be our brother and sister? In case una don't forget, today na the 6th of March, where the family of Abba, that young copper, where they catch around Zamfara area. And today they want to do one Islamic prayer for them. We be say, for Islam, if they kidnap person or they not see person for a certain period of time, the family or a group of friends, they go arrange a particular kind of prayer for them. Say, if you never die, may God help you, may you come out. But if you don't die, make your soul rest in perfect peace. Now today, the 6th of March, now they want organize prayer for Abba. Who be Abba? Abba na young couple where they kidnap, they catch, they go keep am somewhere. The family members they call and till kidnappers in at 10 million. Family and friends and social media people they contribute 10 million naira, go give kidnappers. Kidnappers collect 10 million. Say 10 million not reach, they go bring 3 Okada, new Okada come before they release that young man. The family say they not get that kind of money. No hope to take it. Say this 10 million self. Now they don't dig everywhere, sell everything to bring 10 million. So they remove hand for the matter. How national security advisor go to advise that kind of thing? Our brothers go to kidnap their brothers. Our brothers go to enter villages, they raid people. Go Plateau, they see killings. Go Benue, they see killings. Every part of Nigeria. Now you cannot travel again. Before they travel for night with ease, they sleep, wake up for Onitsha. Sleep again, wake up for Akwa Ibom State. Sleep and wake up for Cross River State. But now you don't feel sleep. Your family members, where they go meet, they fast. Your people, where they live here, they fast. You, where they move, they fast. Everybody, they on a fasting and praying mood. Because we're not even sure. And they tell me, say, they be our brothers and sisters. And my brother, I beg, we don't grow past that stage. We present with their parallel discussion with that one. Me nobody, the kind of talk, they come out. Nigeria don't pass this level now. People are kidnapping people every day. And they tell me, say, our brothers and sisters. I beg, I'm going to leave that matter. I beg. Abuja Network Station, we're not going to talk that matter because this is security matter. Don't reach us here. We need America to come. And man started the Kuba not go to raise threatening statements. But yesterday I started the Kuba, they talk plenty. If America won't come, make them face his property. Make them not face ITV. Make them not face here with you. My name is Academy from Abuja Network.
Thank you so much. For them, I just stretch my hand and give my brother Aibo J, Warrior, and the rest. Now, 2 of the matters they now BC will come out, but we don't say we don't take one now. Before BCS, we will come sit down well for 8 hours to the here, make we still look that matter. Aibo J, I want to hear your take for this matter when BCS will just bring come up. So.
My brother Sadu and everybody who in the house this morning, I agree to now. My people in the house, I agree to now. My name is Aibo Horia from Lagos Network Center. The 2 matter where they grant this morning are big matter. But the one when I go pull out this morning, now the protest when the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, go join. Want to say now light matter. But before I put out for that matter, I want to ask one question. What happened to Osiomo power plant? They sell them? Abi the thing, you know, can't work again. Abi what happened to that power plant, because you know, say sometimes when we go to talk all these things, you go to say, maybe we say we don't like one person, whereas we dey talk wetin go make Nigeria good, because that Osomo power plant, now government money they take do am. So if that power plant, for instance, they generate power, because we know so okay, they don't pass law, say make states fit create their own power by themselves. I don't think so we'll get problem with all this BEDC, because if we fit provide light for ourselves, when we fit dey use for some certain areas, then we go know say the one way remain, then we won't give BEDC, make it a handle. The way they take the wrong power matter for this country, it can't be like say, now the more you look, the less you see. When they bring that pattern, come out say band A, band B, Z, I sit down, I say, my people. The same constitution where say, may we not segregate each other. Now the same people now, come they create segregation, come they come from band A, band B, band C. And I know see that time, say, people here, they this matter. See them now. They the first people now, according to what the civil society people they talk, say the first people go join band A, not be say the people get factory for their house, so they want to use lights 24 hours, say they do, because they won't collect money for their hand. So we dey expect say result will come out for that matter, because like that talk, when Papa don't go join children, go they dance, you know, say the expectation for that dance, the price where they won't give for that dance, the price big well. Now make Papa go join children, they dance the dance. So we dey expect say as our governor don't join, do that protest, say result will come out. So make we dey wait, more see the result will come out, because governor no go do protest. Then BDC will constitute say they no go bring lights, or they no go do wetin governor protest for. May we see how they go first. That's all we take from this end this morning to start.
Thank you so much, my brothers. You don't see and say now this crash that NBC want to, now we don't check. So the top of the matter now NBC want to, now we don't check. We will check the matter proper, but after we take this small break, we will check one or two papers after we come, because Emmanuel Akbaloloho and Omogo Zuka Julius, this matter, they say they must put matter for the matter. Stay with us, not going anywhere. We'll check the papers.
Independent television is 29. Hooray!
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Make we check the newspaper headlines like at the talk all the time. You go make it be say when you wake up in the morning, check waiting they happen around you, especially for papers. When nobody say there's make all of us they waka only they run, or there's make they run only they waka. We check the first paper when we say they for ground, and mostly the headlines when we say the nature, federal government, Agric resolve 15-year oil prospecting license dispute, and that one a good where they don't resolve the matter. federal government and IGP don't resolve the matter. And for ground for the past 15 years. Thank God, say yes, they don't resolve that matter. I will pray say other matters that when we say concern our economic life, they make them improve well. More check on that paper, on that headlines, because we don't get plenty time. Tribune, they say gunmen wreak havoc in Ondo or your Kebbi State. Gunmen wreak havoc in Ondo or your Kebbi States.
See the rider, say disguised as a vigilante man to kidnap 4 Kishi Igberi roads, then abduct wife, shoot husband in Ondo. Then which other one? He killed 2 police officers in Kebbi and attack on border post. Then say we have rescued Igbeti kidnap victim. Who they talking about your government?
If we look all of this matter, wake up in the morning, we look headlines, screaming headlines like this. How safe are we, my brother?
How do you mention Ribadu now?
No, we'll call Ribadu matter fully.
I know now. Waiting in, as in don't talk that one. The boys, when they do the bad thing, will continue. So to tell you, say, in terms of insecurity, Nigeria will never get hope now.
Okay.
Because since people, when they in charge of all these things, they're not they tell Nigerians the truth. As far as no truth from leaders.
No, I don't know what you mean by truth. Now they tell you, some of the truth will be your own. Will be your own truth.
No, not be truth we want.
Not truth.
It's action. What about the truth they do?
My brother, when person
when they tell you truth, now what is the truth?
Before person tell you truth, action done there already.
Which one the action? Make it leave the truth. Give us action.
Listen now. Waiting be truth. I
don't understand what
no, waiting be truth. Waiting be action.
Then they cook truth.
Now, if you tell person say, see, I cannot handle the insecurity issue of this country. We need foreign aid or we need Sado aid.
Okay, that one I be your truth.
Then you go no say yes. Then when leader they tell you say stand here, say will they come? Then not they come. It's a problem. Because nobody, how many people trust our leader talk now?
Emmanuel,
how many people trust?
That's my brother, Bo Gagbe, they ask, government no fit do all the no one.
Get what the government know. We no know.
No, question he asked. They fit do them or they not fit do them.
Maybe they fit do them.
But they no want do them.
They no want do them. Because get what them we no know.
That is
okay. More check on other people when we say there. We don't check that one Tribune, most see this other one when they New Telegraph. They say financial irregularities. Senate directs NNPCL to report 210 trillion naira. Summons Kiari, Ojulari, others. All this one are waiting. They say I no one make a bit at this one because the truth be say if they refund the money, because if they refund the money, we not go know where the money enter. If they no refund the money, we not go know.
So there is no need of letting us know.
And secondly, too, somebody they accuse the Senate the other time say they do all of this one because they want make it be NPCL can't settle them. I want to settle them. You understand? So when we say all of this, so Nigeria don't get to that point when we say nobody trusts anybody again. We don't know what TBC say is for this thing, but the truth we say we're ready to make sure say things they work our way. That might be one thing when we say we want to know. They say the truth when we say my brother Julius the talk just now. He say if we say we want democracy, we should be sincere about it.
Not so.
If you not say you want true democracy, you should be sincere about it. Okay, don't worry. Much again, that paper. Mostly waiting for inside before we say we go power on. The one we say for ground now. This now Daily Sun, ADC, APC fight over Tinubu's scorecards. I don't know what I'm going to talk for this one.
No, we don't take mirror, they look what we wear for hand now. Even though you're not supposed to be so.
You're supposed to just look at
you don't look at that. The problem with Nigeria, now that truth, we are not sincere.
Okay.
If APC or all these political parties, they sincere to the country, they don't need to they talk now. They go tell themselves, say, see. Let us tell Nigeria we are sorry for misleading them. Well,
that won't happen.
No, first of all, tell people where you don't offend, say, I am sorry. Now, this is the way forward. If we fail to continue like this, make una do like this, make una vote us out.
Was Buhari not telling you?
No, Buhari not here. He not here.
No,
Buhari say, I am sorry.
I feel your pain. I feel your pain.
Who said that too? Even Tinubu talk at you.
If Buhari talk say he feel the pain, and you reply Buhari, he dey hear wetin you reply.
It's okay. More talk other people.
He has ear problem.
No. You not talk that one.
No, he say he no hear well. Okay, sorry.
You know talk that one. At a point, he go say you not there aware. At a point, he say yes, he get issue with his ear, which was taken care of. So now be one thing.
Okay.
More talk other people when we say yes, they grant. This one matter when we say yes, a concern marketers Dangote trade west over petrol price. Marketers Dangote trade west over petrol price. That and the big one when we say yes, it did for the Punch newspaper. This one they happen because of US-Iran war. Because me, I know say when this war start like this, wahala must today inside. When this war start like wahala must today inside. Everything now when we say get to do with gas, it don't the deal now petrol, it don't the deal when a diesel, everything don't increase, go up. If you look at now, gas, the price don't increase with about 40%. 1 kg of gas now, they as much as 1,400. This time, which is they buy for about 800 naira. About 900 naira at that time, 860, 870. But now that become 1,400 per kg. May they finish this war. May they know what to do because the way they be now, they get the way it take gas. We'll take the last paper before we say we go turn. We say yes, we will end for the papers review for this morning. Newspapers headlines. When we say we take, we'll take the last paper. I want to take the last paper. Okay, and the last paper when we say we will take this morning. That if you want anything, make you go out. Maybe say you go take a Nasarawa, Kogi, Benue in grip of terror. Residents review routes, transit camps. So wait till we know the talk here now. Everybody already knows. Say see where then they pass. See where they stay before they move. Yet nothing they happen and everything. So we're going to live on like that. If you want, make it be say you know what's in be say they happen for around the papers and the rest. Make it go around, go in your newspaper stand, go get a copy of the papers. Then you go check them, make you know what's in be say you will get. Those are the details now be say you will get. More table, we'll come back. We want to talk about the most start with the protest.
No, Ribadu.
The two can go.
No, Ribadu.
Okay, more than make a choice.
No, Ribadu because
after I'm not telling me.
I know.
We'll take break because we won't finish this segment. We'll never close the segment.
Okay.
We'll close the segment. When we come back, continue for where we say we stop. Stay with us.
Matthew chapter 28 verses 6 and 7. He is not he. He is.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, Ọba Àtọ́pẹ́.
don't come back, and the name of the program and Good Morning Nigeria, where we see the watchers across the globe. Imam Akololo, I go welcome you again to the program. Look, we look this matter when we say concern our security, because I say just now because we could make choice, and the rest now you don't burst out because of that. This thing. The National Security Advisor know about the when they interview and that time for outside service of BBC.
Yes.
He talk and say what thing did they say all these terrorists only for the north and everything there. I see they are all our brothers and sisters. Say it to brass they get issue and to call the brothers, you know, settle the matter and that kind of a thing and all of that. This matter with its security and all of that. How what do you come your mind if you want to react to what in BC no about the talk?
Make I be myself. I be myself, Abi.
I'm not Apollo. Who you want be? You want be
because you don't show now. See, security-wise, I choose my words. No Ribadu, you know, me present to no succeed. Because that statement in me, if I don't know whether people who are around Mr. President, they sit and they talk to him. From the time when they pick all those children for Kwara, this one, that one, that one. We know they see how say they don't catch anybody. The only thing they do is say they release them, they release them, they release them.
They wear the uniform and the rest of them.
Then one foreign journalist they come bring out one video about how government pay 2 billion to those people. Alejo, then that the country go transfer the money for Cameroon. When you hear this kind of thing, when they hear like things like say, was it the Kebbi? We say they kidnap those school children for Kebbi. Say, soldier they would, at the end of the day, they can't give order, say, some minutes of the time.
Soldiers, they go the place. They won't go repel her.
Yes.
When they go
give order, so they go back.
See, when they order for call, they say, oh, that from above. That matter, that matter.
Till now. Till now.
Wait first, before you go far. Till now, like to use your master for where you stop. Till now, Christopher Musa, the new chief of minister of defense.
Now what he talk?
Till now, I get answer. They check my time. I never still get answers.
What's his name? Even Senate, then President Senator Shobol, all of them talk calm. They were angry. What happened? So it shows that when I look at Nuhu Ribadu, look at his body language, I can't go check in profile. Now I see say na Fulani man. Now there I know say this man, President Tinubu should know that he's sympathetic with these people.
What about this man, Sanis? What do they call this one? Sanis.
Shekumi?
No. When he be former senator for Kaduna State.
Yes, Shehu
Sani.
Yes.
He's a Fulani man.
Yes.
If they come and they propagate, say it's there against that.
No, but the way they do, you know, say,
wait, now,
you know what made the thing finish.
I won't take you this thing. You say when you check in profile.
Yes.
Because it's not a Fulani man.
Yes.
Listen now. See, now, with that one, it shows you say, you know one made it. Now, they say, Shehu Sani na Fulani man. But if they come out of the time, say, this thing is wrong.
Sir, ma, tell you one thing. In a Fulani man. Shehu Sani and okay, you remember the former governor of Kaduna State?
Which of them?
Balarabe. No. What's it mean? The one where we say get issue so Rufai.
Okay.
Me and you did this program. How many years ago when Rufai they say bandits na businessmen? Have you not forget? In the Nigeria, let's go back memory lane. Rufai was testing on air that those guys are businessmen. We should leave them during the Buhari time. That what we need to do anywhere where they go, maybe they carry money, they follow body.
So would they settle them?
So they would settle them. You are hearing that from somebody at that level. So when you hear a national security advisor coming on air and saying in this can say they are brothers and sisters, we are not even talking of how to cross them, how to destroy them, how to annihilate, how to do anything. Instead, say no, we forgive them, no, we leave them. I remember the governor of Katsina State. Katsina State. I mean, when they beg, say make they forgive bandits. About how many is this about 73 about 73 something of them that you want to forgive them. Now, my brother, I want to be named just for Abuja. He was talking about that copper. I think a few days ago, that copper they don't kill her. That couple women say they paid 10 million for. I read one paper getting they say that whether Boko Haram after after that couple they have killed him.
Okay, I understand the pain when you talk. You talk and I say the man know me well for Mr. President.
At all.
Okay, I go ask this question. Before you get this kind of information now,
yes, sir. Somebody
like me get the information. You understand? Mr. President would have gotten the information.
Yes.
So he said, Mr. President, why don't you go show on the door the way out? Say,
he should wash his back.
No. So why you not go show on the way out? Because the truth be saying, they look at right from the days of Obasanjo.
Yes.
Then they complain, say, you get some kind characters that were no claim for a government. Jonathan, he talked the same thing and the rest. So many people they talk and I say, all these kind of bad people or these kind of people that when we say their hand no clean, they for inside government. And if you want to put on the back, maybe rather on the back of waiting, be say our former military head of state, Sani Abacha, he said when this kind of thing they work out, they go. Say government hand inside. Wait first now. Are we saying say government? Who be the head of the government now? You they blame no Ribado. What of Tinubu when be say yesterday be the head of the
unfortunately, he's not just a
so what are we talking about now? You are saying that the man should resign. If you get somebody when be say you employ.
Not to resign, he's fired.
Okay, why are they talking now? Now you talk.
Yes, Mr. President should fire Nuhu Ribadu. The man is from that interview. He shows all this while. He just a pretend.
Okay.
He doesn't like Mr. President to succeed. I will say it again.
Okay, if we talk, say yes, make we allow these people to go home.
How can you say terrorists to be forgiven?
If we say make
in which country?
Wait first now, in Nigeria. If we say make we they go home now, make we forget them, say they are our brothers and sisters. At the end of the day, with their family here now, about 5 of us there for inside this room. 2 of us are beside the sea. Others they do some kind of technical work when we say we no go see. Maybe one of them don't kill somebody when we say among one of us, maybe our brother or sister. That person when we say kill don't feel ready for the court release them back into the system. How we want to feel say yes, we they safe? How we want to
unfortunately, unfortunately, I don't know. I don't know.
What will be the guarantee? Now say that man no go take arms up again against these people when we say don't fake one of them. And when you think of the money when we say you first get at the first time, you go do them again so that you go get more money. What will be the guarantee? So they kill us. Bible talk one thing be say whether make we forgive somebody, but we know they do one because mercy be it's about. I know you get the way we say Bible talk am. You don't understand that? Say because God they forgive us.
Okay, so shall we continue the grace that grace may abound?
You understand? So now be the truth we say that. So continue. We are going to continue like this at the end of the day.
Mr. Sado, you remember that? We remember that general they key. One general where they key that time. Well, after the was it in Borno?
You talk and wait. 7 general.
7 general where they killed that time. What's happen? After they don't go dislodge all of those Boko Haram and everything, they can't come back. Same information, message to defense headquarters, in quote, I'll be to his superior according to them. Say, Syria are they safe? These people come that place, trace them, track them, kill them. And they knew Ribadu is still talking that these kind of people may we forgive them, that they are brothers and a sister. And I expected people like Bayo Ononuga, people like who be this Femi Gbajabiamila, and people like all of these people who are close to Wale Adu, all of them. They should know that this man doesn't like Mr. President. Now, unfortunately, they want.
No, now that they know that the man.
They should tell him that they fire him. Second time, I'm going to say it.
Wait first now. Are we saying now, say, that video when we watch, when they for everywhere, when the speaker was when they talk that thing now.
Yes.
Are we saying Mr. President never hear now?
Are
we saying Mr. President never hear now?
Maybe I don't know whether they don't hear.
In the days of Buhari, go say, I'm not aware. This man never ever complained to us that he's not aware. He has always been telling us that he's aware of what we are going through, he's aware of the insecurity system, he's aware of the hunger in the system and all of that. He said he's aware of everything. Are we saying now, say this one now, he never there aware?
Oh, well, now few days the video don't take come, but I shall say by now. Mr. President will not see the video.
Okay.
And like I used to talk, I don't like the way the country be. I don't like the way economy. You know, say the other day, Bishop William came out on content, tell Mr. President, say, if you are not doing well, we should tell you are not doing well. Economically, we know what they go through. Right now, Fuel they go up and down. Now,
no, for the fuel to go up for this one now, I'm not going to blame them too much.
No, we're not going to blame them too much. Unfortunately, now you put subsidy with that plan. Yes, now you put subsidy with that plan. Now they put a whole day because that is subsidy. Now they assess this one because oil go for
due to international
law and all that. Normally, you're not supposed to be like, but unfortunately, they be like this.
Okay, no, well, I make I join my brother now. Make I see with TBCSC you want to talk because I don't the same from Benin. I don't the raise hand up, the raise hand up, the raise hand up. I do with you. I mean, you tell us, say, what will be your own take for inside this business to the local and concern national security advisor. We they talk serious matter at times. They see my brother Kane with smile over the matter. Now, serious matter, this will talk so because you did for Abuja, you don't see this matter, they turn out for Bele.
But now, what I tell you, so say, it don't reach laughing matter. You understand? When every day you come like the same pattern as you might talk them, I say you might carry away, you might invest, you might be but it don't be lie. It don't when it don't too recurrent, every day. Be like say they count scores. For Benue now, person tell me the first they say, what is that the report for Benue not reach 10% of the activities of the banditry in Benue. For Jos, it dey happen. For Zamfara, steady. Police or army checkpoint go there, things go dey happen in between. National security adviser is supposed to tell us their plan and what they don't do, and pictures and videos of people where they don't catch, and information where they feel extract for the people where they feel catch to catch more persons. On how they use phones, where these people take they collect ransom, how they use the phones, they track the people, and from those persons, the phone within the people pocket, they feel use that they track their sponsors. Or the money where these people they collect, they fit know, or the amount of drones where Nigeria don't spend money for infrastructure, for police, army, and air force, how those drones and those infrastructures don't feel help them tackle security to make and reduce. On how they feel use the face of these young boys, where they show bandits, they show us their face for video. They dare Nigeria army. And national security advisor, they tell us, say, these people now are brothers. Not be our brothers, them. Now, laughing matter. Even small pikin when they play draft, when they learn how to play draft, we tell you how they feel use some kind of common sense to extract information from these people. I don't dare when police, I want a police have been at DSS, they use one gadget in the evening. That time, when they're outside, they do one or two. They use one gadget. The person use gadget, walk up at us, go that play. We don't say this guy is security personnel, and we, our hand clean. So we don't say that they do their work, we leave them. But the next day in the morning, you get one young guy, all of us, they envy the boy for the area. You know, they talk to people, you go just come out, carry boats, come drop, enter your house, quiet. We don't say the guy is a criminal. The next day, we just see people, military security person, just come, just ransack the boy house, come out with some kind of serious tools. They bring equipment from this boy house, guns and money, everybody shocked. That one is how security agencies, they work when they choose to work. So now, this thing that don't hang us here. I don't feel travel for road. As I talk to you so now, if I want to carry my children travel from Calabar to Cross River State, I calculate a 6 months time. Money for flight to be choice. Before, I to just find one Sienna motor, pack them, put inside, move them, they go. They go to count trees for road. They go to see states. They go to eat different kind of food as I enjoy when I be small. But now my children not even enjoy that enjoyment. My children are between when they grow up, they go to school for north, or they will go to school for south, they go to the house, they will enter road, they travel, but now nothing. All of us, we do together. Nigeria, we do together. How we want to grow? I want to be our brother's keeper. When they blow, I don't understand. Nigerians, they we never talk about protesting on how we fit stop insecurity. America, they bomb Iran. You go see Nigerian students, elderly men, they for back. Small children, they step on American and Israel flag. Elders sit down for back as religious people, religious cleric. Children, they step on flag. Elders never come out before come talk, say, this killing in Nigeria not too much. What do we go do? More protest. Elders, they protest. Say they bomb Iran. Nigerians, they protest. Say they bomb Iran. People, they talk up and down for social media. But they don't talk like this. When Nigerians here, they kidnap Nigerians. I tell them, I said today, they won't pray for Abba. That young copper when they cry, they beg people. Say I beg, contribute. Now just one of many with that. Every day, Nigerian security advisor never tell us how they don't use telephone. Maybe we go register SIM, maybe we go do name so that the use and corporate security. Till today, I never see what they use. It's the best person. So if I laugh, not verse, I beg. That's what it be.
Okay, I understand your pains and the because if I make you be say you continue now, and they say Europe the draw, now you go still draw because it's no go end the way they say the turn of I understand, I deal with you 101%. But make I see what you be say my brother, I go J Warrior, you go talk because this matter, no be matter when people say we just sweep under the carpet like that. Because if somebody like when they advise Mr. President on security, and maybe they'll get maybe they'll rate because Mr. President trusts them. To a point, now me can say employer and say, come and be my national security advisor. I'm going to advise say, okay, leave people our brothers. President and the person on the list to advise, say, okay, our brothers, let us bring them and put them back, reintegrate them into the society. I would just hear you.
You see, the matter, the way the matter today, the matter tire. But you know what I want to talk. Make we not just the shout. To National Security Advisor, not just economic advisor. They don't tell you say na education advisor. They don't tell you na health advisor. Security advisor. I make that statement. So, not be something where we go to shout put. Me they ask, you get question me want ask. You know sure say na the language of government, na the National Security Advisor come give us first. Make you see how we go to react. Because you know if you tell me say you dey advise me on a national
like they get some kind of issue with my brother when they say he did J Warrior. They get some issues, but we'll take care of this break. So we'll continue. We'll make the correction. I will come back. I'm going to stay with us.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
waiting they be because this matter and matter when BC yes we must look and well. Before basically we round up on this matter, I will come back to you again, and then I go hear from my brother Azuka. Make it basically still put mouth for the matter. Apollo, in this case now, when it say no Ribadu don't come up, so the champion and say it should be sacked, it should be removed, and all of that. You know, if you say there are some kind of forces that are even beyond Mr. President, now we can be like if they take action for this kind of matter.
My brother,
no
force day.
Okay.
No force day beyond Mr. President.
Okay.
I remember that this our brother would be named Wale Edun. He come bless he get some kind. Bless he not come too well.
Yeah, get some kind of
health issues.
Yeah.
The pass waiting for when the Mr. President give a court transfer to the Minister of State. The one they get to do with the economy. As a more responsibility to run. So at least Wale Edun gets a small respite. So as Mr. President, I go give Mr. President 2 weeks. Mr. President, 2 weeks. Now we give you.
No, now you give him.
Yes, now I give him.
Okay.
No will bad to fire him. He don't like your government. And you know they give you bad name. You know what he be for international community? Say
for national security advisor.
National security I'm gonna talk that kind of thing. You know the year what thing they happen for Iraq and Israel. You know the year what Israel and US they do Iran. Which one be say more forgive terrorists? You know what Putin talk? Putin say, if God won't forgive them, God will give terrorists to them. Then it is not the duty of God to forgive them.
Okay. So
do you understand? Therefore, you
say responsibility
to
send the terrorists
to God.
Then God will
not whether to forgive them or not. At this stage, the pain that when terrorists they cost Nigerians, I am number one security man for this country. My brother, you remember Angelica? Now the group of people want to say removing Angelica be this. When Angelica come, I think was as chief of army staff that time. Now you remember, I think was Jonathan. That's how they bomb all these terrorists left, right, center. Now they say they all can go World Court and be US say if they kill their people, Now this set of people, this set of no battle. Now they do all this kind of thing.
Now you feel it.
Now they feel this kind of thing, and this is what Nigerians know what. How can you be telling us that it's an insult on Nigerians? It's an insult on Mr. President that someone who in cabinet true when Jonathan say Boko Haram don't enter my cabinet. When you hear somebody they cabinet when you
tell him to resign that you tell him to resign that time when he talk am
make who resign
say Apololo make una take am easy
take it easy
if husband and wife no resemble they can't stay in one house. All this talk whether they talk they go here they talk they go. This firewood they get smoke well remove them. This one get smoke well remove them. Which one go down the food? You just say the man just come and start to the talk. He never tell person say I won't talk this one because it's innocent.
But because Mr. NSA should be answerable to somebody.
Yes, now it's not just on his own. It's answerable to somebody. Say see. He say go ahead and talk it. Let's see how Nigeria will react. Una forget say now they say this man tapping. In discussion, Aerofire tap in discussion. You thought they made them fire on that time. You know that place don't they lose already. When
they don't lose already, talk come again.
Our security are cheated.
It don't lose already. So equipment will be competent. No, now you don't talk the thing. If you say the place they lose, the man is incompetent.
This new Ribadu. This new Ribadu, you go check in history. When in the office, how in work before he enter EFCC or how in work before they give us.
Don't be this new Ribadu they draw Bola Ahmed Tinubu that time.
Okay.
When they for EFCC.
Yes. Now, therefore, Kukuma cannot go back to EFCC. That to be national security advisor. Because that is the first mistake when Mr. President make. That be that thing. That's a big mistake. That mistake. Because the senior is in career now the police.
Apollo na them. Did there. That is why I say if all these our leaders they tell us the truth, things go work well. They know waiting all this, they know where then they meet. No security oga go say he don't know where security all these criminals they. But then they get order from above. And who is this above?
That be the question.
Who is this above?
Even Christopher Musa don't even know they are above.
Yeah, who is this
now,
above?
I tell us they want to check out. Now, we don't know the
You they talk now. Who is this above? Have you this a president too? You see the answerable to person too. Just they talk. This Donald Trump when they do all this one when they do. He still the consult person. He say carry on. Our president Tinubu still the consult. He say carry on. You know say if your enemy there among us, you go just spit for your soup to chop. Make our prayer, make we concentrate on our leaders. Yes.
The prayer that we did now.
Yeah.
Donald Trump no pray before he Israel.
Listen.
Donald Trump na Christian, no pray before he born Israel.
My brother.
Prayer. Which should be prayer?
Who in the
we
fight?
don't pray rich. We pray past America.
My brother, who in the fight so? Where you they mention so? Donald Trump, no be Tinubu be in everybody.
We pray past America.
As you say here, you na Pololo, Sado na Sado.
No, me say pray.
Wetin Sado they plan, no be you they plan. And the song wey dry lizard, no be in the dry rat. Make you know say there is different song. The one wey go dry lizard, no be in go dry rat.
Now you say make we pray. Now say this will not be prayer.
When our plane, make we
how you say we pray?
Wait first.
Which prayer?
Wait first. I'll tell us one small story. One young man come, this is not a true life story, he come all the way from Germany.
Okay.
After those spent about kind of 26, 27 years.
Yes.
From Germany. Now he come, he was very young when he left, around that kind 14, 15 years. When he come now, he come look these countries. When he comes for country, after those spent about that kind 2-3 weeks. Because this is not country now, wow. Well, I need prayer for this country. Now somebody call him. He might call and say, bros, where you for the come?
Now pray for them.
Pray for that side. He says, no, it's our country is different.
Yeah, it was not be one day it start.
It's our country is different.
Not be one day that Germany.
We pray, don't pray rich.
Listen, not be one day.
We don't pray rich either. We don't pray rich.
I'll tell you one thing. If you go some countries, they don't allow practice of religion at all.
Yes.
Even countries, even like China. You don't understand?
Yes.
They agree.
Because their system, they get system already.
So that be the thing. So
the system is there.
So even God himself, he talk and say, you go do one thing before you pray.
Yes.
He say walk and pray.
Yes.
You understand? Which means say walk, there for front.
Yes.
That's what you first do before you come put prayer, if at all.
But you know that? Do you know it's still the Bible? Say our leaders, they need our prayer so that they will not be able to deviate from the line of their leadership. Okay. So we need to back them with prayer.
This morning, just like tell you, don't tell me. If you know if you answer, if you know if you lie.
Say who go help us?
First now, if you know if you lie, no just answer. But if you know say you want
to
lie,
they lie.
I know now they talk so now. This morning when you get up, you pray for our leaders. Don't just tell yourself the truth. Don't tell me the truth.
First of all, I thank God.
No,
yes, I pray for my leader.
Okay,
I pray for my leader.
I'll leave you.
Yes, I pray for my leader. Because when I daydream now, when will me see throughout for that protest? Now I wake up, I pray. I say, okay, as he don't do this protest finish, what now happened to Awoshomo? BDC goes to protest against Awoshomo light.
Okay, no, We'll go end this part of this discussion like this. We'll take very short break. When they come back, no. After the very short break, once we come back, we'll continue for where BC will stop. So I go switch gear. Stay with us, not going anywhere.
Independent television is 29.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.